Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm the chief host of College Genesis. Welcome you to another exciting night of interesting conversation, stimulating debate. As you know, who is alarmed? Everybody is. Everybody is, because people have no idea what's going on in the mind of black people. Let me tell you something how people think, right? People always, the Bible says, only a fool uttereth all his mind. Silence is golden, but sometimes silence is yellow. Sometimes in the old age of Black America, we have to understand one thing. That's all it is. You got to know when to shut the fuck up. Shutting up is a powerful tool. Right now, you have 45 million people in the country. Nobody knows what we are thinking. Nobody knows what our next move is. See, before, for the last generation, Black America has been defined by the political process in America. Democrat versus Republican, integration, also like that. All these things basically changed how this country thinks, how it operates, everything. We're moving towards an integrated society, a multicultural society, and everything. It was driven by Black America. It was driven by people like Martin Luther King. Most people don't think that exists anymore. I bet you any money, if Donald Trump decides to take down the Martin Luther King monument in D.C., nobody would even say anything. If the federal government got rid, I'm just saying, people call my bluff. I guarantee you, if you take down, get rid of Juneteenth and the King holiday, Black America's not going to say anything. That's what means silence. And then what gets me how dangerous that is, if they're not going to get alarmed, what that says, like I heard Umar Johnson say this, and people may count Umar as a fool, but he says some things he goes, look, they will get alarmed when you stop participating in the system. Now you got 45 million people in the country. That's a powder keg. 45 million people that's withdrawing from the ranks of America. Culturally, everything. It seems like Black people are withdrawing from America. So you're going to have 45 million people in this country. The size of like most countries in the world. Inside of America, not participating in the culture, not participating in the political process. What do you do with 45 million people? That's all going to lead to the destruction of this country as you've never seen. That's what's going on. So people are eager to let us engage the political process. Then they'll have something convenient. You always got to give something convenient to white people about Black people, right? Oh, Black people, I know what music they listen to. They don't know what we listen to anymore. There's a lot of Black people who don't follow. Look, this is what it is. Before a white person could look at rap videos, they could look at TV shows, and they think they know us. The first break in that assertion was when the Million Man March happened, right? Yeah, conservatives like William Bennett said, you know something? I have to apologize to Black America. After hearing all those speeches all day and whatnot, he goes, I didn't know these people. I absolutely didn't know these people. But this is a guy right before that was just, Black people this, Black people need to do that. That's what the problem with the Black people is. They need to do more of this, they do more of that. After the Million Man March, right? He said, I never knew anything about these people. I thought I knew them. And that's how most people are. A lot of Black people don't know their own people. They don't know us. We don't know ourselves. A lot of us haven't studied our history. They don't know what we're capable of. So when they hear somebody like me, a Black nationalist, they think I'm off the rail. No. This idea of Black nationalism and whatnot, nation building and whatnot, is bigger than you think it is. It's often underestimated in American culture and history. Black people do not have this ironclad allegiance to America as you think we do. So black people are being silent. We don't care about the friggin' ICE agents. We don't care about immigration. We don't care about what happens to these illegals. We don't care about this stuff. We don't care about DEI. We don't care about any of this. So what do we care about? Who knows? But until something else comes up, and I know we're going to have leaders one day, that scholars that's going to come along, and we're going to have a revolution in Black America. We don't know where Black America is going, what's it going to lead to. But this football game of Democrats versus Republicans, left versus right, is gone. As Black people have given up on the political process in America. You see voter turnout, voter enthusiasm at the lowest level. I said, well, that's going to give the Republicans power. We don't care. This long threat of the Republicans and all stuff like that, Black people are ready for that confrontation. They are. If, oh man, the Republicans going to take over, they're going to bring back Jim Crow. This Black people saying, yes, bring it on. Bring Jim Crow on. Repeal the Civil Rights Act. When those white people out there in Arkansas said we're going to build an all-white town, we were like, go ahead. Do it. We're sick and tired of bluffing and talk whatnot. We're saying whatever's going to happen is going to happen. That's what I mean by the silence has everyone alarmed. Usually a story about white people trying to create an all-white town with black will have black people up in arms. What, like, I remember when the movie The Hunger Games came out. We need black characters, blah 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 blah, and white people are like, oh, okay, that's how you control black. Give them, let's create a black character in the Hunger Games. Now it's like this, just like when that idiot Chris Rock was like, the Oscars so white, and they're fighting this whole thing about Sinners getting 16 nominations. It has nothing to do with them trying to finally recognize it a black film. Although I'm not going to shit on Sinners. It's all about them knowing that they're losing the engagement of black men. And you can't have that. The day we stop tuning out to their award shows, their stuff like that, that they have no more power over us. Soon as they start tuning out from the State of the Union address, all stuff like this, we're withdrawing from America. Now the stakes are higher. You got millions of people inside the country disengaged. They're not attending a thing. What about happens when black people stop supporting sports, entertainment? We don't care about what Shaquille O'Neal has to say. That's why I think a lot of these celebrities are not saying anything anymore, because like black people are like, look, every time you get up, like Willie D, he went up there the other day, blah, 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 blah. And black people said, look, nigga, we don't care about what you got to say about the trying to be a Democratic shield. Why do you think Roly-Poly Martin is angry right now? You out sitting home with that. You look, Roland Martin, you fat fuck. You cannot make anybody and try to intimidate people into participating in this. Like, we don't care about no Democrat agenda. That's what has people alarmed. We don't care. The scare tactics of, oh, the Republicans bad. The Republicans going to get you. The Republicans going to do this or not. We don't give a flying fuck anymore. That's the level of hatred and anger you see in black America right now. We don't care. And the bottom line is, it seems like we hate the people who kind of keep goading us into the same thing. Yet they're more than we do the fucking Republicans. I think black people hate Democrats right now more than they hate Republicans. Because the bottom line is, you got people like Roland Martin. I want to know Roland Martin. I would like to say Roland Martin. Roland Martin. All I want to know, Roland, is have you eaten up all that $350,000 you got from Kamala? I know they said they show pictures of Roland with the big buckets of chicken and whatnot. Agrees. His face got wider since that the election last year. Whatnot, he got the year before last. His face got fatter. You Democrat, shield for that. We don't give a flying fuck, Roland. There's a whole world out there. We got ISO Speed going around Africa, right? You got black people going to Thailand. We got the whole planet out there, whole endless world of possibilities, right? The hell we care about what the hell happens in this fucking little puny ass country called America. You know, there's nothing they can do to us anymore that they haven't already done. They burned our cities down. They killed us. They lynched us. They enslaved us. You know, what else can they possibly do to us that we haven't already been through already? That now we can know how to deal with. So the bottom line is this: it's just time to fucking, if this thing is gonna happen, let it happen. You know, black people are sick of running. That's why we're just withdrawing our fucking support. That's why you people come up here trying to be a fake Black Panther. Thought they were gonna, oh yeah, man, Black Panther, we're gonna fight ICE. ICE is not our fucking fight. It's not our goddamn fight. The thing is, all these other groups of people have been riding on black people. We're the ones quick to riot, we're the ones quick to tear shit up and whatnot, and everybody else reaped the benefits. We tore the country up in the 60s and the 70s and whatnot. And who benefited from it? White females. Fucking white liberal men. Mexicans, illegal aliens, new immigrants. All these other people benefited from the chaos and the instability we created in this country. But we didn't advance hardly any as a result of all that. Baltimore is still suffering from that 68 riot. Same thing with Detroit, Newark. We burned down whole cities in this country and whatnot. And all they did was change the policies for the Jews, the communists, and all these other people that got what they wanted, you know? And the Marxists and the globalists. All those people who've been riding on black people's back because they need us to get out there. I remember Joy Behar said when Trump got elected first time, she said, I know what the problem is, man. We need the blacks out there. Where are the blacks at? Busting heads. Look, he won the damn election in 2016, right? She was like, well, the blacks are going to be out there busting heads. What the hell? That's what I realized. What the hell do we got to do with this shit? So we got to be out there busting heads for what? So two men can marry each other? So two men can kiss in public? So somebody can have a gender reassignment? That's what the fuck we get out there for? But a lot of us will still go along with that. Oh, yeah, we got to get that. But what happened? Something miraculously happened in 2024 where black people just said, you know something? We're just tired. It was a combination of things. It was that Cindy Sweeney ad. There was a few other things that really, really, really triggered black people to the point where we're past the point of no return. And also, we figured out that, you know, okay, you got all these black women out there. They were like, oh, Kamala, and blah, 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 blah. And they thought that the black males in America are the biggest losers out of all this, right? Yeah, black females don't respect black men. But they wanted black men to get out there and vote. Well, we know our men are going to go out there and show up for us and whatnot and vote. No, we didn't. And then, they were sure that white women were going to be like, oh, blah, blah. So in other words, black women want to turn the America into them, where black women have completely divorced themselves or distanced themselves from the male. They don't even care about the black man. They're competing for the white man. They thought white women were going to do the same thing, be broke, single mothers, sitting home, angry, manless, and all stuff like this. And the majority of white women said, no, I think, you know, Billy and Johnny, they're out there working hard and whatnot. We got a good life. I'm going to stick with the white guy. And so the ultimate symbol of the white male patriarchy was Donald Trump. And they went with that. And black women are just angry. How dare white women because the patriarchy was working for them. Black women abandoned the black male patriarchy in America. And they didn't help build us up. And so they thought that, oh, yeah, you know, we're going to be a friggin' what's up, Dark Migo? They thought there was going to be this awakening of women, single white women and all stuff like that. And this white women like, man, I don't want to be Whoopi Goldberg sitting with a cat. I don't want to be an angry Sonny Houston, you know. I don't want to be a fat Rosie O'Donnell. I don't want to be a goddamn, who else? Ellen DeGeneres and whatnot. They looked at all these women and like, nah, I think I'm good, you know. And black women are left holding, oh my God, I can't believe Kamala didn't win. We won. And it was like so upset. And they started lashing out at black men. It's like, even if every black man showed up, I doubt if it would have made a difference. But yeah, but there's a definite silence in black America right now that people are alarmed, right? They're like, damn, all this going on with ICE and everything. That they thought that was ICE out in the streets or whatnot, you know. Even Trump sent the National Guard. A lot of black people are like, okay, if you're going to get rid of crime in our community, hell yeah, bring the National Guard, right? And people supported it. Like crime dropped and whatnot. My neighborhood's safe. Memphis, like, damn, man. I went a whole night not hearing any gunshots. They underestimate black America. So black America's silence, right, has the whole the geopolitical world shook. And the bottom line, the only thing they ever need black people for is every 4 years to show up at the poll and vote Democrat. That's it. Now they're like, how do we engage black people? And every time they engage black people, it's always some racism, white supremacy. Now the new bait they're going to use, which they might, is reparations. Now black people are like, oh yeah, what about look, black people? If black people give up that one thing, they'll be completely free. Reparations. Because let me tell you something, folks. When negotiating with somebody, as soon as you give somebody the upper hand, you've already lost. What's her name is Governor Holcomb of New York, I think it was. She basically, to get black people riled up to the polls and whatnot in New York, she said we're going to talk about reparations, and it was just a study. They did it in California. You get a study, right? And then they say, oh yeah, it sounds all good. Now, if you show up to the polls and we win, we might like this, but they're not talking about you getting a payout. And if they win, they'll give you another study. The main thing about reparations you need to understand is you ain't getting a check. They'll say, okay, reparations bill passed. The next phase is handing out the money. That part will never happen. No matter how many times Bantu Mandinka gets up here, cut the check, FBA all day. Bantu will never see that check in the mailbox, right? You have people that was basically listening to Yvette Carnell, Tariq Nasheed. They're like, I smell reparations. Oh, yeah. I was like, nigga, you ain't smelling up but your ass, you know? There ain't no damn reparations coming. You ain't getting no that. You look. And like I said the other night with this one chick, so I said, look, I know it's so. There's a pattern here. The people who go hard for reparations are the people I could tell by listening to them. These are people who are poor, and these are people who grew up poor on the government system. For you to think reparations is possible, you have had to have the situation where money was coming in unearned. People who lived up on the system and they got that monthly check or whatnot, and they're used to that. Sometimes they got a bigger payday than other. You may have got, oh man, we got $800 a month for food stamps and whatnot, you know, and there's money coming in and whatnot. Section 8's paid for and whatnot, you know, and welfare and all shit like that. Once you live that sort of life and you're addicted to that money, you think in your mind that reparations is possible. But when I grew up and whatnot, I realized that if my father was laid off from work, we did not eat. There was no government handout or wherever like that we could rely on. That's why I realized to this day where I'm at right now is I can't rely on this government for anything, to do anything right. And I think the majority of black people in America have figured that out too. They ain't shit coming good from this government whatsoever. The only thing the government is going to give you is FTA, and that's called foot to ass. People don't like when I say that. They get hurt and offended, whatnot. But hey, I gotta tell it like it is, folks. The silence, Black America's silence has everyone alarmed, right? Why is Black America so silent? Why is everybody sitting there? And a lot of it had to do. I got to give credit to the FBA movement. This delineation movement is really actually really working. It's actually what that's the one thing I think I can agree with the delineation movement among Black Americans towards everybody. And the reason why I say that is because when people come to this country, right, they're not coming here to join us, right? I thought about the story about Delroy Lindo. He came to America and became one of us, played our movies, acted our roles, or lived with us and whatnot, took on our arguments and everything like that. He became Black American. He wasn't one of these I'm a Black Brit. That yes, it's that arrogant you see him. I'm a Black Brit. I'm not a Black American, whatever. He became one of us. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. When you got a generation of people coming over here, they're not joining Black America. They're coming over here to benefit from America. And the bottom line is as they see now, there's a fight in this country. It's not just ICE, right? You got people who in this country, a good percentage of white people, right, who are racist in this country. They believe that America, this idea of America being a multicultural, multiracial society was a mistake created by Jews. So if that's the case, then what does that say to the millions of people of color that came here, immigrated here? Now, all these people have always known that, well, Black America will protect us because what are they going to do? Get rid of all of us? But what if Black America says, we're only concerned about ourselves? Then you have all these people from the Caribbean, Asia, India, and whatnot that are vulnerable. They got to face the reality of white supremacy and white, jingoism and white xenophobia by themselves. Before, if you were talking anti-immigrant stuff, you were considered racist, and Black people would join the fight against you. Now that Black people are using silence to say that's not our fight, it's changing everything, and it has everyone alarmed. Usually, something like anti-immigrant protests and anti-immigrant rhetoric would basically bring Black people out, because you still got some Black people out there. For example, you had a guy out there in New York, so some fat Black guy out there in New York talking about, yeah, immigration. And then he was protesting for the Venezuelans, right? And this is stuff we see. And the Venezuelans are calling him nigga, African, nigga. That this Black guy was out there trying to help him. And like, we don't need your help, nigga, African, nigga. This is what these people think of you. They come here calling you nigga, and your political apparatus, like Roland Martin said, this is the people you should be fighting for. See how insane this is? That's how Black people aren't stupid. We're looking at all this and saying, you know something, we're going to step back. You come over here and you bring your Trinidad gangs and whatnot. You're hunting Black people down. You're taking Black people's jobs. You're doing all this stuff, wrecking our cities and whatnot, like Chicago and stuff like that, with illegals and whatnot. And we're supposed to sit back and just take it. We're supposed to sit here at the next election and help you win, so you can basically put the final nail in the coffin of what's left of Black America. This is what I mean by Black America silent. Now, Black America is not lashing out. What we're doing, we're just sitting silent. We're not running to the Republicans. We're not running over there trying to be MAGA. We're silent. Silence is golden. We're sitting back saying, you know something, we don't like any of this shit. We're not going to benefit from any of this shit. So let's just sit back and let this play out. And that's what you have right now in Black America. Silence. And everyone's shook. Everybody's like, well, what's going on? What's going on in Black America? We withdrawn from the political scene, let white people and these illegal. It's a war between two types of white people, right? It's these leftist white people who feel like that these are people, probably white people who probably grew up. They didn't really have the status there. These are the guys who didn't get the girls. These are the females who maybe weren't the homecoming chili. And they go up. You'd be surprised how many people grow up bitter and resentment, in the same society that they're supposed to be benefit from. They're like, man, I was never homecoming queen. And they look at certain people like, oh yeah, those are people that always got all the breaks. That's the guy that always got the girls. That's the guy who always got everything handed to him. Well, like that, I had to struggle. My dad I had to drop out of college to go help my family and whatnot. I'm a resent, and these white boys that drive around in nice cars, parents pay for it and whatnot. Why am I doing all this? So what they do is they ally themselves with minority groups and whatnot to try to change the system, by being a social justice warrior. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think that movement has run its course, Anytime you talk about revolution, right? These people really do believe that if America becomes a majority of people of color, there's going to be justice. That's what they want. These are white people. These people over the years have got into government and stuff like that. These are the people who got the death penalty repealed across the country. You know how hard it is to give the death penalty nowadays? When I was coming up in the 80s and whatnot, they used to hand the death penalty out like they would hand out pancakes. Now you got people, I'm like, God damn, this guy, okay, mitigating circumstances, double murder, blah, 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 premeditated, blah, blah, blah. Oh, we sentence you to a life imprisonment plus 50 years. Well, don't that state got a fucking gurney, an electric chair, whatever like that? Why not give them the death penalty? These people, because these people, it's so hard. They know there's so many people that are judges, even prosecutors, who are against the death penalty, because they use the idea that, oh yeah, because it's racist, whatever like that, And the one group of people that could use the death penalty is the black community. Because if you had the death penalty in a lot of black community and you brought that out, you would get rid of crime overnight. I know it. If people knew that before they go out with their friends and do something stupid one night, that they look on TV and say, yeah, this guy will face the death penalty because he was in the same car when they did the drive-by or something like that. I'm like, yo, let me out. Well, you a punk. I don't give a fuck. Let me the fuck out. And boom, boom, boom. But when you got people out there that they know in the prosecution that don't want to prosecute them, you have defense attorneys, and then you got these social media bloggers and stuff like that. You create this atmosphere where people think that they could do whatever they want to do and get away with it, And these are mostly white people. And these white people aren't helping the black community. All they're doing is encouraging crime. That's why you think you have they spend millions of dollars on this degenerate rap music and stuff like that. They're encouraging this atmosphere. Do you think these leftists like the fact that black America used to be moral, we used to have families and stuff like that? No, they hated that. In order for them to have the America they want, or revolution, you got to have as much chaos and dysfunction as possible. So they come into our community, right? Tell our women you don't need men and blah, 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 divide us, whatnot, bring drugs in our community and everything like that. And they say, oh, see, we need a revolution because look at black America. Black America was fine before you guys came in there with your Marxist nonsense. Now these same Marxists are basically for a generation, they've been pivoting towards because you always got to look for someone who's vulnerable, someone who's needy. In black America over the years, the middle class has grown. That's what you see. Middle class has grown. There's a lot of black people comfortable in the middle class, right? And once we give up this idea that we got to solve some problems that we don't even see ourselves or whatever, people, oh, what about the inner city? Who cares? Black people there's enough black people in the middle class, our families and everything growing so much. We don't really care about what somebody tells us about what's going on in O Block in Chicago. We say, okay, we wish that we could do something, but we know life goes on. We're not going to center our community around the unfortunate and the poor anymore. We got to avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. Now, a lot of black people feel like they're lucky. Man, the black people out there, man, got that good job, whatnot, and then then the supplemental income they're doing DoorDash and fucking Uber and whatnot. They put an extra $2,000 in there, added that to their $2,000 savings, working these odd app jobs like DoorDash, Instagram, Instacart, and all that. You can't tell Black America nothing right now, So Black America is doing really well financially, Socially, yeah, we can talk about that. But financially, Black people are not like this, It depends on what state. Yeah, what state you in. Now, if you're in a friggin' stupid ass state, let's say West Virginia, yeah, you're fucked, But if you live in a good state like Delaware, Jersey, New York, Connecticut, and whatnot, I know people that live in New York, the New York area, do LaGuardia and Kennedy Airport. Those guys be making like $2,000 a day doing Uber and Lyft. $2,000 a day. Still hard work, but $2,000 a day, that's unheard of. People making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year driving DoorDash, doing DoorDash, Uber Eats, and whatnot. They're making money. So that's the Black America you have right now. People are making money when they're not concerned about all this stuff like this. So what you got to do is, if you want Black people to get out there in the street and say, yo, man, like that, you got to cut off the money source. Black people are too happy right now. Black people are too fat and happy right now, They ain't gonna think about no goddamn social justice and whatnot. You think Black people care about some damn illegals and whatnot, No. Black people are silent because they're making money. And if Donald Trump keeps building this economy the way he does, $12 trillion came into this economy. That's going to trickle down into the Black people who want jobs and work, whatnot, are going to benefit from this economy. And that's enough for a lot of Black people. Black people are like, damn, I got a good job. Damn, my 401k is growing, Damn, the prices of food's going down. Damn, the prices of gas is going down. I ain't got no problem, no issues. But Donald Trump's a racist. He's a racist, caller. Yeah, and we came to the conclusion all white people are racist. All white men are racist. But you know something else too? I'm gonna shock you. Black people have realized that we could live with racists. We realized that to live in America, we're dealing with racists. And we said, okay, we could deal with it. We've been dealing with it for 400 years. It's like Black people have culturally and psychologically built themselves up to basically deal with racism. Like like certain animal species develop a defense mechanism over time to deal with enemies, whatnot. Like Japanese bees could fight the Japanese hornet because they develop over the time evolution. They develop some sort of defense mechanism. I think Black America has developed a defense mechanism in dealing with white people and white chauvinism and white racism and whatnot. I think we do have that now. We have like a defense mechanism, right? And the biggest defense mechanism is silence. Not passivity, but silence. And but make no mistake, silence don't mean passive. We do hit back. We hit back on social media. We hit back by like I said, the movie Sinners, right? The white people, everybody, so many racists upset by it, right? Because while they thought they had a victory lap in 2024, Ryan Coogler hit them with this movie Sinners that engulfed their culture. Both Black and white cultures are affected by this movie. That means we're showing them that, yeah, we still got power over the culture. We still control the music. We still control all these other things. We're still the most influential group of people. Nobody cares what white celebrities have to say. Black celebrities, Black entertainers, Black art. Everyone wants to know what we're talking about. The world follows us. All the trends around the world, everything from K-pop and everything is based on us. And America knows that. So this is a group of people we can't fucking piss off. So while we're being silent, we're also being strategic. And also, there's a lot of black people going to Africa. There's a lot of people immigrating, making moves overseas. You got a lot of black Americans that live in Spain, Italy, Europe, Germany, whatnot. Black people are being, black Americans are making their mark all over the goddamn planet. Silence. Just by the fact that people don't see us as confined to America anymore, right? You would just as much like to see a black person from America in Australia as you would in New York City. We're just doing our thing. Everywhere we go, we make our mark and we do our thing. And people are just alarmed at our silence. We're not supposed to be in Australia. We're not supposed to have a black thriving community in Thailand. No, we're not supposed to have a black community in Liberia. We're not supposed to have a black community in South Africa. We're not supposed to have a black community in Brazil. No, we ain't supposed to do that. We're supposed to be in Memphis right now complaining. We're supposed to be in Chicago complaining. We're supposed to be out there in Minneapolis complaining about the friggin' ice. That's what it is. But black people are saying, something, we had enough. So our silence is killing them. They're saying, well, what the hell, black America? What is on black people? See, they always got to know what we're doing at all times. They always got to know what we done, Well, a lot of southern states are not carrying out they're carrying out more than any place else, but only places like Texas and Florida, even Florida. Florida used to be, when I was growing up, Florida was a number one state with the death penalty. Then it became Texas, right? Virginia, forget about it. When I first moved here, Virginia had a really good death penalty system. 5 years and you were gone. On death row, you were gone. Now Virginia doesn't want to execute them. We haven't had execution in 20-something years in Virginia. I don't know what it is. South Carolina has execution, sloppy with their execution. North Carolina, I don't know about North Carolina, about execution. I think there's death penalty. Georgia carries out the death penalty for the most part, but not really. Because if you look at Atlanta and shit like that, the crime you see in Atlanta and I'm like, there's something not connecting here, Anytime you see the death penalty nowadays, classic man, it's always the same MO. It was a man who raped and killed a woman, particularly a white woman, and sexually assaulted and left DNA behind. That's the only time. You never see somebody, a drug dealer, killing somebody, over drugs, getting the death penalty. You never hear a drive-by shooting. You never hear about a murder for hire getting executed, whatnot, and it happens all the time. It seems like the only thing that could bring the death penalty is you kill a prominent white person or rape and kill a white woman. That's the only thing that really brings the death penalty, You rarely ever see the death penalty when it comes to black people, Sometimes you see the death penalty and whatnot, Which we call principally goes, where are black people are silent, principally. Black people are silent. Black people are sitting out this one out, principally. You guys, you immigrants and whatnot, you guys are on your own. Yeah, people are talking. Yeah, even the FBA movement is silence. They're not engaged in the political fucking process. When I say silence, is we're not engaged in the political process. Take the number one issue of today. Black people are not involved. The number one issue of the day is ICE and the ICE situation. Black people don't care about. We're silent on ICE. We don't give a shit about this guy that got shot up there in Minneapolis. That's not a fucking problem. So whenever people make a noise on the internet, it ain't translating to real life, Principe. Princess P, my good friend Princess P, Vibe says we're doing what they expect us to do. What do they expect us to do? No, they expect us to get out there and hoop and holler so they can control us. When we're out there emotional and they could trigger us and control us. That's how they control. But now they don't know what to do with us, right? We don't care about this. The only thing that's going to really move Black America, right? If you have a real Black nationalist movement and the government responds to that, let's say we do kick off the Afghanistan movement, right? And the federal government says, you know something, we're gonna basically pay every Black person $200,000 if they want to immigrate to this new Afghanistan. Then you're gonna see Black people giving an opinion. Oh my God, they're gonna say there's gonna be people saying, hell no, I ain't going nowhere. And then you got people saying, yes, we are with that. Then you'll see like this. But other than that, as long as Black people are comfortable with their jobs and their part-time jobs doing Uber and Lyft, whatever the hell they're doing, and paying their bills and whatnot, and ordering pizza on the weekends and whatnot, going to the movies, they ain't been involved in no political process in America. Because they realize now, Black people realize now they can't be deported. They're like, oh, what about ICE? Oh, wait a minute. I'm a U.S. citizen. Yeah, by birthright, I can't be deported. Ain't my issue. Before we used to take on everybody's issue, Principe, it used to be a time. And the silence was, I noticed that when the thing was happening with the Haitians, right? When they was calling saying the Haitians were eating dogs and cats, and they were like, the people like, we got to get rid of these Haitians because they come to our area and whatnot. And there was attacks on Haitians and whatnot. A lot of Haitians thought in the New York area, thought they were going to join with Black America. And Black America's like, nah, not our problem, man. A generation ago, that would have been our problem, Now it's like, hey, you guys are on your own. There was this thing where these Black immigrants in New York say they're being discriminated against by everybody because of their race. They're saying they can't speak the language, because they're Black, whatever like that. They said they're being discriminated even by Black Americans, whatever. And, it's a sad situation, but Black people in America, like, we got our own fucking issues, man, years ago, man, their issue used to be our issues, But now Black America's like, man, we're just, we're doing our do us, man. Right now, as long as we got the economy growing, principally, right? You have a total amount of investment. Let me see how much Trump brought to America. Let's look at ChatGPT. How much investment capital did Donald Trump bring in? Donald Trump bring in so far. All right. Whoa. It says claims about U.S. investment commitments, right? Look at this, right? U.S. President Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed that his policies have attracted massive investments into the United States, often citing figures such as $18 trillion to $22 trillion. Goddamn, So in other words, basically, it said 9.6 trillion in announcement investments. So you got trillions of dollars in a commitment coming to this country. Black people in America are going to benefit from that. You think Black people in America really give a shit about fucking what happens with ICE and all these other people? Of course not, Of course not. Look, Principe, man, you are delusional, I'll tell you, the majority of Black people think like I do. I know my people, Majority of Black people don't give two shits about what happens in this country. Long as there's money here, long as they're making money, the bills are paid, and all shit like that. As long as they got money in their pocket, they don't give a shit. I hate to break that to you, Princess P. That's just the way it is. $22 trillion worth of investment commitments coming to this country. To be perfectly honest with you, Principe, we want some of that shit. A lot of it. I'm looking forward to by the end of the year investing in all kinds of shit, blockchains, and because this economy is going to be the best economy. The next few years in America is going to be the best economy. This is a time to get rich and get wealthy, folks. Then we could do something in Africa, right? We start making money here, and everybody got a portfolio, and we're investing and stuff like that. Then we can go to Africa and do what we want to do. But we can't do that. Listen to people like Princess P, who wants us to open up raggedy ass grocery stores in the hood and whatnot as so-called economics. That's not going to get us very far, Princess P. That way's the old way, Princess P. But Princess P is a good guy. Whatnot, he means well. He means well. He's a good kid. He means well. Yeah, look, you say Black American. That's remember Abu Dawima, basically the Haitian immigrant illegal that was here, and he got stuck up his ass and whatnot. It was black people that came out for it. Dawima. That was before your time, back in the 90s. And basically, we came out and man, we was like, hell no, you can't do that to our Haitian brother. Abu Dawima, look the case up, Principe. There was a couple of cases in New York where Haitian immigrants were killed by police. We came out and protested for that shit back in the 80s. We always were there for you, but now things have changed. You guys come over here with your arrogance and shit like that. You guys, with this Haitian holding it out shit. And we're like, hey, look, let's go. We got to do our own thing. Let the Haitians handle their own business. Let them handle their business. We're not Captain Saberho and shit. Yeah, look, Principe, the thing about the DEI is the African American businesses never benefited from that shit. That's what we're saying. We're fighting. We were saying the whole time we never benefited from affirmative action. It was white women, Jews, fucking, and all these other people, type of people, Asians, and all these other people that benefited from it, right? But the bottom line, they put our name on it, affirmative action. You think of African Americans. So the bottom line, when they take DEI away, we're not, we're silent because we were to benefit from that anyway, We were not we were gone, So I don't know what you're talking about, All these things, Principe, really had no effect on us. Really. Psychologically, we believed that, right? We would just get triggered by, DEI, critical race theory, all this stupid shit, right? And we realized we don't need none of shit, We realized that when the Supreme Court ruled, I don't know, against us with affirmative action and college admissions was wrong when they took that away. They said, okay, it's racist against Asians, whatever like that. Asians will be the ones being hurt. And we'll sit back saying, something, okay, we're going to go with it. We'll be silent, right? All we did was pivot towards, okay, well, let's just start building up our institutions, And white people was like, what? Y'all not upset? Y'all not angry? Principally, they had a thing, I don't know, I think the project's been abandoned. They created this, to try to create this all-white utopia in Arkansas. Yeah, I want to move to Arkansas, This all-white utopia in Arkansas. And then basically they thought that, they went around asking black people, are you upset about that? We're like, no, let them do it. Y'all not angry? Y'all don't want to riot? Y'all don't want to picket? That's what they always think we want to do, They always think that we want to be near them. And when they realize the truth now that we don't give a flying fuck about them. In fact, we want a lot of white people to leave us the fuck alone. Go away. That's the point where right now, thanks to social media, we've been building relationships with each other, right? You may be the only black person on your job, but when you come on this platform and you're with family, with this, you know. So principally, yeah, I know most black people aren't Pan African. I could have told you that. I mean, what makes you think black people are Pan Africans? We don't need no damn black agenda. You know what the black agenda is, principally? Get a fucking job. Get in school. Get an education. Get a trade. Get a skill. That's the black agenda to me. If you cannot, if I'm saying I'm going to Liberia in March, and you cannot fucking have enough money in your pocket to go for 3 weeks in Liberia, right? It'll cost you like total with between everything about $4,000. If you can't have $4,000, and I've been going there for 5 years now, and you haven't saved $1,000 a year so you can make that trip with me or not, I don't want to hear what you guys say. You need to get more education, get a better paying job, do something like that. That's a black agenda to me, principally. We don't need no black agenda. We need fucking black people to start working hard, saving their money, investing, and pulling their money together. There's no damn black agenda. I don't know anybody, real black people that want white people involved with it. Look, the bottom line is if you don't have $4,000 right? After 4 years, you can say I don't have $4,000 now, Collar, but 3 years from now, I got that. I'm gonna have that. Yeah, motherfuckers that can't. I mean, you mean tell me you can't save $4,000 in a span of 3 years? You can go look. I did it, but calculation principally, right? If you took on Uber, right? Let's say you work part-time Uber. Let's say like part-time Uber. Let's say, and let's say I know when you do Uber, you can make at least minimum $100 a night, right? Let's say you work 5 nights a week. Let's say 100 times 5, right? And then times 4, $2,000 in 1 month. $100 a month, right? $100 a day, 5 days a week, right? $2,000 a month. You can have that in 2 months. Well, I'm sick and tired of dealing with lazy people who want everything on the table. When people say they want a friggin' black agenda, that means they want me to stop what I'm doing and give them a black agenda. I got my fucking agenda. I built a business. You young men got to get out there and find your way. I don't take nobody seriously if you can't come to me. I love my brother Dave because look, he's in Liberia right now. That's one of my disciples. That is a Collar Nation, Collar Genesis disciple. Because he took the money and whatnot and said, look, I'm going to the continent. I see what we're doing in Liberia, Collar. I'm going to be there. He's from he's been there before I met him. But he makes sure he goes every year like I do. That's what it means to friggin' have something. But if you have not made your trip to the African continent by now, whatnot, there's something fucking wrong. I don't have nothing you have to say. You got people like me, Dinah Samir, and stuff like that who are giving you an agenda. Building relationship with Africa is a fucking agenda. That's the only agenda that will work at this point. Shit, if you basically have $2,000 a month, right? Let's say you cut that in half. You don't want to work 5 days a week. We're not. Let's say you only want to work 3 days a week. Let's see. Let's do it like that. 3 days a week, all right? Let's say you want to work 3 days a week. Let's see. $100 times 3 times 25. 25 days. In 1 month, you have 100 3. No. Excuse me. Wrong. 100 times 3 times 4 times 4. Okay, let's say you work 3 days a month, right? That's $1,200. You tell me you can't get out there and to make like $100 in Uber, you only talk about driving for like 4 hours. So 4 hours of your time you can do driving for Uber. Create a separate account, right, where the money goes into there, and watch it build. But that takes discipline, you know. $1,200 a month. In 4 months, 3 months, almost 4 months, you got your money. Say $5,000. Let's say you got 4 months. You got almost $5,000. That's enough money for your plane. You can get an Airbnb for like 3 weeks, an Airbnb, and meals, everything. Put that on a prepaid credit card, whatever that. Use a credit card, debit card for that. You know, borrow against it. And you got your trip. And then you pay it back with not monthly payments. And then next thing you know, you building up credit too. Well, like I said, I am sick and tired of dealing with idiots and whatnot, you know, online telling me, "Oh, we need to do what we need to do." It's always all these niggas what we need to do. Nigga, I don't want to hear nothing about what we need to do anymore. I want to see what you do. So we're talking about that tonight, folks. And we're just, so like I said, Black America's silence has everybody is there. The bottom line is this, man. You guys got to get out there and y'all got to start making some fucking real money. Get making some real fucking money. That's the one thing. If you can't save money and discipline yourself, well, now I want to hear what you got to say. Really. Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing guys 28, 29 who's never traveled overseas. Look, what do you mean reality? Reality is we live in America, principally. We've survived in this country for 400 years. You're not telling us anything new. We've been here for 400 years. Not going anyplace. Black people in America are doing fine. They don't need nothing to address and whatnot. It's just that you got some black people who just, like I said, principally, we avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. Some people are just unlucky, principally. I can't do anything about that. They're unhappy and they're unlucky. You got to stay away from that. Look, three things you guys, three character traits in people you got to worry about. People who are unhappy, people are hungry, unhappy, and unlucky. Those people will kill you. You got people who are unhappy, unlucky, and hungry. Come on, Person B. You're going to tell me you make $1,000 a week, man. Stop it, man. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Hey, when people tell me it's tall tales, look, Principally, I know when somebody makes that type of money, $4,000 a month. Come on, stop it. You make at the most like around 2,500 a month. You know, $4,000 a month. You mean you're some sort of a professional? You know. Yeah, you stay away from the unhappy, the unlucky. The unhappy, the unlucky, and the hungry, and the broke. Well, unhappy, unlucky, hungry. Hungry means they broke. The unhappy and the unlucky. You got to stay away from those people. The unhappy and unlucky are always going to be coming around telling you what we needs to do, the agenda. We got to do color. We got this. I'm like, nigga, I don't have to do shit. My bills are fucking paid for. What we got to do or not. What we got to do or not. All those what we's got to do people or not. It'll be cracking me up. You know. What we've got to do. Everybody, Black America is the side. Well, I think no one's basically. Uh, uh, we have years of people like listening to gurus and fools and goofballs like Jay Morrison, Boyce Watkins, Claude Anderson, all these fucking clowns. Has anybody ever got wealthy from listening to these guys? No. Has a community ever improved? No. So you know what happened? Black people doing? We're not listening to these fools no more. There's gonna be people come along. I see people now on TikTok. These people are real investors when they're coming along when nobody wants to listen to them because they're like, "Oh, we heard this before with Jay Morris. We heard this before the Tulsa shit." That's why it's so dangerous when people get out there and you fuck up. You mess it up for everybody for a whole damn generation. You know. So you basically you mess it up for everybody because nobody wants to trust you anymore. People come up with these harebrained schemes and whatnot. We're gonna Tulsa real estate. I heard everything, man. That's why black people are just sitting silent. You go out there and be a fool yourself. We thought we were going to get to a brand new school, by Dr. Umar Johnson. Now, I've been wanting to go to Dr. Umar Johnson's school since I was in fifth grade, man. I was like, man, when I grow up, I want to go to Dr. Umar's school and I want to learn some Pan Africanism and Black Power. I was in fifth grade, man. Here I am in my 50s, whatnot. I still ain't got a membership in Dr. Umar's school, whatnot. I mean, it just one disappointment after another. You had Tariq Nasheed. On one hand, he gave us a one hidden color, and then the other hand, he gave us the reality or a raggedy ass building with a hole in the wall on the outside. Where he gave us one thing, the AI version of it, then what he gave us in reality was two different things. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, more power to the people that help in the community. Yeah, the community needs some help. It needs some help, man. The community needs your help, Principe. Get out there and help, Principe. Get out there and help. Yeah, yeah, yeah. People are silent because, man, you need help. Oh, who's supposed to give him that help? Principally, I'm not a government. He didn't pay a dollar bill. Dollar bill ain't nothing to do with that. Don't put that on my brother dollar bill. Tariq Nasheed came up with that, man. Everybody like, yeah, man. I thought it was hot too, man. Hidden History Museum, whatnot. The way he had that shit, man. You know, like goddamn. Let me try to find that video, trying to pick those pictures. You know. Let's see if I can find it. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. This is what I'm talking about, right? And we, like I said, the reason why we're silent right now is because we have a lot of disappointments, right? We had a lot of disappointments, right? On one hand, we were told that we were going to get this for the Hidden History Museum. Doesn't that look impressive? See how black that is out there? Like, god damn, we're stepping up, man. That's going to be in Los Angeles. See the road right next to it. And I was like, damn, I can't wait to fly out there to go to Hidden History Museum, right? Okay. And then this is what we ended up with. Hold up. Dr. Kaba. He has exhibits with paintings, man. What a fucking joke. Oh my God, man. What a fucking joke. Yo, look at this building right here. There's a big hole on the inside. Yo, look, rats, squirrels, mice, anybody can get in there and bite your ass, you know? Look at this hole right here. Look at this. This here looks like a goddamn a storefront, you know, a pizza a joint storefront. You know? Oh, I already talked about Dr. Umar's school and whatnot, but I'm saying, but this is supposed to be the Umar's not done with his school yet. You know, that's the whole thing, you know. You know, I did zoom in. That's as far as you can go in. You see, look at this. There's a big hole right here to the right. That's a big damn hole, you know. Put your head near the computer screen, nigga. You know, this is a hole right here. But the problem is, this is what we were told we were going to get. This is what we got. No, hold up. Who is this clown? You know? Oh, that's like my boy, Crypto Black. Don't tell me that Negro went out there. But anyway, this is the History Museum. This is what we got. This is what we got. Yeah, Umar should have got a starter school or something like that, you know? You know, this is what he should have. This is what we got for a Hidden History Museum. I am so heartbroken and disappointed, man. I wanted to go out there and be proud that we did something. We got a History Hidden Museum, whatnot, you know? And how many times do you gonna get your heart broken before there's a silence, right? Well, I don't come out for nothing no more, you know? I was let down by Dr. Umar, let down by Tariq, I was let down by Jay Morris. Man, you know, like I said, man, I am a ringmaster, right? Because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns, you know? One deadly clown after another. They had Polite with that 14-year-old girl, he sexed her, left semen all over the place, a dumb nigga, you know? I mean, it's just one thing after another, just it's one thing after another, you know. You know, so it's just you know, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to turn. I try to turn here. I be searching around for things and whatnot. You know, I go on Afro Think Tank. I mean Afro Think Tank when I I find no answers and whatnot. He's over there playing with his catfish over there in Nigeria. I don't know. I go to Pan African Strikes Back, whatnot, you know. I don't know. He's turned MAGA on me and whatnot. I mean, I find some solace in my good friend Dynasty. Me, search for Ruru. But shout out to Dynasty. He got us 20 subscribers yesterday, man. 20 subscribers. We are like 15 subscribers away from glory. You know, if that begins the next phase of the colonization, right? Monetization, and then next thing you know, this channel is gonna grow. You know, once you get that 1,000 subscribers and you got ads and whatnot, it starts putting. Then next thing you know, before you know it, you got 2,000 subscribers. It starts growing from there, and that's when it starts growing because you're being pushed out there. You know, once you reach that magical number is everything. You really got to work hard. They make you work hard for that first thing, you know. Yeah, man. You know, I like Afro's think tank, but I go to Afro's think tank. I try to find, you know, but I'm searching around, man. I don't know where I don't know where to turn to anymore. I mean, where can I turn to? I'm trying to go to Afro's think tank. You know, kind of disappointed there. You know. You know, I mean, I like to search for Huru. You know, I mean, somewhat. You know, I love my brother Dynasty, whatnot. You know, can't say nothing bad about him. You know, who else? Who else is there? You know, I need to debate people. Well, the bottom line is this: who am I going to debate that I won't crush? You know, people can debate me anytime. I can debate anybody, I crush them. I never lose a debate. I tried to. Who else I try to go to? I mean, who else got a channel? Who else doing this, man? I mean, I try to go. You know, I haven't been to yet. I haven't been to my good brother Dollar Bill Mbutu's channel. You know, I got. Maybe I can find some answers there. You know, I could go to a Mbutu channel and whatnot. You know, and maybe Fruity Barudi's there and whatnot. You know, and they'll give me a dragon collar, man. Speak some Kiswahili and whatnot. So I can't really go to Baruti, you know, and all that stuff like that. You know. So it's what you call it. So it is what it is. The FBAs are too fucking easy, you know. They're too fucking easy. Now they this little thing with ISO Speed, little 21-year-old kid got them in a meltdown. Then you got all these black fraternities going to Ghana and stuff like that. These people, let me tell you something, folks, about the FBA. If you're going to take on the Pan-African, the black nationalist world, you better come correct. Because what I'm seeing right now, your leader, this is the best y'all got. See this raggedy ass fucking museum? That's the best y'all got? That's all y'all got? ISO Speed's going to these black countries and whatnot, they're saying, come on home, whatnot. That's Pan-Africanism. Tariq is saying, come to the Hidden History Museum. I can only bring 20 of you in a place at one time, you know, because of fire safety codes and whatnot, you know. You know, so it is what it is, you know. But I don't know where to turn to. Where am I going to turn to right now, you know? I mean, I got my good brother Simp Police when he does a show. I could turn to him. You know, he's a good brother. When I can listen to some stuff he says and whatnot, you know. I really don't have any options anymore, you know. You know, I'm fumbling around TikTok and whatnot, trying to find things. I'm not finding anything, you know. I'm just depressed, you know. You know, well, he's not a Pan-African, but he did the work of us. What he did was show that fact. Yeah, the energy for Africa is still there. It's very strong. You know, so people want to know something new. You know, like I said earlier, there's a deafening silence in Black America because Black America is open for business. You know, open for business. You know, right now, if any of these African countries had an IQ above 70, right, they'll see Black America is right for the taking. But the African mind doesn't know how to access that. The African mind, you got to tell something. When you talk about Africans, you talk about people who are just one generation out the village. They don't even understand they got nation states, republics, recognized nation in the UN, right? They don't even understand. Don't even use their sovereignty or their diplomatic relationships, stuff like that. You know, it ain't till Donald Trump comes in and say, "Oh, damn, we're sovereign nations too." if you're going to sanction us, we're going to sanction you. They didn't even know that. We give out passports. We got all this stuff like that. We're recognized as republics and whatnot. We're a country like the United States. Before, it was like America was the country, and this was just some place where we are. Now these countries are starting to have some pride in themselves and whatnot. It's about time. And they basically like this. Look, Black America is open for business. Any country in Africa, if they really would think, they could make inroads into Black America and have 45 million people at their disposal inside America. If that's what it is, because as more and more Black people withdraw from America, right? They can say the Americans are going to do everything they can to steer us back into this American thing. That's why they're pulling out all the hopes for people like Nicki Minaj and all these other people. They're trying to, lure us back into Americanness, right? The FBA movement's failed. That's a joke and whatnot. FBA all day, FBA all day. Whatnot, Black people are fucking so fed up with America. As bullshit. As we learn more about the history of this country, what happened to our people here, we're losing a thing like this, So, yeah, Africans are political babies. It's like not babies, infants, man. God damn, the African politically is like a child, The FBA is not growing where. FBA all day. FBA all day. FBA all day. FBA all day. Cut the check. Cut the check. FBA all day. Like I said, man, you can call me the ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns, But Black America is silent right now. Why? Is it working? I think it is, We're so silent right now that anybody can come up and whatnot and woo Black America, We're open for business, folks. Anybody listen to this, any country, superpower in the world that wants to adopt Black America, come on, bring it on, Bring it on, We're ready for a new reality, Because this relationship with white America, these slippery characters, and so white America's, there's some slippery characters. You ever notice that? The white Anglo-Saxon is a slippery character, They always got tricks and bullshit up their sleeves and whatnot. Like this clown Matt Walsh, What the fuck is a Matt Walsh? Guy's a fucking clown, I know they call me the ringmaster, but goddamn, man, I look at Matt Walsh, man. He makes my job easy for me, I am the ringmaster with my circus of deadly clowns, I changed my mind. I think after I get 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna start having some white guys come up here to beat them up. I want that smoke. I want the smoke. To you hot people out there listening to me, if you are listening to me, that's why I hope this thing, because I want to start reaching into the mainstream and whatnot. And I want the challenge because people like Principe and all these other people, Nat Beasley and all these people, they're boring me. I'm ready to fucking for real debates. FBA churches, MAGA, Black MAGA yapping all over and where it's they're yapping on the internet, but I'm talking about real life Principe. It ain't nothing happening. That's all they do. They give you the internet so you can yap your mouth off and nothing happening, But Princess P don't understand that. Let's see if I can find some good old FBA. Oh, this is funny. That's steady. It's Sarah steady. It's for generations. Hold on. Let me get this thing. Sarah said he got a message for Tariq. And I basically he said, yo, this nigga came out of nowhere. Yeah, I remember. And I got Tariq and shit. Who the fuck is this? Yeah, Hidden Colors or whatnot. This nigga came out of nowhere. Like his background. He was a pimp, but he sort of grift. everybody was on his conscience, so he just came out with this fucking bullshit called Hidden Colors. But many of you fucking stupid niggas went to go see it, and bought his tape, But Sarasuda General Seti has something to say.
You. Not 1, 2 generations. You ain't got to show me 3. Show me 2 generations of teachers, magnificent motherfuckers. I'm not talking about no motherfuckers that, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about magnificent minds in your lineage. Motherfucker can't just showed up. I mean, you niggas wasn't even here when I was first started in the goddamn, in Black, the modern fucking lecturing. You niggas wasn't even there when I started. So you niggas is like, so out of nowhere, poof, here you go. Another rock to roll up the goddamn mountain to fall right back down. Always talking about lineage and genealogy. I said, well, where your teachers at? Show me 2 generations of niggas that think like you. Not 1, 2 generations. You ain't got to show me 3. Show me 2 generations of teachers, magnificent motherfuckers. I'm not talking about no motherfuckers that, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about magnificent minds in your lineage. Motherfucker can't just showed up. I mean, you niggas wasn't even here when I was first started in the goddamn, in Black, the modern fucking lecturing. You niggas wasn't even there when I started. So you niggas is like, so out of nowhere, poof, here you go. Another rock to roll up the goddamn mountain to fall right back down. Always talk.
Goes on your forehead like this.
Hold up. Let's see.
Exactly why every white person in this country who voted for Trump is a racist piece of shit. I'm going to tell you that right now. How do you wink at a nigger?
Oh my God, please stop.
All right, motherfuckers. I learned that from a 10-year-old son of a police detective in my hometown growing up. His father, a police detective, his best friend, another fucking police detective. All right. My entire existence growing up. Yeah, walk away. Walk away. Do it. Walk away. We're coming. Everyone's in the streets. All right. I never heard either one of these detectives say anything other than the N-word when they were talking about black people. Not once. Not once ever. Now, if you think that's a vile joke that I just told you, I already told you guys in meetings in the past, I got 50 fucking more. I learned them all by the time I was 10. Guys, fuck ICE. If you don't wake the fuck up to what is happening right now, you don't deserve this country. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Fuck ICE and fuck CPB. You guys better pay attention to what the fuck is happening. I don't know what's wrong with all you privileged assholes who sit on your ass and don't get out in the streets and protest this shit.
Thank you very much.
The white guy,
It's over. It's over. You better get in the fucking streets.
I do understand that you're trying to make a point, but even in trying to make a point, I do think it is a grossly offensive word to be mentioned in any context.
And
so
no, faces that this is what's happening.
No, but I'm not a white person, and it's being put in my face, and I find it offensive.
Is very important.
This is what I think the fallacy of white supremacy is.
Now, this what gets me is right here. I have my former producer of my radio show, April Showers, right? She turned on me, and now she when I got her into the Pan-African movement my first 3 years of my show, and then she left the radio station. She wanted me to come with her and whatnot, and I said no. She cut ties with me and whatnot. And then she became an ADOS FBA. Well, let's see what April has to say. This is not her talking, but she's going to talk. April Showers, she's fine too, bro. But That was my boo, you know. She was my producer on my show. Showed me how to do radio, you know.
Back is because they see who is being destroyed. If it was us, they wouldn't stop.
Right.
Mhm.
Is it all right if I answer the prompt? Oh, I saw you take it down. Never mind.
I don't think
Oh,
they
wait,
can. I don't think they
my
can
bad.
stop themselves at this point. I think the course is set.
No, wrong one. Sorry. Damn, I'm fucking up, y'all. My bad.
It's okay. Take your time. It's getting late. I get it.
I'll get back there.
Yeah.
Hot take: modern dating is just people collecting.
Get into this business of FBA. African, as Black people, we always recognize, we always put things where it belongs because we call out bull crap, right? We always call out bull crap. Like, it's not like you, when you say that you are FBA, it means that you are like affecting the whole of Africa. No, you know, but we are upset because, number one, you're trying to erase other people, indigenous to the land of the Americas. And another thing is that
we're not here to focus on your sexuality. We don't care. You've been doing it.
If you protest, you are probably.
Sir, we don't care. So PK, do you want to
He don't got nothing to say. He gay.
Exactly. We don't care about if you doing that. You're trying to turn this into something else. I'm sick of it.
That's why he called you. That's why he called you a homo, bro.
Bad boy, go ahead, man.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's my first time being on y'all channel for real. So I appreciate it, and I like the conversation. So I'm gonna just indulge on what you guys are bringing up. Me personally, I only got a problem with it because they stealing the same money that they need while they here. America is the land of opportunity. For Americans, is this a hellhole?
DC or Baltimore?
Me, I'm from Baltimore.
I knew it, man. I heard it goddamn chew.
Hey, yo.
It's out to Norma Jeans.
Yes, sir.
But go ahead, man.
Like the Somalians, for real, like how what's his name? Dun Dun was saying, like we Americans, bro. We don't deal with nobody like that, to be honest. Unless you contributing to what we got going on, we don't care about you, gang. That's like simple. Whether it's a white person, black person, nigga can pop out green, bro. And he from America, he don't care what you got going on, where you from, unless you contributing to whatever the cause is, where we at. And like, if we have such a big problem with the Somalians doing what they doing, how come we don't kick out?
Charlene, it's your go.
Okay, thank you. Wow, this is a big one. So I live in Minnesota, in Minneapolis particularly. I know specifically, and then in addition to that, my family is an immigrant family. I'm second generation American. So even with my stance, I have supported ICE. I feel very indifferent with what has taken place, especially considering
wow,
up the way from where I live. It's very scary to think that something near and dear to a lot of our hearts, such as being able to be armed legally, can be used against you in such a way. But what I do wholeheartedly agree with, for any person, especially a Black person, African, Caribbean, Black American, whatever you may be, I say people in general, like I said, stay out of it. Please stay out of it.
There you go. People are just saying, you know, something, stay out of this shit, you know. The hell we got to be involved with all this shit for, you know? Put our lives on the line, right? I like this picture right here. We are FBA. We ain't indigenous Africans. And sucker. I love this picture of these African babies. It's so cute, you know? You know, so... I found this picture on Facebook. This is my picture file, folks. You know. It's funny. It's Tariq eating some jollof rice. Oh man, I gotta let him forget that shit, you know. Bloody vamp. I am not a freaking tether, you know. I am from the United States of America, you know. Land of the free, home of the brave. I'm the all-American boy, you know. So why you kind of keep calling me tether, you know? Sit down, Principe, you know. We don't worry about some oppression. We dance, have a good time. Yep. Look, remember Yvette Carnell, you know? Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is your leader, you FBA ADOS people. Look how her draped in the American flag, you know? Yeah, I don't know, but look at Yvette Carnell with the American flag draped in the American flag, you know? And you know something? I'm gonna tell. Let's focus on Yvette Carnell for a minute, right? Let me focus on Yvette Carnell for a minute. You know something? The problem I have with her is this, right? She pivoted to the reparations movement to get some street cred. That's all. She ain't really serious about that shit, right? Her thing wasn't even so much anti-African. It wasn't just anti-African, right? She was against the whole do for self stuff, right? Because there was a whole movement of black people buying black and stuff like that. She first came out, got promised by attacking Jay Morrison. Now, Jay Morrison made some mistakes and whatnot, him and talks that were going at it, and Yvette Carnell, you know. But they would attack him, not that his method ain't like, because they didn't know much about the real estate business. They were attacking the whole idea that black people should be trying to get economic independence. So therefore, when Principe says, Colin, get a black agenda, right? How you gonna have a black agenda when you're gonna be, if you start doing something, you're gonna be attacked by people like Yvette Carnell? Yo, you Negro, this is your leader. Rico, this is your leader right here. That's why I got a picture up here. This is who y'all follow. And ever since you start wearing this flag, Nak Meezy and people like him follow suit. All these people like Nak Meezy and all of them say, you know something? I like how Yvette Carnell looks in that American flag. I'm going to get one too. You know? I'm going to start rocking the American flag too. Tell me if I'm wrong. But the whole thing is she was said against the do for self movement, you know? All that now where black people ain't got no money or not. She was against the do for self movement, but I remember one night somebody sent her a $500 super chat. If you think black people are broke and poor, like you say, why'd you accept the $500 super chat, Vet? You know? I said, that's you Democrat. I'm not a Democrat, Rico. You know that. Don't even try it. Don't even try it. Don't even try it. Don't even go there, you know? So you guys, the FBA and the LGBTQ, the ADOS, FBA, LGBTQ, all this whole big cabal, you know? You know, so it's what it is, you know. She attacked Claude Anderson. She attacked everybody. Boyce Watkins. She first fell out with Boyce Watkins, right? She attacked Claude Anderson. The very thought of that black people are starting to do something outside of white. She said that we should only be trying to build. What it is she believes that we're Americans and that the government has a responsibility to us, right? The way they handle immigrants. The difference between that thing is America, the government only is helping immigrants to get established in America. We've been here for 40 years. If we're not established, that's just on us by now, you know? She don't understand that. She's like, well, these other people get help and everything like that. Why can we help? Because most black people don't want to take advantage of opportunity or don't want to work hard, whatever like that, you know? Or maybe they don't have access to the system because you're right, we don't have institutions like other people do. You know, and when institutions do happen, These issues do absolutely nothing. You could have a black institution, and all they do is pass some legislation and claim victory on something that never changes the life of an average black person. You got Black Institute in New Jersey, right? Thousands, hundreds of them, right? How much does the state of New Jersey spends with the black community, as far as like procurement, stuff like that? Very little. So it tells me these black organizations don't fucking mean jack. But that's what she was against. She was against black empowerment. That somehow we have to be relying on the government, and the closer we are to the government. But the whole idea of black empowerment is we're moving away from the government. We're moving away from white America. We're delineating from white America. They changed the delineation we were doing towards white America and American government towards the delineation towards black immigrants. That we were talking. They completely flipped the script. We were talking about that time. Something? We got social media. Let's build among ourselves, build our own networks, everything, our investment clubs and stuff like that, our own crowdfunding and all stuff like that, right? Next thing you know, we're being delineated against black immigrants. God damn. How the hell that happened? Well, the lady on the screen is the reason why that happened. She taught us that the white man is not the enemy, but black immigrants are, Nigerians are, Caribbeans are. All these people are our enemies now, besides the white man, So it's just a disheartening situation, There's some more hungry African brothers. And Nigerians' eyes on you, and Nigerians' eyes on you. Wow. Funny. This right here is my old block. I grew up in New York. That's my car, my Camaro. That's my two sisters. So you want a little bit of color nostalgia. That's my first car right there, a Camaro, right? And those are my sisters right there with my dog, my pit bull Brutus, That's in front of our house. That's where I grew up, How am I a bigot, Elvis? What I do now? I just got to condemn Yvette Carnell, I just got to do. I get no credit, whatsoever. I just got to condemn Yvette Carnell for her xenophobia and everything, and here Elvis attacks me. This dude got tunnel vision. Lit plan, so-called African American slant for 7 years of culture, mass movement to the man. Look, the bottom line is this, man. Black people ain't mass movement no place, Brody. Mass movement do what? Is any infrastructure set up? Any jobs or anything like that? No. You got a billion. You got a billionaire and sponsors and investors? No. When you do get that, Brody, then come talk to me. Say you got a billionaire investor that wants to invest in black infrastructure or whatnot, then I'll listen. But I can't do nothing when it broke Negroes anymore, man. Niggas scraping, dining together, whatnot. Damn, we got to pay for this room or not. Okay, I got $50. I got $50. I got $25, whatnot. You got to pay for the room for the night. I mean, the room wasn't booked up, yeah, but we went over 2 hours or whatnot, man. I remember them days, man. Deal with broke Negroes. I've had enough. I really had enough. But that's my car right there, my first car. Like I said, those are my sisters. And it's my dog Brutus. If you can see the picture, folks, I don't know if you can see it with this thing. I definitely can't see it. Let me see if I can see it on my phone. See if you can see it. Let's see. Like you can see a little bit, Oh yeah, you can widen it, folks. You can widen it, You can zoom out on your phone. That's my car. I was green. I love that car. Oh my God. Bring up memories, right? Those are my two sisters. And that's my dog, Brutus. That was a pit bull. That was my dog right there. Bruce was hilarious. That dog, man, we used to put him, he was a lockjaw. We used to have this tire and we used to fling him around. He'd be like, it's so funny, man. We like have it on a rope, we'd fling him through the air one night. He wouldn't let go, you know? That was a tough pit bull, man. It took pit bull to fuck anything up, you know? But I miss my car, man. I miss that thing, man. I miss that. What? Some more pictures. That's a collar fist coming through the computer. That's what I want to do, man. I want to take on these white supremacists and shit, you know? My fist coming through the computer. Here's a funny picture. This is me in the 4th grade. All the other kids are looking at God Bless America. His collar right here. Look what he's looking at. He's focused on Africa, you know. That's me in the that's a picture. That's a drawing I did of me in the 4th grade. Well, all the other kids were raising a hand talking about America. I was looking at a map of Africa. I was distracted by a map of Africa. That's the story of my life and whatnot, you know. That was me in the 4th grade. Look. Yes, we're having fun tonight, folks, you know, in Colorland, you know. But Elvis tells me I'm a true bigot. I'd like to know why, you know, that maybe you can come up here and explain to me how I'm a true bigot. You know, what did I do? I thought I just did a whole synopsis on Yvette Carnell and what do you mean? You made a picture right after white smacked you and took your cookie. You made that picture. Oh, it's right here. No, basically, no. This was just you know, I was in 4th grade. That was a turning point because I moved from the inner city to a white school in the 4th grade. You know, but that's just how I was. That's just a euphemism. Me. It's not just a 4th grade. That's a 5th grade, 6th grade, everything. I was always interested in Africa. So I can say 4th grade, but it could be the 5th grade. It could be the 6th grade, 7th grade. I was always interested in Africa. I was always distracted by Africa when you talk about God Bless America and all this kind of shit like that. You know, I was looking at the African continent. Now, Kala, pay attention. We're talking about American history. And I was like, man, you know, no, there's got to be something better, man. There's got to be something better. And I was always interested in the motherland. The motherland. I was always interested in the motherland, you know, where my people come from, my peeps come from, you know. So we're going to talk about that tonight, folks. We are going to talk about a lot of things, you know. But, yeah, so I'm trying to remember last night's show. Last night's show was actually really good. You know, I think we broke some ground. And I was talking to my guy. I'm going to have my friend Sando Morris on. Now, this is a Liberian scholar. You know, he's a real Liberian scholar. His book is so well researched. And I found out today, I didn't even know this, right? He said the native people tried to erase Matilda Newport. He said that was actually, he did his documentation that she was actually a real figure that existed. And that incident, they said, really happened. You know? And then both sides, the Congo people and the native people in the 70s under Tolbert tried to erase her and said it was a myth. But he did his research, say, yeah, actually, that was true. That story about Matilda Newport was actually true. Oh, wow, man. I just learned that today. So he did a lot of research in his book. I mean, goddamn, this is research. You know, he had to go to the Library of Congress. He had to get all kinds of books and whatnot. It took him like 5 years to write this book, you know? And what you're going to have is a real accurate history of Liberian history, right? It's going to dispel the myths of the American Colonization Society, which was, he's going to conclude, was a failed project. They failed. Now, like, how could American colonization was a failed, bankrupt, because the settlers in Liberia, you know, were never given the credit they would do, right? Not bragging about our ancestors, but you're telling the truth, because white supremacy will have you believing, oh, the American Colonization Society created this country with the American government, America, whatnot. You know, they give all these glowing terms to white people, you know? And the fact that you had black Freemasons and carpenters and all these other people that were builders that went to Liberia, that just gets completely swept under the rug. So we're telling the real history of Liberia, you know? And that's important for us. Because if we really understood the real history of Liberia, then, you know, when we look at faced with a situation like we are in America, we're going to say to ourselves, is there anything alternative? Black people said that. Malcolm X said that in his last speeches. He goes, the whole game of America is to basically make black people feel that no matter how much hell the black man faced in America, right? You know, that they're better off here than any place else, but catching hell from the American white man. Malcolm X said that's it. Now we live in a time period where not only that we learn our history, right? We also know that we see examples all the time. You see cities like countries like Korea building new smart cities. This is before there was a Dubai, a Mumbai, and all these other places like that, you know, where they crowded people together and they were able to build minds. Yeah, Black America's capable of doing this, you know. We're probably one of the only people that's capable of doing this, you know. But we got to get to the point where we're all savings and investment culture, right? If we have like 70% of our money income from savings and investment, right? Then we can make that move easily. Then you're going to have a large percentage of working class. Then the labor force is not strained because you're going to have a large percentage of people that are there that are wealthy. The more wealthy people you have, and the more not just wealthy but well-to-do people, nation building is a possibility. How do you think America was built? You had so many well-to-do people in the New England area, you know, and then when the immigrants are flooding into places like New York and Boston and whatnot, they were basically said, "Look, yeah, these cities are getting overcrowded, so we got to send them things." They start developing new areas and expanding out west, you know, expanding westward. We could do the same thing. We could do the same thing, you know. So the bottom line is this. Right now, I think Black America is open for anything. They're open for anything. They're really looking at people are not stupid. They're looking online, seeing people going to places like Ghana. They're looking at places like Tanzania. There's people like, you know, like my guy Chris Brazen. He's in Tanzania, man. I ain't trying to come back to North America. He's living down there his best life. You got people living overseas, man, Africa right now, places like Botswana, South Africa. They're like, I'm in this country when their whole world changed. Like when I'm in Liberia, man, I completely forget about America. All the problems that Principe wants me to focus on, shit like that, you know. Yeah. Well, we need a land of our own. I just say Africa is a perfect place because it's unoccupied and thing. But we definitely need a place where we're 99.9% of the population, you know, and we control immigration so that our people are always like 99% of the population. That's all I care about, you know. I don't believe in integrating into African society. That ship has sailed, you know. I wouldn't even mind having an Afghanistan and maybe I look at empty areas of Canada. You know, who knows? We might be able to strike a deal with Canada, you know. Who knows where the Afghanistan might end up being? Might be in Mexico. Who knows, you know? As long as it's ours, we can establish our own government and independence. That's the main thing. You know, Africa to me would be ideal. but Africans, their envy and jealousy of us and whatnot, will prevent that. They'll stop those. So if we do it in Africa, we just have to just take it, because Africans, their mind don't see that. Any other group of people say, yeah, build your state, because they'll see how they can do business with you and benefit from you. The African mind doesn't think like that, The African mind is only programmed to take handouts and charity, Yeah, no, that would never happen. That right there, Rico, would never happen again. I can guarantee you that everything I write about, right? Everything I did is about protecting my own fucking people. That will never happen again, Yeah, well, yeah, I talked to Angola and Libya, but it's so far away. I talked to Angola and Namibia, but when am I going to get there? I can only get as far as Liberia, right? I need help. I thought by now, ma'am and sir, in the chat room, that I would have disciples right now, and they could be my emissaries on the ground. But I can't get friggin' black men working here in the richest country in the world, fucking to save $4,000 over a 3-year period of time to make that journey to Africa. There's something wrong with that. You went from nation to state. A nation. You understand what a nation state is, Principe? A nation state is a nation or a people. African Americans are a nation, but we're not a nation state. You need a land. A land and a flag and a seal. Then you become a state, nation state. We have never had the privilege as black people in America of becoming a nation state. America is never going to let us have our nation state in America, in this United States, right? Yeah, to visit. All I'm saying, if you go there, you can get a lot of work done in 1 month. Well, like I said, I'm not going to argue with you over this, man. I think just a lot of you guys just hopeless, Yeah, I still got my Angola is my end game. Namibia, I'm not too sure about. There's too many whites there. I love Namibia, it'd be a great place to visit and build communities there. But Afghanistan would probably be the only country I can think of in Afghanistan would probably be Angola, Congo, and Zambia. That's the only places I can think of in that region. Bottom line is this. If I can't get young men, Liberia is a good country as base camp. That's where we're going to launch it from, right? We're going to launch it, but Liberia is too politicized for us to build an Afghanistan there, right? At this point in time, right? Liberia will be ideal, right? I believe we could build communities in Liberia, and we can integrate into Liberian society because it's basically our culture. But as far as in Afghanistan, where African Americans basically have their own flag and the seal, everything like that, and the Constitution has to be written based on a Constitution in a nation state is a story of a people. Right now, Liberia is not just our story anymore. You got native Liberians there, and so we can get along with them and everything like that. But as far as like our soul, let me tell you, Betsy, whatever your name is, every soul needs a body. Every soul needs a body. The soul of Black America needs a land of its own to be a nation, to be born, Yeah, we built Liberia, but we lost it. We built that country, but we lost it. Had we built Liberia, right, and basically created two countries and let the natives people have theirs, like that, it would be a nice place. But we lost it, and it'll never come back again. Because we cannot build a nation with native Liberians. We can be part of them, we can be part of their society, but our own society, we need our own space. All right, Elvis, why you calling me a bigot, man?
Go to Liberia and be a part of it, Carla. Or are you running
Well,
away?
yeah, I am doing that, but that doesn't satisfy. That doesn't satisfy what we're talking about. You know, that does not satisfy what was supposed to be after 500 years. We have to be. We are people, and we have Black America wants to become a nation. You know, I cannot become a nation in your nation. You know, so the bottom line is this: it was a good experiment at its time, but you know, a nation.
Could we have been a nation in your nation, as you would put it, quote unquote?
No, I don't think so. I think it was a big. It was a mistake. You cannot
Yeah.
have two people. You cannot have two races. You can't have two races or two people, oppositely opposed people in one land. It's just never.
Well, were the American Liberian a different race than the Native Africans?
Well, there were different mindset.
Man, that's what nation building is about.
You gotta stand so Elvis, right?
Carla, you've been talking for 2 hours. If I can't even say something for 30 seconds, brother.
Go ahead.
Right, that's what nation building is about. It's about getting people to be in the right mindset by selling your ideas to the vast majority of your population, by bringing benefits, bringing patriotism to them, and the way you do that is to make sure that they're reflected in the governance of the country. That was the shortcoming. It wasn't simply because they're just different people inherently. It was because they had a shortcoming of incorporating and integrating those people and making them patriotic and to see the vision that they have so that they can have a shared vision and a shared future.
I just think what you call it, that sounds good, right? Because if you're a Pan-Africanist, that's what we thought, right? But I realize now, that the differences between the two groups of people, right? Even to this day, right? The difference between the two groups of people, and you got more and more Black Americans. I thought that when they'll go to Liberia right now, that it was like this, it would change. But more and more, I'm seeing more and more African Americans going to Liberia, and they're sort of gravitating towards either the American Liberians or the Liberian American element more than they are with the so-called indigenous people, And I just say, even though they like the indigenous people and everything like that, but we don't understand, Elvis. We don't understand, right? How what we see today, let's see the unrest in Liberia. It's like we almost get the impression that the idea of Liberia itself, right? No matter how what you say, is holding the native Liberians back, it's like oppressing them, right? And I'm just almost ready to be like, something, man. This is Liberia. Let's just take everything down and like that, and let Liberia form a new country and let these people be in peace. That's what I'm like. Because I see the constant hatred I see when it's like, dude, it's like people just don't want to see anything better. So I'm just like, yeah, like I said, be honest with you, right? If we build a nation, I'm determined to do, right? Now we could go to Liberia and like that, but Liberia is not our end game. It can't be, can't be, because we'll be putting ourselves in danger, and future generations in danger. That can't happen again, No. So I tell people all the time. People always say, "Well, Liberia is a perfect country for Black Americans." I'm like, I love Liberia, right? That's why I don't make a big deal when people say, "Speak, I system in Ghana." I don't say nothing, but I know for the most part, African Americans are well received. It should be Liberia, because of history, right? They found the country, right? That's what everybody's so puzzled about. But the amount of hatred that you see in Liberia, right, towards the Congo people and Black people in America view themselves as, they look at the history like, wait a minute here, those are our people, our ancestors, and whatnot, and when they study the history and they're like, well, that don't sound right, whatever like that, that don't sound right. They'll say, well, I see this side of point of view, because most of us always been like, yeah, man, we went over there and did. Then when you come to like Val Thomas telling me, he said, when you come to the country and you really study the history and study the people, and it's like, people get along. Both groups of people get along. But the thing is, the narrative of Liberia, and it won't stop. Everybody that comes along or not, and videos go viral. John just sent me a video the other day. I didn't even bother watching it. Somebody was like, Liberia is this, see the white guys, this white supremacy propaganda, the American Liberians, whatever. My guy, Sando Morris, is coming up with a book. He said, Paul, I don't know what the fuck is taking so long. He said, well, it has. I said, man, get your book fucking released. You've been at this thing for 5 years now, you know? Anyway, when his book is published, he really done the research and everything. Like, because I asked him several questions. I said, explain things I asked him I wanted to know about with him and Professor Davis and all of it. I said, look, what was the role of the American colonization side? So he broke it down. He said it was a failed project. I said, well, then why is it that when you think of Liberia, the world thinks of Liberia, you think of the United States government like that. You know, people don't even know in Liberia that the most powerful trading partner Liberia had in its development was Germany. People don't even know that. And that German U-boats used to dock off the port of Sino, you know? And German U-boats, because Liberia used Liberia as a base, had the whole North Atlantic cut off. The United States, through their Black American emissaries, set threats to Liberia to twice to deport and cut ties with Germany. And Germany was Liberia's biggest trading partner. Most of the business you see in Liberia and all throughout Liberia were German companies. They really
Liberia was right to cut ties with Germany.
Why?
Because of the Nazis, Carla. What are you want us to be attached to the Nazis?
First of all, that was not being established. I'm talking about World War One.
Yeah, World War One. The Germans.
Hold on. The British were colonizing and brutalizing Africa and stuff like that. And this is what I'm really talking about. This is why we have a silence in Black America, right? Liberia did not benefit from Liberia could have changed the world history if they wanted to, right? Because had they not gotten rid of Germany in World War II and stuff like that, right? And they not let the United States use its ports to, like, a German U-boats had a North Atlantic under control in World War II. Had Liberia not gotten into the war of the Allies would have lost, you know? So what I'm saying is this, though, what did Liberia gain from didn't that satellite tower that Germany had? Like, America took it over, made the Omega Tower, you know? So it was a satellite tower, and when the United States rebuilt it, it made it like a satellite where they could spy on the whole entire continent from Liberia. So America has never been a friend of Liberia, you know? I know like you guys think of it. The only friend, like Germany built hospitals, clinics. They built a lot of the buildings you see in Monrovia and whatnot were built by Germany and whatnot. A lot of businesses, insurance companies. Germany lifted Liberia into the modern world. It wasn't the United States.
You know, I was watching Dynasty's show today, and it was funny because I think you probably don't know this too, Carlos. So you probably learned something. Do you know who owned the Ducal Hotel in Liberia, Carla?
I have no idea. All I know is it was owned.
No, hold on. So it's a hotel that was owned by the Libyans, right? Gaddafi.
Just recently.
No. In 1971, I think. That's when the Libyans owned.
When they lost it during the war. They lost the war and Gaddafi tried to buy it back.
Yeah, it was a war, so it was destroyed. So, that's just
the whole thing is this. The whole thing is this, though. You understand something, Elvis? When you talk about a nation state, right? It doesn't matter who owns it, right? Because the government's going to collect taxes, right? It brings prestige to the country, So it doesn't matter who owns it, whether Ducor, as long as it's on Liberian soil.
Listen to Rico Miller's comment, and that's the problem, right? No, Rico Miller thinks that
nobody wants to build something and share with people and watch it when they build it because they put. No, I don't think it was like that. There was, I would say, there was a high level of native Liberian participating in the building of their country that they don't get credit for, So they were not. Now, I would say there were also the problem with Liberia was there was a lot of native Liberians who were helped build the country and whatnot, and then there was people who sat back and did nothing, who thought they could be just like Black America. They sit back and benefit by saying, "Look, when native people doing all the work when that. So we should run the country, you know. And they resented the fact that they felt like the Congo people were using the native manpower to build themselves up, and they felt that should be them. So they want to be
not only that, Carla. You know, there was always manpower coming from the hinterlands, as they call it. But besides that, a lot of the resources, came from land that was owned by the natives.
And I always say, yeah, that's true.
So I just want to explain it. Hold on, Carla. It's not an argument. It's not an argument. I just want to explain this, right? So the proceeds from those concessions, Rico, was used to invest to build the capital city, Monrovia. So the thing that the native people had no part to play in the development of Monrovia in particular is just that's not true. And this is the mindset, because sometimes you do that, Carla. You make people feel like the native didn't do shit, and it was only the American Liberians that built the country, and the native just wanted to take it over. No, that's what do you think Rico got that mindset from? It's from you.
Not for me. Well, I'm saying like this, right? Let me be clear, right? The manpower, right, in the 20th century, not in the early 19th century, right? In the 20th century, right? The manpower that built modern Liberia, right? The people who actually got their hands dirty were the native workers from the hinterland. That's true. But the thing, and also the thing was, there were people who said, you know something, since native people are doing a lot of work, we should be the one running the government. Well, that's a good argument they could make, right? But the problem was they simply were not ready for that, at the time, and over time, had they waited, they would have naturally assumed power, because they would have had the education, and they would have had the manpower, and they would have had a nation, they would have a country rivaling any country in Africa.
Carla, let me say this, right? And there's different factions in Liberia who was going about getting the change that they wanted, right? So the military, most people would say, hijacked their revolution, because you had students, student unification party, and people who were going to the University of Liberia and getting education. They wanted to become enfranchised when it comes to the running of the country or running for public office. And they had convinced President Tolbert. Carla, you can't even let me make a point.
Go ahead.
They had convinced President Tolbert to allow one of their leaders to run for the mayor of Monrovia. So they really wanted gradualism, and those who were educated, or those who were being educated, was the one who was thrust to the forefront to try to participate in the political system. They didn't want violent overthrow of the government. They wanted gradual political integration. But after the rights riot, when those guys got arrested, those people who many people saw was going to be future, political leaders that came from the native stock, when they got arrested and there was rumors that they were going to be executed, that's when the coup happened. But the military had no part to play in that struggle. They just kind of went and usurped and overthrew the government violently. So a lot of people disagree with the violence that happened, but
right.
There was
the only thing I would say to that is this, right? There was one thing they overlooked was, and I've studied this, right? There's more to running a country or be part of elite than political stuff. Like I say, in Africa, unfortunately, right? Like in America, right? We have what we call bureaucracy. We have institutions and stuff like that have way more power in many cases than the government. We have media institutions. We have public policy institutes. We have businesses, industries, corporations, stuff like that. There's many different ways to exert power in America that we do not friggin' have to run for all. In Africa, the only thing that works is a government, right? Had these people, Liberian people, had institutions and whatnot, and stuff like that, then basically they would have basically said, something, we build these institutions, like let me give you an example. The African Development Bank, the African Development Bank was supposed to be in Monrovia, but it ended up going to Abidjan after the coup, And so what I'm saying is this, though. Had they been preparing themselves to run things like this, Liberia was preparing to build its first stock exchange in the 70s, right?
No, but Kala, they
You know
only
what
wanted
I'm
the
saying?
first test.
Hold on. The number one bank in Liberia at the time was Chase Manhattan Bank. Liberia was in its own banking system. And then then Liberia was also started under Tolbert, right? Its own gold-backed certificates of corporations that they were going to monetize its rubber, everything, and sell shares on the Liberian stock exchange to Liberians at discount prices. That would have
I heard all of that, Kala.
What?
Right. I say I hear all of that.
What I'm saying is this though. So when people say this, then when the people so-called got power, they didn't even know all that was happening. It all evaporated and died away. What we're trying to do is right now in Liberia is we're trying to revisit that era of Liberia having a stock exchange. That's why I'm
listen, Kala, let me flesh this out, right? So like you were saying, the military, most of the guys wasn't educated. They hadn't been exposed to education through like. Hold on, Carla. Let me speak. So that's why many of the quote unquote progressive, they said that their movement was was hijacked because they were the one who was getting the education. They were the one who had enlightenment through education, and they wanted to test that theory or that idea that they're capable of governing, not by becoming president or even a senator, even a representative. They wanted one of their own to be mayor of Monroe.
Let me ask you a question. Then let's be honest with ourselves. Although you had the People Redemptive Council, they were working closely together with the progressive movement, right?
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to get to that point.
Hold on. All the stuff that was in the pipeline that Tolbert did, the Rallytown projects, the stock exchange, the bank, all stuff like that, none of those things were friggin' implemented.
I hear you, but let me make the point, Kyle. You just got to give me some time to flesh it out, right? So my point here is when those guys, they were refused to run for that election. There was a guy called Choo Horton, who was a member of the Chewy Party, Congo man, who was the mayor of Monrovia. And Amos Sawyer was supposed to run against them for the election, and the President Tolbert had agreed that the newly formed, People Alliance Party of Liberia would participate, and they would field a candidate. When it was time for the election, he canceled the election, and he barred their party from running. So they had hopes that they would be franchised and be able to run a candidate, and the president canceled the election.
That's all. Look, let me say this. Let's say I agree with all your political ambitions and whatnot, right? Let's say I agree with that, right? Because like I said, me personally, I don't give a two shits about who holds power or whatever like that, right? The problem is, right, is this, right? And the show I want to do is, my next show I want to do, if I do a show tomorrow night, I usually take off on Thursdays, but I might do a show tonight. I'm going to say the show's topic is going to be like political elections in Africa are like bloodless coups or nothing but bloodless coups. Because you literally, when you have a change of power in Africa, it's almost like you had a coup. Everything that the one administration has, right? The progress, everything they have, there's no continuity. In America, what we have is a transition phase. Every last single thing is transition. Both groups work on a transition. In Africa, what I'm seeing now is like, when people get power, they forget about everything. Why do you think George Weah, when Ellen took over, she left with it. They tried to take credit for what the roads are building. Those are Ellen's projects. That she.
What building?
All the roads you see that happened early in George Weah when I first got there. Those are Ellen's projects.
You know the saying, right? Hold on, Carla. Let me just say the phrase. Government is continual. I can't even say the word.
I know that. But I'm saying George Weah. George Weah fixed Ellen for a decade. Got them engineers. I remember when it happened. They went up there and they found the whole place was stripped bare of its copper during the war. She got up there and got those generators running in Mount Coffee Dam and whatnot.
Stop saying she got that running copper.
Well, she did. She was administration.
Yeah, she was the president then, but we had 16 billion.
And I'm a person who don't even really.
Hold on, Carl. Let me just say, she had $16 billion poured into the country from foreign nations.
$1.6 billion, bro.
No, it was $16 billion. Listen, Carla.
There's
Listen,
never been no $16 billion.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. $16 billion in cash and kind.
No, that's
right?
not true. That's not true.
That's
a lie.
true. Our debt alone, we had. Hold on, Colin. Let me speak, man. Colin, I mean, Colin, you've been sitting here and you've been talking. We had $1.2 billion of our debt was forgiven. Just actual debt that we owe because we just came from war. That was white though. We have money coming in from the Swiss. Of course, we have money coming from the United Nations, from Arab nations. We had a lot of money coming, and then we had kinds, people who were bringing services to our country, consultancy, helping us with many different things that we would have paid a lot of money for. Oil exploration block that a lot of countries came and helped us to do. So we got an influx of money into the country to help us rebuild. Many people think she underperformed in terms of rebuilding the country.
No, she.
I
looked at that country in 2005 when she took over. I was like amazed when I got there. I was like, holy shit, All right. It says she got 16 billion concession agreements, right? But that don't mean
that's just a concession agreement, not the help that the foreign governments give us.
Those agreements may take like decades to materialize.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the money that the actual, other bilateral governments give us.
You may have seen like she got $16 billion in the coffers.
Did you hear what I said, Carla? Don't twist my words.
She got $16 billion worth
in cash and in time.
No, that's not what this says. That's what it says. It says up to 25 years. It says up to 25 years.
Carla, you're reading concessions. Stop reading concessions. I'm not just talking about concession. I'm talking about the
16 billion. That's what it is.
Oh boy, you're not listening, man. You're not listening. Those are just concessions. I'm not even just talking about concession. You know what a nation is rebuilding? We got $1.2 billion of our debt forgiven. We have money that was donated to Liberia for our redevelopment for many European countries and some Asian Arab countries. Those are the monies that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about concessions. Don't twist my words.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is
it's fine. It was a missed opportunity. We move on.
I'm saying what she did with that, whatever she got, whatnot, it was really amazing what she did. I was like, it is what it is. Principally says proud parrot rather than pushing reconciliation, feeding some scars of both sides, not hinder your growth. I'm just saying, look, I could go to Liberia and have a good time. I love it when I'm there, when when people ask me about an Afghanistan, right, for my people, that's a little something different. I can't put them in harm's way like that. I cannot do that. I cannot have
an African goddess is right in her last comment. Government is continuity, right? And you can't just stop, what the previous government did. And so when these political parties run the rhetoric that, we built this road, we built that road, usually it's in the works and they're just completing it.
We know that. What I'm saying.
So when you brought up that point, it was a moot point.
When this guys, when these people came to power in 1980, right? The things that worked were all the people that there was already construction companies there building roads, and all they did was continue what they were doing.
Yeah, those are not the people that were supposed to take.
The problem was what they were supposed to do was the things that didn't. I think that was an incubator, like which we call the African Development Bank, right? The Pan African Plaza, a military plaza, right? That fell by the wayside. All different types of projects fell by the wayside. After the PRC took over. Which we call also what fell apart was the Liberian Stock Exchange, incorporation. What fell apart was the Liberian.
I hear all of that, and I agree with you, right? I agree with you, and I'm telling you.
So when they say, "Oh, we took over ruling when that," but you
was talking about yourself for like 2 hours. I came to join the panel to give you some company, and you won't even let me engage you. I agree with everything you're saying, right? And I'm telling you, the people who took over power were not the educated, the enlightened, the exposed ones. It was a military coup. So even those people who wanted to be in that position to kind of govern, they didn't get the chance to do it because they were sidelined. The military was strong arm in the country, and those young guys who were coming out of university and could probably, really help and try to show that stuff were sidelined. So all of the things you're saying is true, fine. But Samuel Doe, being uneducated, came to power through the barrel of the gun. He wasn't somebody that the progressive or the native intellectuals went and put forward to be their leader. He took power by force. So he was not the leader that they wanted. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's why when people tell me the coup is necessary, that's what you got. We think he was going to hand over power to you guys when
you think they was going to hand over power after 133 years to the native?
What you had to do was this. So, if you guys are young guys, this is what I'm saying. This is what I don't seem to understand, right? In every other society, right? Let's take Taro Yosaka, the president of Mitsubishi, right? When he was just a small-time trader at 27 years old, right? He went to the Japanese government, right? And he saw, okay, it was run by a bunch of bureaucrats and everything. And he said, look, I'm the head of the Mitsubishi clan in this area right here. This is what we need to do. He was 27 years old, right? The government of Japan listened to him because he knew what he was talking about. 27 years old, young. Same thing that plays out all over the world. He knew when he was so impressed upon them that, look, we need to do this, right? And then at 28, he got the government to sign off on 13 modern steamboats and gave it to him, right? And that's how Mitsubishi became a world power empire business, right? And he said, look, we need to nationalize the corporation system. Whatnot. Instead of Mitsubishi being confined to one region, now all these companies like Mitsubishi and Sumitomo Hitachi grew to giant size. Instead of being relegated to the little small town paying a samurai or whatever like that, tribute, now it could be a corporation with its headquarters in Tokyo, and they got branch offices throughout the country. These corporations grew to the size of American corporations overnight. They built this. They said, "Look, we need a stock exchange. We need a place like this." They listened, right? They didn't go say, "Look, we're going to overthrow the government" or shit like that. They said, "Look, this is what we're going to do," because they had that shit organized. They knew what they were doing. They said these are young guys that were in college and everything like that. They knew the people running the country. The Meiji people didn't have the knowledge. But when they sent these people overseas for education and they came back, they said, this is what we need to do. We need to build railways. We need to build this. We need to build that like that, right? And the people listened to them because they had knowledge. That did not happen in Liberia. People came back and all they wanted was power. And they didn't perform. Because a lot of those people like Marcus Matthews studied overseas.
Look, Colin, that's what I'm saying, right?
They came back to Liberia with nothing,
okay.
Empty,
All right, Colin, I'm just going to be on mute. I'll go back.
Okay, I studied this one thing where this guy, I come across this stuff years ago, right? This one guy was saying that he met some guys from the your what you call the progressive movement, right? And he met them in New York City, right? Around the time of the rice riot, something like that. And then basically he thought they were going to get together and they had some real thing. And then after spending a day with them, he realized, he said, they were nothing but a bunch of troublemakers, So they didn't have any real plan other than seeking power. That's what the guy said. This is where I get this from, Elvis, right? This was a Liberian guy who said this. He said, I met them and blah, blah, blah. And he talked about Sirleaf. Right, her involvement in this, right? He said her and that guy Samuel Jackson, whatever his name is. He said people like that, right, were egging these people on. They're the one who Sirleaf was the contact between the progressives and the military. And so let's not act like the people were innocent. The military took over. They recruited the military because they had some of the military. People like Charles Taylor, whatnot, they were negotiating outside of Liberia, right? They meet them in America, whatnot. And when they found out that, one guy once said, I found out they went up by the troublemakers. They were plotting that coup in America. A lot of people were plotting that coup in America. And so therefore, what happens is any coup in Africa, right? You got to get the green light from the United States. When Tolbert made that move where he opened diplomatic relations with Russia, Libya, Cuba, and stuff like that, that's when the United States, Jimmy Carter, this guy got to go. And so therefore, They always do that, like Mobutu Sese Seko, right? But they knew about Mobutu, and then when they knew he had ambition, whatever like that, and then basically the time they said, okay, well, it's your time. We don't like this Lumumba guy no more, so we're gonna give you everything you need to take him out. Same thing they did with Samuel Doe. They used them. The CIA used them. That coup was a CIA engineered plot, and I got proof of that too, right? Because right in the 1980s, right, I saw some pictures, right? I came across some pictures, right, of some white people in Lofa County and everything like that, wearing shirts about April 14th, something like that, Jubilation Day and whatnot. And I thought that was odd that they were calling that, this was like in the 80s, calling that Liberation Day and whatnot. And these were Peace Corps members. Anybody knows anything about the Peace Corps, know that the Peace Corps is nothing but an arm of the CIA. So the Peace Corps, and then my friend Bobby William Gray, he told me right around 77, 78, he said, Kala, I remember everybody was talking. There was all these white men that were in Liberia on the Farmington River. They were boating, jet skiing, whatnot. They was walking around the country, whatnot. And they were talking about the chimpanzee experiment on Chimpanzee Island or something like that. So they were involved in all kinds of experiments. When I said our country just didn't seem safe. He got all these white men that were walking around the country at the time, right? And then he said a year later, that's when the rice riots happened, you know. And then a year later, he said right around the late 70s, the country started going into turmoil. You had all these white Americans in there and whatnot. And there's some people telling me, eyewitness thing. They said, I remember this, you know. He said, yeah, the country was uneasy right around the late 70s, you know. And then the rice riot happened, right? The rice riot was something that was building. There was a tension in the air about Congo people and whatnot that would never existed before, you know. And people say, well, they think it was a lot of the white Americans there doing that, you know. And so therefore, that's when the coup happened in 1980 as a result of all the stuff like that, you know, and people coming back from America, spreading all this, we need revolution, change, all stuff like that, you know. And the country, it was poorly planned, whatever, like they had no plan to govern and whatnot, you know. And then next thing you know, the country collapsed. The fact that this country is even coming back right now is a freaking miracle. And I think every Liberian don't understand, they're giving a second chance with this country right now, you know. I don't have an imagination. I'm just telling you like it is. I'm just telling you what I've read and what people told me. They said in the late 70s, he said, you had all these white guys in the country one night. You know, my boy, I say, man, you know, we was kids. We just didn't know what was going on. Just something that didn't feel right. But all these white guys in the country, they were just walking around and they're like the military type of guys in the country. And he said, next thing you know, we had the rice riots. And next thing you know, we had the coup. And he said, when he got older, he put it all together. You know, but that's what happened. You know, that's what happened. But like I said, when we talk about the topic tonight, black silence in America, right? I want to ask Elvis this thing. Elvis, what do you think about black silence in America?
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on it, Colin. That, like you said, that's your issue, your people's issue.
Yeah.
So you tell us what you think.
As an outside observer, you know, I think Black America is saying to the world they've had enough. You know, they've had enough. You know, after this past election and stuff like that, you know, just the way the country is right now, you know, stuff like that. Black people said, we just had enough. You know, let the chips fall where they may. Right. Unfortunately, for me, that's going to leave a lot of our people unprotected, whatever like that. But we cannot friggin' you remember that shit teacher from 50. Yo, look, now I don't remember 50 years ago. I saw it like 8 years ago online, you know. And if you go to a website called Liberia 77, have you heard of that, Elvis? Have you ever heard of Liberia 77, Elvis?
No, Carl. I haven't heard about it.
Okay, it's these two white boys, blonde white boys that grew up in Liberia. You heard about them? They're like this. There were two white boys that grew up in Liberia. They spent their childhood in Liberia. They grew up in Lamco and Yepika. I think they were Swedish background. They grew up in Liberia. Two blonde white boys and whatnot, and they have a collection of photos. Let's see if I can find it. Collection of photos of them when they was in Liberia. So let me find this. Okay, they were Canadian. Okay, they were Canadian. Oh, they made a documentary on them. Oh wow, man. They made a documentary. I want to see the documentary. Oh, come on. I want to see. Okay, here's right here. I studied these guys for years. They're two white boys who grew up in Liberia, But some of the pictures I saw them, right, really told me something, about the white people's involvement in that coup, All right, let's see. Okay. All right. This Time Magazine article. This was Tim too right here, And they probably have the largest collection of Liberian pictures growing up there I've seen so far. It's well documented, Let's see. There's the two boys at 77. Let's see if I got a video.
Me and my brother were always these kids.
They grew up in Lamco.
The kids who lived in Africa.
They grew up in there, and they speak Liberian English. They really speak good Liberian English. They know the culture of all the indigenous people. They speak all the indigenous.
It became our identity.
They're pretty cool guys, man. Really cool guys, There's a little bit of your history, Elvis. Part two.
I have all these memories and I have all these photos, and they've all sort of bled into each other, and they're all good. Knowing what's happened to this country in between, I was worried that those memories would be changed.
People had to burn their photos?
Yeah.
You burned your own photos?
Yeah.
Why?
I have to get rid of it so I may not be killed. It was not too fine. When the guys came, they would get rid of you if you have a healthy photo.
Is this the only picture you have of your?
Yeah, this is the only picture. Yeah,
it's the only picture.
Yeah, after the war.
It's important to have those things because
That's my
when
friend
you lose
Subin.
it, you're cast adrift. Even if it's just one photo, it anchors you into being who you are.
Everything that I possibly owned in the era of photography got destroyed. It's a great loss,
Yeah, a lot of photography, a lot of
The
photographs
country had a
were
museum.
destroyed.
They had a lot of collections. All of those things went away.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is in the
But when
museum right
pictures are
now.
destroyed, they are destroyed for good.
You know where this house is?
If you're going to rebuild Liberia tomorrow, you have to know where you're coming from to know where you're going.
What do you do?
Yeah, I would say about these two guys, they really do love Liberia. I would say
That's
that.
why people don't come to countries like this.
I don't really care about white people in Africa, but these two guys, I've studied them for years. They really are. I would consider them
So when we
Liberians.
look at
You know,
pictures,
they know the language,
when we recreate the
culture, they know everything.
when we share
You know?
the memories, when we tell the story, I think we arouse the consciousness of the new generation.
They're fantastic photographs.
Yeah. Everything you do or we do, every picture you take or anything action affects somebody somehow, you know?
Called Liberia 77, you know. Look it up. And they got YouTube videos, everything like that. There's a real big collection. These two guys that grew up in Liberia. They grew up in Lamco, Canadian. They grew up in Lamco. You know, that's the Swedish mining town, mining concession with the city of Yepika. You know, I've been there. I've been to Yepika, you know, and I've been to Santa
It's pronounced Yekipa.
Yepika. Yeah, well, I sound Yepika, you know. That's all I'm saying. I can't. I know it's called Yekipa, you know, but I say Yepika. You know, I'm American. You know what I say. Yeah, I've been there. I've been to Ganta, and I've been to San Niquele in Nimba County. You know, beautiful beautiful landscape, beautiful everything. All right, Nat Measy, what's on your mind?
How y'all doing, brothers?
All right.
So you don't have a problem with these white boys?
Well, I'm like this. What you call, right? I'm not. I think you got me confused with one of these dumb niggas that you see out here. I'm different, right? I don't particularly care for white people or whatever like that. But who am I? These boys grew up in Liberia. They know more about the country than I do. They embrace the native culture. They embrace the indigenous culture. More than I did, right? They really are committed to Liberia. It's part of who they are, right? Now, I got a different reason for being in Liberia, but I'm not going to say nothing against them. If I see them, I'm like, hey, how you doing? You know? No problem with that.
That to me is crazy because you got more smoke for Black Americans than you got for these two white sons of colonizers living. They live the sheltered life.
Easy. Bring your IQ up a little bit, right?
No.
How's he a colonizer?
Wait, hold on. Don't insult my IQ, brother, because every morning that you're on, hold on, brother. Every morning that you're on here streaming for 6 hours, I tune in before I get money. No successful businessman streams for 6 fucking hours every goddamn day.
Because I'm fucking doing it at night, you know. If I was I'll be fucking sitting here watching TV.
Oh, okay, yeah. So now let's bring it back to being so you get real defensive when it comes to white people, but then you stay sitting on Black Americans. These two white boys. Hold on, let me get my point on. These two white boys live the sheltered life.
Is that what you call my show to argue me?
No, I actually want to speak on what you just.
Let me clear it up for you, right?
No, wait, but let me give my opinion on it. Let me give my opinion, brother. You started with calling me ignorant.
Hold up. You just take some. I just came for these white boys. I'm just saying these guys were in Liberia in the 70s, right? And I said they have.
You said you consider them Liberian, bro.
Well, I'm saying like this: if they know the culture, like I said, Liberians consider them Liberians.
No, Look, you said you consider those two white boys Liberians.
What Magnesium is saying is right. These guys didn't have a typical Liberian experience. They were in a concession area that was well developed, so their experience didn't mirror that of the typical Liberian.
Yeah, but the bottom line, what I'm saying, my point I'm trying to make is this. I'll leave that one alone as far as like people like that. I'm not going to be the one that be like, oh, you like, because I would love to see a Black American go to Liberia, raise their kids there, and learn the culture and stuff like that.
But how do you know they know the culture, brother? They don't even speak with an American Liberian accent. They sound like straight white boys from Quebec.
They speak all their languages. They speak
They're
all the
not-
They have a Liberian accent. If you know the accent, you know they do speak a little.
Wait, but listen. A language anyone can learn. I speak Dutch very good. Doesn't mean that I give a shit about these people I'm around. Those two white boys live a sheltered life, and their life and their experience does not reflect the average Liberian. So when you as a Black American that has love for Liberia
why would
says,
they be there during the war? Why would they be there in the war? They could have left.
well, they were kids. They did what their parents made them do.
No, they were there as adults during the war. They were there kids in the 70s. In the 90s, they were there as adults during the war.
What, 20 years old? They lived there by themselves?
Yeah, they were adults. They went away back to Canada, came back to Liberia.
Wait, they came back in the middle of a war.
They came back, whatever they came back for, they did not leave. They came back.
Wait. I'm calling cap on this, but let me finish my point. They did not live a regular life as Liberians, and for you as a Black nationalist, saying that you consider these white boys as Liberians is crazy, brother.
First of all, what is this fucking hostility in your fucking voice with me, nigga?
No, hey, don't call me a nigga, you bitch ass nigga. What the fuck you talking about? You call me ignorant, faggot.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you sound ignorant. Stop acting emotional. Say what you got to say.
No, you stay having white worshippers. You love white men.
White worshippers. So that's your point?
No, it's not my point, but you never let anyone finish their point.
So no, basically, you think that I got this far on YouTube. I got two people in Liberia right now, Dave and Ross, and when I work for you because I love white people.
I'm confused. I don't know.
You're confused. No, you want to make yourself confused.
No, brother, you have too many white mentors and shit. Like,
hold up. Has there been a white person on my show?
And I appreciate that because some people.
Has there been a white person on my show?
I've never seen one, and thank you, brother. Keep that energy.
On my show, I don't basically have no white people in these spaces right here. We don't convert,
good,
whatever like that.
Good. I want to keep you like that. I don't want to hear you praising white people, making them Liberians.
You're in charge of. Oh, you said too many white people. If I had white people, I'd be like Chaotic Troop with fucking white people on panel. Or I'd be like your boy Adamus with fucking white people on the fucking panel.
And I'm glad that you don't. But brother, when you say two white people are Liberian, I gotta check you.
You gotta keep that slander out your mouth then, you know?
No, whoa. It's not slander. You just said you consider these two white men Liberians.
Hold on, you're certain that I have some secret agenda to promote whites. I just said these guys.
You just said that they're Liberian.
Person, man. Well, like, let me give you a perfect example, right? Me and Bomani, we that tour 2 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're in Libasa, right? That's one of the biggest resorts in Liberia. Coco Lounge, Libasa, right? The lady that owns it is a white French lady, right? And so me and Bomani was like, man, we got to deal with this fucking white devil bitch, but then our professional side came out, right? She gave us a good rate for the rooms and whatnot. She gave us a tour, the boat ride. She included that in there and whatnot. And her and Bomani had a really good talk about stuff like that. And he's like, I know she's white, but she's all right. No, she's all right. I said, yeah, I could do business with her. She's all right. So we get stupid nonsense about whatever you think we're supposed to be. We're not gonna get no place, So we're making a business decision and whatnot, and I'm trying to act civilized, I know the fact of the matter is, when I go to Liberia, when I get off the plane, whatever reason they're there, there's actually more white people on the plane coming to Liberia than there are black people, even Liberians.
Right.
What am I gonna do?
How does
y'all
that make
can't
you feel?
stop here. Now, y'all can't stop here. I'm like this. I'm just another passenger. I'm going to Liberia to do what I got to do. I'm going there with my wife, my family there, and everything like that. I handle my business, right? Whatever somebody is there doing and whatnot, that's what they're doing. Now, if I said I'm gonna have these white boys to my house and we're gonna be chilling, partying, then you can attack me all you want because I'll be a hypocrite. I never said
I'm not.
that.
I don't attack you. I try to. I ask the question.
You weren't coming at me.
No, and you should be able to have thick skin to answer the hard questions.
No, I don't like people coming at me with unfair. They make a slander.
No, I use your own words, brother. You said that these white boys were Liberians. I'm telling you, and Elvis agreed that they did not live the typical life. They lived a sheltered life.
Look, I'm saying like this. You go to Liberia right now, right? And go on once you go on Liberia, I'm going by what the Liberian culture says, right? I had a friggin' you have white people, and I don't like this, right? I don't like this at all, right? I bothered, but I'm basically saying this is not my decision, right? You got Liberian white women who are married to Liberian men, right? They're on TikTok showing their Liberian food and whatnot. They're showing their food and whatnot. And you got all the comments in the Liberian stuff about you're a true Liberian lady now.
Yeah, of course.
Their concept of race and stuff like that is different from ours. So I was putting
Tyler, give me 30 seconds.
Liberian African context, not in the Black American context.
Wait, but hold on. Let me respond to that. You're not a Liberian. You're a Black American.
I'm saying
wait, hold on, brother. Hold on. You stay cutting people off. Let me finish my point, brother. Please. You are not a Liberian. Number one, your lens of race is different. Your whole ideology based on a nation state within a country is based on your racial viewpoint. So you can't then try to adapt the viewpoint of Africans who don't understand the devilishness of white people. That's why when you put any cracker, hold on, and when you put any cracker in a fucking kente cloth shirt, whenever you put a cracker in a kente cloth shirt, brother, listen, let me finish. I'm a land. Let me finish. Whenever you put a cracker in a kente cloth shirt, all the Africans start dancing around the campfire, talking about, oh, he did be African, because they cooning.
Hold on.
Don't adopt that coon shit. You adopting that coon shit, bro.
Look, Nat, that's their culture. Some people say that for you, wearing the white man's flag on your profile.
Yeah, you can say that. You can say that, but I'm a Black American. I'm Black first.
Oh, yeah, wait, hold up.
You understand? I'm not landless.
You got somebody else's flag on your profile, though, white man's flag.
Bro, and you have no flag.
I don't have one. I'm proud that
exactly. So you're stateless. You're stateless.
So what?
You're stateless. But on your other stream, you said you want to use the blessings of America.
Well,
stop being a hoe. Stop being a hoe. Stop being a hoe. You jumping from Uncle Sam's dick to Waya's dick. Find a dick to ride on, my nigga.
Since I'm here, I'm gonna take
exactly
the best of it,
No, but bro, you're not even really invested in Africa. You're not invested over there. Because if you was, you'd be over there.
I'll be Nat. I will be there in 3 weeks.
On vacation.
How do you know? I could stay there. I could stay as long as I want.
You're a non-sexualized Pan-African passport, bro. You're a passport, bro, without the mongering. That's what you are.
What does that even mean?
That means you're just a tourist. You're a tourist. Do you have a residency permit? You got a residency permit? Can you vote? Do you have a driver's license? No.
I go to Africa and whatnot, I have a good time, whatnot. Why is that such a bad thing?
No, it's great, but just be honest. You spew hate. You got mad smoke for Black Americans, and then if you go over there,
what else do I say I'm doing?
You're trying to build a nation state.
When I go to Liberia, I never said that.
Wait, don't you have a whole organization?
Yeah, no, but hold up. The organization, the BAO chapter in Liberia is about Liberia. I let them run that. I let Ross.
Wait, but what is the bio about? It's about building a nation state in Africa, in Liberia.
That's me. I ain't doing nothing like that in Liberia. That's for the Liberia chapter to connect with us, right? We just want a base camp in Liberia, a base camp, buy property, stuff like that, training camp, military camp, all that shit like that. That's our goal in Liberia, to establish ourselves.
A military camp. Don't say that in public, bro.
And you can report me to the CIA if you want to.
Why would I report you? I'm giving you advice.
I don't need your advice. I want you to report.
No, you obviously do need my advice, because when you say you try to create military in Liberia, you're bugging.
I don't give a shit.
So why would people get down with you if you don't give a shit?
Well,
you lead black people to their death.
I'm the only one with balls. That's why.
No, I think the BIO consists of 3 people: you, Bomani, and the guy who sweeps the floors.
All right. You keep thinking that. All right, All right.
Well, let's bring the temperature down, brother. You're still my brother. But we got to be able to have open conversation, brother.
Really. The bottom line is this, Nack. I do what I need to do and whatnot. People follow me, they listen to me, whatever like that. That's fine. If you don't, like I said, I never get mad. You ever see me get mad when somebody does not agree with me? I don't care. I know what I got to do.
You call me a nigger with the hard R, man.
Okay. Well, it slipped out. You angered me.
Well, are you gonna apologize in the spirit of blackness?
I did not mean to say that. I apologize, right?
And I accept it, and I apologize for anything negative.
It was a fit of anger,
And hey,
12, man.
Water under the bridge, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You are
Elvis, you want to get in here to bring down the temperature of this conversation? Elvis is
I mean, you guys are right. You guys are points. For me, I'm probably different than you in terms of how I view white people. I'm kind of indifferent, maybe because I wasn't born here or I don't have the history. But I've never, denigrate white people or praise them excessively. But my view on white people is agnostic, so to speak. But with the guys that he's talking about, there were guys like that who grew up in Liberia. They grew up in a concession area. Most of them were Swedes or Americans, Canadians. And they had a really pampered life and a privileged life. They had the young African boys working in working in their yards, being their houseboys and housegirls and helping them be their nannies or whatever. So their view of Liberia was really enjoyable, which is nice. And they had a fun time and they came back to kind of, maybe kind of reconnect with their past. But outside of that, I don't hold any weight to it. I think Kyla is kind of intrigued by it, but for me, it's just, rich white people coming back to some place that they have fond memories of. That's all.
All I'm saying is I'm looking at it from a Liberian point of view, right? When I look at Liberians, I know how they think and whatnot. They Liberians accept them as Liberians. So I'm just like, okay, that's what y'all do, right? Yeah, that's what y'all do. Maybe a lot of Liberians don't accept me as a Liberian because I don't speak the Kolokwa and a lot of indigenous language like that because I didn't grow up there, So maybe
no, Carla, it's not even that. You ingratiate yourself with people when you employ yourself in their tradition, their culture. And that's what those white boys did. Believe it or not, they spoke with the accent, so to speak. They understood some of the things. They ate some of the food. But for you, when you go there, you're trying to take a step back, so people look at you as a foreigner because you're not integrating yourself with the culture.
I can go to Liberia all I want every time like that, but unless you grow there, that's becomes my reality. I'm never gonna be like that, what you call it, be like that. Those guys basically grew up there. They spoke the Kolokwa, they speak Bassa, they speak Pele, they speak all these different languages and whatnot. They know the different traditions. I saw one video. They knew about the folklore and stuff like that. They're way ahead of me, And so in that regard, right, I'm saying what like 99% of Liberians say they're Liberians. I'm dead serious. And I'm telling the truth, Elvis. I know you just want to see and suck up the Nakmeezy, but for a fact, right? When you see white people speak the Kolokwa and shit like that, a white man speaking Liberian Kolokwa on TikTok gets like a million likes.
No, it's intriguing, Tyler. That's what it is. It's intriguing. It's like somebody a white person going to Yoruba land and speaking Yoruba, or a white person going to Ashanti land and speaking Ashanti. People are, they're amazed by it.
You Africans do, right? Now, a white man could come into my community, Black America. I don't give a fuck what he says. We're never going to accept him as one of us. That's the difference. In Liberia, in that context, I'm not going to impose my beliefs on Liberia. That's what I'm trying to do.
So you can't go over there and drink the Kool-Aid, brother.
No,
Let me ask you this.
I'm just saying, look, I mind my business. I said that's what y'all do. Whatever y'all do, I'm not trying to change business.
So let me ask you a question. The Kolokwi, is that a language?
It's a English and mixed with Liberian. I can understand that.
It's like pidgin. It's like Jamaican pidgin. It's kind of like that.
It's like pidgin.
Right. Do you speak any Liberian language, Kala?
What?
You speak any Liberian language?
I speak any Liberian language? No.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, when they speak Kolokwi, I know that Kolokwi now. I may not be as fast. When I first heard it in Liberia in 2021, I couldn't keep up with the jokes and everything. Now, when I hear them and whatnot, it's just like
Tyler, your issue is you kind of don't want to connect with the native people. And those white boys didn't have a problem connecting with the native people. You only kind of want to connect with the American Liberians, which separates you from 90% of the population. That's the problem.
I'm spending large amounts of times in up country like he does, right? And then when I do go up country, most of the people I talk to, they speak English. So
Brother Kala, it sounds like let me explain to you from someone who's well-traveled, speaks 5 languages. Wherever I go, my first goal is to learn the culture, learn the language. So language and culture are
Liberia. I mean, that means the
wait, but let me finish though. Let me finish. If you're speaking Americanized or Black American English and you're not speaking their dialect, or if you're not even trying to speak their dialect, it appears that you are not trying to integrate, which off the rip is going to.
Let me put it to you like
but
this.
Hold on, let me finish though, brother. Please, let me finish, please. Why does everybody have to beg you to let them finish?
Because
once you integrate via language and culture, right, and then get involved in community activism, not necessarily something that's self-serving, but something that serves the people, then you can move amongst the locals. You'll never be one, but they won't look at you like, oh, that's the Black American dude. That'll just be,
all right, all right. You said what you said. Let me answer you. First of all, when I go to Liberia, I do just that. I do mix with the locals and stuff like that. And also, I have a clear understanding what the Kolokwi is, and I can speak it sometimes. And also, not every Liberian.
So speak it right now. Talk to me in Kolokwi. Let's go.
It's something that it comes out when I'm around Liberians.
So then you don't.
What's up, man?
Yeah, it's just something you come out. I don't want to
speak it to me, Tyler. I'm speaking it to you.
You gotta really be in. It only works around Liberians,
No, wait. It's a Liberian speaking it to you now. Let's go.
Hold on. Look, this is what I'm saying, right? So when you go like different Liberians, let me speak of Liberians, right?
Go on, brother.
Around Liberia. Hold up. First of all, majority of Liberians that you're gonna meet, they spent time in the United States. They spent time overseas, in Germany. They spent time in England, Ireland, Australia, whatnot. A lot of Liberians that you're going to come across, they're not just people sitting around speaking a local language. I would say the majority of people I come across in Liberia have been to the States and whatnot. They speak perfect good English. That's just the truth. Now, when you go and you got some of the people in like the market and stuff like that, the people coming from the hinterland, you may have to learn some Kolokwi and whatnot, just that language and whatnot. If you want to do trade, you want to buy the goods, stuff like that. But for the most part, you can just speak English and whatnot, and nobody sees me as a Black American. There's Liberians who speak just like I do. They don't know if you're a Black American or you're a Liberian that lived in America for 30 years. They don't know. Anybody tell you anything?
They definitely know that you're a Black American. They
don't know that shit. They don't
absolutely.
know that shit.
You
Yeah.
wearing them Umar Johnson hats with the red, black, and green. They know you from the
Oh, no,
diaspora.
I wasn't. First of all, I wasn't even wearing that most of the time. Usually, I just wear a regular hat, whatnot. You know, that was that 1 year, 2023. You know, that was the only time I wore that.
So I'm not going to let you get away from what I asked you. This is the Liberia challenge. Brother Elvis, could you speak to our brother Kala in that language so he can brush up on his qualifier?
Kala, are you comfortable with it, or you don't want to get into it?
Well, go ahead. Everybody speaks it differently. Go ahead.
All right. I mean, I haven't been in a while, but what's up, Kala, man? How you doing? Hi, Virginia.
What's up, man? How you doing?
You gotta speak it back, my man. You can't speak it and see what you speak. You can speak your regular way.
I do not. Even when I'm in Liberia and whatnot, unless I'm in front of my wife or the people, and I gotta come some drinks. When I get some drinks in me and whatnot, and we get liquored up, whatnot, that qualifier comes out. You know. Other than that, I don't just speak that shit.
No, but it's cool.
Okay.
Like, you understand
Like I
that
knew,
it can be hard to
like I
understand,
knew, it
especially
was
when
a
you're speaking
failure.
it fast. A lot of people can't get it. So I think he's been there long enough where he understands it. The only thing I'll tell you, Kala,
You're being a
Liberians
nice
will love you
African,
if you
Elvis.
can really speak.
You're being a nice, respectful African, Elvis.
Easy. It's not a big deal. It's
It
not
is a big deal. You
How white people, black people sometimes invite quote unquote white people to the barbecue. That's kind of how it is. When you speak their way of speaking, or you speaking that vernacular, they just look at you like you understand them and they want to be around you. That's all it is.
And so the bottom line, it's not a big deal. You know, matter of fact, a lot of these people in Liberia, they listen to watch our movies, listen to our stuff. They know exactly what you're talking about. They know more about Black America than the average Black American does. All they do is watch our movies, listen to our music and stuff like that, read our magazines, you know, all the stuff like that. They know everything about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, all shit like that. Liberia is just like being in America. It's like Black America overseas, you know? So it's like this, you know, so. And then not only that,
Right, brother. I would say just try to integrate more. I want to hear you speak that language.
This is what you don't seem to understand, right? My name is an African name. My name is an African name, right? And
Genesis?
No. My real name, you know, college is just a short of what my name is. You know, my real name is an African name, right? So people meet me, they see an African name. My middle name,
But is it a Liberian name? Is it a Liberian
name?
name?
Liberian name. It's an African name, you know?
African name means nothing in Liberia.
Hold up. When I chose my name, I was not really involved in Liberia. This was years ago. This was like almost 30 years ago. 30 years ago, you know? And so
what region of Africa does your name come from?
My name comes from Mali.
Okay.
You know? Among the Malika and the Bambara people, you know, that's why I culturally identify with, right? And I studied the Mali culture and whatnot, the history and stuff like that. That's why how my African culture I identify with, right? And what I started with the Kala Nation, right, was a modern version of the Nyama Kala. That means a craft group system, the trading and craft group system, which I want to build a modern version of it in Africa, right? And I am the Kala Genesis, the founder of that, the birth of that. You know, that's where I took my name from. You know, so the bottom line is this.
That.
And also Kala is also used in Liberia. As Kala is like it's like a
it's a pastry treat, you know. It's like puff in Nigeria, but we call it
Liberia. When Liberians get mad at me, man, they call me
it's a treat. It's like a pastry.
It's like,
you know, something that you
it's like a sweet puffy little soft treat.
You can eat it with like hot pepper or whatever. But we call it kala.
They call me sometimes when Liberians get mad at me, they call me pepper kala. That means I'm bitter kala, you know. Pepper kala is where you used to put hot pepper on a kala and give it to somebody needed, you know.
No kala, it means somebody who is hot tempered.
Yeah, that's what they call me, whatever. They call me pepper kala, you know. So I'm ingratiating in Liberian culture, you know. I've been around Liberians for so long and whatnot, they accepted me as one of them, you know. My friend Naya, the Mono people, he said, Kala, as far as we're concerned, you're one of us. You know, I'm very accepted in Liberian culture, you know, by staying true to myself, you know. That's the best I can do, you know. But these guys are really into the culture. They're really into the culture, you know.
Yes, the white man's ice is colder.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just telling you the truth, you know. I'm telling you too.
Oh.
As a foreigner, I consider myself a foreigner in this culture, right? They basically adopted a native Liberian name as essential. Okay, shut up. You know, this person's stupid.
But brother, those guys, when you hear them speaking for this documentary, they sound lily white. They're not Liberian to the core.
You gotta watch the whole documentary.
Wait, but so what they are, they're cultural chameleons. When they're around Liberians, they could do the brother, right? But then when they get around white people, then they whiten it up. They can whiten it up. They can whiten it up.
And knowing what they're saying, like some of the handshakes and shit like that, is not easy. You know, a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, they probably learned that in school amongst black friends or something like that.
A lot of stuff they know and whatnot. You know, they just know a lot about Liberian culture, the folklore and stuff like that. You know, and I was taught a lot of it, but I forgot a lot of it. They know a lot of the folklore and stuff like that from a Liberian standpoint, not a Black American standpoint. To Liberians, they would be considered a Liberian. You know.
Well, don't let these white boys out Africa you, bro. Get on your grind. Get on your grind, bro.
Look.
I'm supporting you.
Look, I'm black. I don't need to do that. You know, I ain't a fucking white man. I'm black. When I go to Liberia and whatnot, I don't have to fucking.
But they're Liberian too, according to you.
But the thing is, though, I'm black. The race trumps everything.
True.
Race trumps everything. You know, you can have all, like I said, I see a white person in Liberian, they can be speaking all the colloquial all they want. But bottom line is this: when I'm sitting among Liberians, I'm around my people, you know, and that's a white guy. Time for you to get
brother. If you have so much love for Liberia, why don't you change your name to get a Liberian name, brother?
Well, look. I don't have to get a Liberian name.
You should.
A Liberian name. You're moving the goalposts, you know.
I'm not. I'm just saying, if these Liberians have accepted you, accept them.
I don't have to.
It's a token of appreciation, brother.
I'm not trying to be initiated in the shit.
But you're trying to be a rebel. You have to have a home.
You don't understand something, right?
You need a home, brother.
Look. I am what counts in Liberia, right? And I go to Liberia, you know, I count. When I go to Liberia, I'm going there on a diplomatic.
Oh, you can't be saying shit like that, man.
What?
He thinks he's some sort of Donald Trump of Africa.
The native people, the diaspora, and the people that live in Liberia, you all count. Don't think you're more important because you're
I'm not saying
that.
I didn't say I only count, right? What I'm saying is when I'm there, right? Nobody's people all they want to know is, yo, tell me about America. Tell me about this. What do you think about this? What do you think about
don't see respect and admiration for you as a diaspora. The thing that they're worshiping you, they hold you in such a stand. Don't do that.
So bottom line is this: they don't want to hear nothing about that. They just want to know what about that. You know, they want to know about what do you think about this? What do you think about this movie? What do you think about this song? What do you think about this? You know,
so they just see you as some African American hip hop nigga.
Yeah, so whatever, you know. The bottom line is
you're better than that, bro.
They whatever it is, we get along. They embrace me. You know, we kick it, whatever like that. You know, I say, tell them, come on my crib. You know, wifey's cooking.
Yo, Elvis, trade me for Kala. I'll do great things in Liberia, brother.
Yeah, sure. Have you ever been there?
No, man. Kala love Liberia, man. He really does. And he studied the country a lot. It's just they showed America Liberia versus native thing that told him like he can't really fully embrace the native, which make up like 95% of the population.
One thing I will never do is wear the American flag in Liberia. I'll never have that shit.
Yo, brother, the Liberian flag is a spin-off of the American.
No, it's not.
Yo, the capital is Monrovia after white American president James Monroe.
Hold on. Lagos, Nigeria was called Lakes, so it's a Portuguese word meaning lakes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know? So what the hell? So all over South Africa, right? Cape Town, what was that named by? Pretoria, what was that named by? You know?
Yeah, the Cape.
Durban.
It's better for you, Kala. I have integrated.
So I'm not trying to integrate. There's no such thing as dang integrating, you know. That's funny, you know.
Yo, man. You give me 5 years in Liberia, I'll triple what you've done.
Yeah, right. Why don't you go there for 5 days now? You know.
If they had a direct flight from Holland, I would go.
Oh yeah, they got direct flights.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
You probably got to go
No,
to
you got
Senegal or some shit.
You gotta go to Brussels. From Brussels, then you can come to Liberia.
Right there, Brussels is right there. You know, you can take a fucking bus to Brussels Air and take the flight right there. It costs you fucking $700, man, round trip.
Will you make sure I'm good there?
No, you know.
You're gonna have the area. You're gonna have the area boys get me.
I can't guarantee your safety, bro. You know.
You can't guarantee your own safety, bro.
You know. But the bottom line is this: when my boy Ross, when Ross met Bomani, right? Because like I said, first they were having beef. Then I said, look, man, y'all two gonna settle this shit, right? He went met Bomani. That night, Bomani said, Ross took me on the town, man. He showed me some spots and whatnot. You know, he said, man, we went to the back out. He said, no, everybody's like, what's up, Ross? What's up, Ross? And whatnot. He goes, yo, that nigga got a lot of power here, man. And whatnot. I said, I told you. I was saying, so him and were going on Old Road in Congo Town and whatnot. They were just going to those spots and whatnot. You know, he said it was like real dark. I said, man, but nobody fuck with us, you know, because I was with Ross. But nobody fucks with you in Liberia. Nobody fucks with you in Liberia. It's a real peaceful country, you know.
Yeah.
Real peaceful country.
I can handle myself, brother.
Well, you know, I'm just telling you, it's a peaceful country. You don't have to worry about that. Nobody gonna fuck with you or rob you.
I'm not worried. I'm just saying. I was actually talking about, you know, show me where to go, like good restaurants and stuff like that.
The bottom line is this: you go on. The best way.
The bottom line is this:
you go on.
How many bottom lines are there?
What you call? You go on. Right now, you know, you go on YouTube. There's so many different YouTube channels on Liberia. So there's so many restaurants in Liberia. So many spots. You know, you just have to study the country. You always got to go to Caesar's Beach.
I just want to go on vacation. I don't want to start a new military and all that other stuff. I just want to go and chill.
All right, I'll tell you what. You go to Our Lagoon, right? That's a nice restaurant and hotel. The Calabas is the best nightclub in fucking the world, right? Right there, both clubs are right next to each other. And they basically have a lagoon right there. They're building an island right there, a club where they party. They walk out on the deck, you know, that long deck, and party right there in the VIP in the middle of the lagoon right there.
Is it in Monrovia?
Yeah. So
who owns the club? Who owns the club?
The best nightclub I've ever seen in my life. You know, that's the best nightclub. I know the owner.
Who owns it? Who owns the club?
Liberian. My friend Samuel Cooper, his aunt used to own the building, right? He's a Congo man, Miracle Liberian, right? And
Have you been to Passions nightclub in Congo Town?
What?
There's a nightclub in Congo Town called Passions. It's owned by a Liberian guy called Eugene from right here in Minnesota. Have you been there?
No. I probably saw it, but they probably don't have the sign lit up. You know, there's so many nightclubs in Liberia, you probably missed it, you know.
Yo, Principe is asking you to plug me in. Pause. But Principe, you don't want to do that because I'm gonna be the new owner. I'm gonna be the new chairman of BAIO if I step foot in Liberia, straight up.
Yeah, you ain't initiated.
Carla's gonna be my undersecretary.
Only people at BAO is people I initiate. You know.
I can't
initiate. Ross is initiated.
Let's do some business, Carla. Let's do some business in Liberia.
Well, the bottom line is this: before you could talk to me, Liberia, you got to first break bread and go there and touch ground. You know, that's my test. You know, when you test it there and whatnot, and you say you went there and you can prove that you've been there, take a picture, then I'll talk to you. You know,
help me with this then. What airline goes there from Brussels?
Brussels Air.
Brussels Air. I never heard of that shit.
That's Brussels Air. That's the main airline going to Liberia from the States. There's a United, and there's a changeover with Brussels Air when you get there.
In Brussels, okay. All right, that's about 2 hours away from me, so I can do that.
The bottom line is, you want to go there. There's a whole bunch of places you go to. You have a good time. You have a good time. Learn the culture. Nothing like you ever seen. When I went there, it was nothing like I expected. When I was really surprised and whatnot, the people and whatnot, you know, it's not really people think
one actual real Liberian in life in Ghana at my Airbnb. The same trip where the guy tried to invite himself back to the same Airbnb, but there was a Creole
Liberians
lady.
don't have that shit. Liberians don't act like that. They don't act like that.
No,
They don't
no,
act-
he wasn't Liberian. He was Ghanaian. The woman was Liberian. She was Creole, and she off the rip came with all these like feminist talking points, and she was sneaking girls up into the Airbnb to smash. No lie. She was bald headed.
Well, I don't know. All I know is Liberia got many hotels. They got this new one opened up called Ocean Breeze, right? Guy that built it is 38 years old from Clearwater, Florida, right? He owns a master contract to Shangjing Liquor, right? He has a master contract. He saved his money, $50,000, right? Went to China and said, I want exclusive rights for distribution in Liberia. Liberia honors exclusive rights laws. Now, in the Lebanese that distribute that liquor, got to buy it from him or pay him royalties. He has the only lawful distributing right to that thing, to that Shang liquor, not the beer, the liquor, So the bottom line, he opened Ocean's thing. He's building a marina. He wants yachts in there because he's from Clearwater, Florida. He said he wants. They try to turn Liberia like Miami. They want boats, yachts, and lagoons, all that shit there. You got a lot of rich Liberians and whatnot. They got boats and whatnot. So they're really doing that shit place up, man. So.
Hey, brother Kala, I'm going to work for myself, obviously, and brother Elvis, I'll see you on the next one.
All right, later.
All right, nice to meet you.
But well, I'm glad we cleared that up. He said he's going to work, but he's still on. Glad we cleared it up. South Africa and Nigeria investing in oil in Nigeria. I have not seen oil. What Liberia needs is an oil distributor, somebody that can refine the oil and distribute it in Liberia. That's what we need. We need oil, because oil is so freaking expensive, If Liberia did find oil, it should be just enough so they can refine it itself and drop the oil price down. That will help the country out a lot. So, not, 37 people watching, only 13 likes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, How much, speaking of which, what are my subscribers at? Did I hit 1,000 yet? Did I hit 1,000 yet? 984. I got 16 subscribers away, folks. 16. I want to have this by the weekend, 16 subscribers. Come on, folks. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend, tell a friend. We got to get that mark. 16 subscribers. We hit that 1,000. That's a benchmark for us, 16 more to go. Very fair. Colin did not say he was going to nation building Liberia. No, I'm not going to nation build. I think Liberians need to heal among themselves. Whoever has a stake in Liberia that's still, like my friend Zubin Cooper, who's a Congo boy, and the native people, they need to get along and build their country, I'll stand by and help. And so we Black Americans will help and assist all we can to make Liberia build their country, That's not, it's not my country, and to build once it belongs to the native people and the Congo people who still want to be part of Liberia, That's the whole thing, And some African Americans who just want to live there or whatever like that. But as far as trying to build a nation in Liberia, no, that can't be our nation because there'll be conflict. There will be conflict. So we had that off at the past, there'll be conflict. The genius of Black America got to be reserved for building our own land. That's what I believe. The strength and the genius of Black America have to be reserved for building our own shit. So you can't waste energy. I'm saying not what you need, what they do, not what they do, you do so much. I don't know what do you mean by that. And can't everyone? He's like, they need you to stay alive. Who needs me to stay alive? You know. I don't know what is he talking about. Who needs me to stay alive? You know, I don't think nobody needs me to stay alive. You know, nobody needs it. Where's Dave? What's Focus Dave? Focus Dave, you out there? I know you're out there, man. Call in, bro. Focus Dave, call in, bro. I want to hear your opinion on shit. But I wonder will Nakmeezy go over there. Like I said, all it takes is just people. You go over there and you figure, you know, people understand the difference between Liberia and a lot of countries. Liberia was an outpost of Black Western culture and civilization for 200 years. That culture, folks, has really changed the native culture and population has been gentrified. You know, you really don't see the natives living the way their ancestors did, like you do in other parts of Africa, right? That culture of Monrovia, the coastline, as an outpost of the West, you know, Black Western culture, right? Basically transformed Liberia. So people say, oh, yeah. Look. Now, if, like I said, these guys were blessed to live in the hinterland, these white boys, right? They probably were blessed to learn the traditional shit and all this stuff like that. And they live probably, when you live in places like Lamco and all stuff like that, you live it in Nimba and stuff like that. You live it out of the reach of the experiment on the coast, you know, with the American Liberians and whatnot, you know. So you can absorb more of the native culture, you know. You can absorb more of the native culture. And that's why I call them Liberians, you know. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, good evening, Kyle of Genesis, man.
Were you listening to what I was saying?
I heard you Mac-Meezy going at it.
Yeah, my point I was trying to make was, you know, those Liberian guys that grew up in Liberia 77, you know?
Yeah.
I was saying in the Liberian context, I would call them Liberians because they speak the Kolokwa, native language and whatnot. And they, like I said, they're Liberian. Liberians accept them as Liberians, right? They know the history and they got the country to heart. In Black American sense, no matter what you do, if you're white, you ain't gonna never be one of us, you know, because of the history of slavery and everything, you know. So it is what it is. So what you got going on today, bro? Dave. Hey, Dave, fall asleep.
Hello?
Yeah. So what you had going on today?
No, I'm just been running around, Kyle. I'm trying to meet up with Ross on Friday. So
yeah, he got to do my visa. He got to do my visa. He'll talk to him from now on when you come, man. He can get you a diplomatic visa like I do, you know. Save you some money.
All right, I'll talk to him on that.
He's getting
my what's the topic? What's the topic stuff for tonight, man?
The topic tonight was Black America's silence has everybody alarmed.
Of course. Right now, we're supposed to be in the front line of all the chaos going on in America.
You see this one.
We're supposed to.
Every time somebody runs their mouth, they got this fat chick out there. See, what I'm talking about, some fat black girl out there somewhere, you know.
Yeah. Right now, we're supposed to be on the front line fighting Donald Trump, and everybody's wondering why we're not fighting Donald Trump.
We don't care. We know why? Because Donald Trump is bringing like $22 trillion worth of investment commitments in the country, and black people saying, to be honest with you, they want some of that, right? You got black people out there working jobs, working Uber and Lyft on a part time, making an extra $3,000 a month. You really give a shit. Black people are trying to get this fucking guap, you know. They ain't trying to hit none of this shit, you know. Yeah. And one thing about that, you could put money
and right now, They blaming us. I know they blaming us for those 2 white people getting shot in Minnesota.
Oh,
It's supposed to be 2 black people getting shot.
Yeah,
That's what they really wanted. They wanted 2 black people to get shot.
That's all that is, And it used to be like, oh, see the white guy. I seen that guy a week before that, a couple of days before that. He had spit on a truck and kicked the lights out of a thing. That guy was violent, And then he showed up next time with a gun. They knew who he was. He showed up with a gun. This guy was violent, out of control. So that's how he got shot. What am I?
The last 60 years we've been the social warrior, the social justice warriors. I call it the social justice warriors.
We retired.
Fight for everybody but yourself.
Everybody else is coming, and then we realizing, check this out. And this Biden 4 years showed that because all these immigrants were just online talking shit about us, and we're saying, "Damn, we put our life on the line for all you motherfuckers," And then Black America this, Black America that. You've seen this shit. When I was told to come to America, I told to stay away from Black Americans. Black Americans this. Black Americans ghetto and whatnot, There's one African girl said about, I come to America and I realize everybody's a baby mama. This guy broke it down. Africa has the worst baby mama situation in the fucking world.
Oh yeah.
And also Africa has we don't have orphans in Black America. We don't have orphans.
Oh yeah. You're right about that, Carl. I was running an orphanage. I was running an orphanage. I was running an orphanage for the kids from the war, because a lot of kids, parents died during the war.
But they come over here with their talking points, white supremacy talking points, and we're saying we tried to help y'all.
And then some of my orphans too, I had they parents abandoned them.
Yeah, there's a lot
parents
of
living.
It happens.
They parents living. Listen, Carla. They parents are living, but the parents abandoned them.
And
some of my orphans I had.
Nigeria has the highest number of abandonment, where men leave their whole family, married and everything, and get a visa and go to the West and whatnot, and don't look back. Get themselves a white woman. I'm like, shit, we don't do shit like that, But yet these motherfuckers come over here. I know Marshall don't like hearing this, but I gotta say it, right? The reason why we're saying, fuck all you, because they showed that last 4 years, they showed their ass to us, They showed
man. Let them ass. We've been telling these guys, look, this is how these white people move. And they think we're playing. We think we think we don't know what we're talking about. No, we know these people.
You see that one lady in Pennsylvania, that Liberian lady that got accosted by that guy? They're looking for that guy, man. I go up there and beat that guy's ass. White guy. She's in there saying, "Hi."
What happened?
It was a video on TikTok. He put it on TikTok. He goes, "Let me ask you a question. How you afford all this, right?" And then she's like, "Yeah, what?" They said, "Well, what do you do for a living?" She goes, "Hey, what are you asking me?" And I guess she didn't know. She thought he was just on camera. She was waving to his camera and whatnot. How do these people afford this and whatnot? I can't even do this. And these people come over here. And and she was like, now she got videos going. Like, I'm traumatized. I want to leave the state of Pennsylvania. Liberian lady,
But this is. These people fail to study American history. It's just basic American history.
We're not shocked.
I feel. If I was president of America, like before somebody like Elvis come in, you got to know American history before we give you a visa. You got everybody, every immigrant that comes here should know basic American history before you're issued a visa. Or you can't come to America because you
think you know more American history than me?
No, you don't know more than me. No. I lived it.
Okay, then.
You don't know more than me.
How do you become so liberal?
I'm not even going to brag about my academic achievements, but I'm liberal because that's the right position. People should have the liberty to do what they want. We should have social safety programs for the needy.
Elvis. You know I'm a Democrat, right? You know I'm a registered Democrat, right?
There's an old saying.
I'm a Democrat just like you, right? Why we talk different? Why do we talk different if I'm a Democrat and you a Democrat?
Because I'm a free thinker, Dave. You follow people. You let people lead you.
No. I'm more.
I ingest ideas. I ingest ideas. I digest them, and then I convert them. You just follow people talking. That's what we think.
I'm a in the state of New Jersey. I'm a Democrat, boy. Up and down. I know the governors, all of that. Yeah, Cory Booker, all of that.
Yeah, being a Democrat is not about knowing people. It's about having a share ideology.
And I work with these people. I work with these people for over 10 years. I just did I just don't, but I work with, help them with their elections and everything. Inside, even was the district leader for like 8 years, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You don't know these people. You just vote. You don't know these people.
Would you say New Jersey is a Democratic state or a Republican state for the most part?
It's a Democratic state. Full head on here.
How is it that this is my point to Elvis? How is it that we only make 15 cents on every $100 that the government spends on business? How is that? If we're the ones, if the Democrats are the ones in power, how come black people ain't getting shit? How is that? Yeah, that's a question that needs to be asked. If this is a Democrat state, that's why black people look at this, right? We have not gained from none of this shit. We're watching white people getting rich. The median income in New Jersey for white people is like $600,000 a year. The median income for black people and people of color is like $20,000. That means you might have some black people making six figures, as you always, college grads and whatnot. They may make $120 a year, but the vast majority of people on welfare, stuff like that, that's what brings the median income down. In order for the median income,
it's a trap. They keep the system that way, man. They keep it to keep us in control, man.
White people median income is $600,000.
You go to smarter than that. The median income is so high because you have a lot of hedge fund managers coming from New York and residing in New Jersey. Well, they pretty much live in New York. For tax purposes, they say that they live in New Jersey. So you have a lot of billionaires and Wall Street guys living in New Jersey. That's what carries that median income so high.
The money that trickles into the masses of white people, right? How come that money start trickling into the black community?
Are you saying that Democrats should go and take money from other people and give it to black people because they vote for them? Is that what you're saying? It's about an ideology. If black people don't agree with Democrat ideology, ideologically, let them vote for Republicans. They vote that way because they agree with the ideology of Democrats. You're looking for in-house color? Is that who you are?
Hold up. Let me tell you how it works, Elvis, right? Because I grew up in this country, right? Upstate New York, where I'm from. Right?
I grew up in this country too, Colin.
You didn't grow up in this country. No, you didn't. Look, check this out. Upstate New York. Where I'm from.
I grew up here.
Upstate New York. Hold on, let me finish this. Upstate New York, where I'm from, right? I grew up with a lot of rich white kids. Well, not rich white kids. Their parents give them Porsches and Corvettes for their 16th birthday. That's that area I grew up in, right? Their parents worked on Wall Street and whatnot, and you got upstate New York, Connecticut, and whatnot. All you got is just like people that are uber rich, multi-millionaire, $50 million a year. This is back in the 80s, $50 million in the bank, whatever like that. Now, the thing is, though, there's an awful lot of white people, particularly Irish people, whatever like that, ain't got shit. So how are these people, what these white people are, how the trade is? They're your carpenters, they're your welders, they're your plumbers like that, they're your union plumbers, whatnot. Their wealth is transferred to them through the skilled trades and shit like that. That's how the system works. The more, it's called a trickle-down effect. Okay, the more money you got, the more money that you might want to build a pool. I remember this one guy, man, I was cool with, right? He was working at me and this.
That's not the trickle down effect. The trickle down.
Yeah, that's what the trickle down effect is.
The wealthy people tax break, and then they'll take a job, and that wealth will trickle down to the to the poor people. That's what the trickle down effect is.
Let me finish what I'm saying. The trickle down effect is this: you got a guy who has a pool, a business. I had this one guy that I knew. He learned how to build pools, right? Install pools, right? And so I said, I was in college with him, right? And he said, man, I'm gonna build pools. I'll get my own business. He was working with this guy. He said, I learned the business, whatnot. I'm gonna learn how to build pools. All you do is like he showed me how it works, whatnot. You pour these things, you can install it. I learned everything about it, whatnot. He goes, I'm gonna get rich on this right here, you know. And I already got a couple prospects, right, lined up. And then it dawned on me, right? The people that he's building a pool, he's a working class guy, right? About to move up into blue collar business owner, probably end up being a millionaire, right? Because the only ways I could do that is because there's people well-to-do that could purchase his product, right? That's the trickle down. Now, if he said, you know something, I'm going to build pools, but my clientele are going to be poor people from the inner city. Well, how do you think far you think you'll get? Nowhere, right? The trickle down effect is the more millionaires you have in an area, the more prospects you're going to get money because they're going to want goods and services. You know, that's how it works. You know, that's a trickle down effect. The problem in the black community is nothing's trickling down to us because we don't have millionaires and billionaires that we're connected with on any level. And then we do have a community, right? Our community is so wrapped with crime, the black people who got money distance themselves from the working masses. We're not like them. We're a disconnected community. That's why in Africa is so important. Where we could bring the rich billionaire black people and the average black person, and then the middle class will be created because of the trickle down effect. Go ahead, Principe.
Yeah, salute to you, Carla. What's up, Dave? What up, Elvis? Salute to Knock Easy. First time I see him make some kind of sense. You know, but the numbers y'all bringing up is not verified on the New Jersey site. They're saying $50,000 to $60,000 is the average median income in New Jersey for black residents. And the people that I know in New Jersey, they look at least 40,
per capita or median income.
The median income.
That's still low.
Per capita, if you go to New Jersey, majority of New Jersey is not even black. Like it's staring like in certain cities.
Per capita of black people in New Jersey is still low, and median income that's kind of low, 60,000. That means if you take millions of people, right?
Yeah.
How did you pull down to 60,000? That means there's no black millionaires there. The white people got a lot of millionaires and whatnot. That's why their per capita is 600,000 median income.
There's way more white people there, and also there's some people that are extremely poor that brings down the overall number. But you said it was only $20,000, which is
hard. That's what I read. $20,000 median income. We're gonna look it up. Okay, let's look it up. ChatGPT never lies.
Look it up, man. I don't know what Dave was getting that number from, and you know.
Nah, it's a correct number, bro. I can give you the website. It's not a lie.
What's the website?
I gave you the link. I sent the link so many times. I just send you the link. You go look it up.
All right. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on.
Your Haitian people. Everybody broke, man.
No. But people are working through jobs. Those type of cities like New Jersey, you can't survive and offer no $20,000 alone, dude. It's expensive.
No.
What you mean? Hell no.
No.
So how you claiming that?
I said you can't survive on 20,000 in Jersey, bro. You're gonna die.
So why are you claiming this is the
median income? That means, hold up. There's a lot of people who are, including people on Section 8 and receiving government assistance. Government assistance is only $10,000 a year. Jersey's public assistance is low. You know.
Yeah, bro.
It's very low compared to Virginia. Even I thought Jersey would have more money. Jersey's public assistance is fucking real low. You know.
That's what I'm trying to say. So most people are not just making $20,000, man.
No, what I'm saying is the number of people who are making less than that is very substantial, you know, in New Jersey. You know, that's what brings it down to that. You know, you got millions of people probably making no more than $15,000 a year. Millions of people. That's what brings the median income down.
Yeah, but New Jersey's overall population is like what? I think 10 plus million, right? The whole state.
Probably like 7, 8 mil.
And then the black population is not. It's like they're only
because Jersey. A lot of people moving out of Jersey though.
Because
Jersey is one of those states. A lot of people moving out. It's just like New York. New York. A lot of people in New York.
Hey, Dave, what part of Jersey you in?
I'm in East Orange, man. I'm in Essex County. I'm in the belly of the beast, man. I'm in the trenches. I'm in the trenches.
There's a lot of black people in East Orange, so yeah. But
I'm in the trenches, bro.
Dave, I'm going to be working in Jersey this summer. I'm going to work in Jersey summer. You said East Orange. I was like, nah, I'll meet you in Patterson.
Have you ever been to Williamsburg?
Patterson. This is a little nice over there, but it's no, you in Patterson? Oh, that's the trenches. That's the trenches. No, Patterson, Passaic too. Trenches. This is the trenches.
Palisades, Ramapo.
Trenches. All trenches. All trenches.
What about Raritan?
Pardon me?
Fort Lee.
You went to Helmand?
Fort Lee's good. Fort Lee's good. Fort Lee's good.
The Caucus.
Secaucus good. Good money. Good money.
Yeah, I like Secaucus, man. You know.
Secaucus is good money. That's money people over there.
What you call Elizabeth? All that.
Elizabeth is the trenches. Elizabeth, Norwood, that's trenches. That's just.
You ever go to Garden
State? Get what you die trying, man.
You ever go to Garden State Mall?
Trenches.
Hold on. You guys are calling all these areas trenches, but when the foreign blacks say the same thing, you guys take offense. And then when we say that we need to work together,
I'm a realist, bro. I'm a realist. I'm a realist, Prince P. Trenches, especially Irvington. Trenches.
But why do you view that as offensive when a foreign black person say the same thing?
Because when a foreign black try to distance himself, and
you're trying to distance yourself from it, man.
He's trying to distance himself, like and you go there. Most of the poor people are fucking foreigners, you know.
Dude, East Orange, all these places got Africans and Haitians there, man.
Africans in New York are doing really bad, bro. Really bad.
Some are doing good, some are doing bad.
Nah, a lot of doing bad, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, man.
Yeah,
they selling Gucci bags on 42nd Street. It's bad.
They're making money off of that, man. Some people making $30,000, $40,000 in a couple months.
Man, principally, all right, whatever, you know. I guess
I'm telling you, bro. So hold on, Colin. Colin.
He just took me back to 1960. Goddamn.
Oh, Colin. There was an expose recently done. Hold on, Colin. There was an expose done by one of these Trump followers where he went to the canal. I think even Afrodamus had a show on that. I was on his show where he was talking about that. And the white guy was talking about.
I saw that. They guys were out there hustling. They got to pick up their wares and whatnot and bounce. They think the immigration FBI is coming. Whatever.
Yeah, but they were talking about how much money they made, and some people that they was making like $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 in a couple of months, dude.
Oh well, that's it. People always say, you know, you ever heard about fisherman's tales, principally?
Yeah.
I mean, $10,000. They really, that's what they aspire to make, right? They said, if I did this, I could have made $10,000. It comes to, I made $10,000. You know, like, they ain't making that money. If you made $10,000, you would not need to be back on the street. You $10,000 will carry you fucking across the country into a better situation. You know, am I lying, Dave?
Nah, you ain't lying, man. You can start fresh for a month or two.
That's not true, Kyle. Some people rent in New York is as high as $5,000 to $6,000 a month.
I don't want to hear that nonsense.
Your rent's like $3,000 and you make $10,000 a month. It's good money. But rent alone will take like 70% of your money.
You set, man. You know.
Kala, it's so bad in New York. You got people coming from Connecticut and Jersey. Connecticut and Jersey to come to New York and work, man. They can't afford to live in New York, yeah.
No,
That
because
guy's from
hold on.
Connecticut.
That's not true. It's houses are cheaper in those other places, and the jobs are paying better in New York, right? So you can work in New York.
No, I mean they
and actually
work in
own a
New
home
York,
in
but they
Connecticut,
traveling
own a
from like
home in
Connecticut.
Philadelphia.
Yeah. But I'm just
Because
saying that's how
you can't
bad.
own though. That's what I'm saying. That's one of the main reasons I left New York, because you can work.
Yeah,
You're not going to be able to own a house.
I'm kind of mad we sold the house in the Bronx, man.
That
I'm
shit probably
mad as
tripled in
hell we
value, man.
sold that shit. We sold it for $900.
No, that's pretty
But
good,
we
but it's probably
bought.
way more now, dude.
Yeah,
Probably way more
I'm
now.
mad I'm mad we sold that shit, man.
But you can't say New York is doing
My
bad.
grandma
Yeah, I'm
bought
just
that shit for like $250. Bought
How
that
much?
shit, and she bought it for $250, and it was a 7-bedroom,
Oh
3
wow,
bathrooms, 2
wow,
family,
wow. So
brownstone in the Bronx.
okay.
We shouldn't have got rid of that shit, man. I'm
Oh
looking
yeah,
back
y'all wanted to
now,
move,
man.
or what was your reason behind it? Y'all wanted to move, get some
Nah,
more
she
space?
just wanted, you know what I mean? She just wanted the money, bro. Like, she just wanted the bread, bro. And start something. She wanted to do something in Liberia, bro.
Do I need a visa for life? Yeah, you need a visa. Don't get caught in Liberia without a visa. No, there's no visa on arrival. You know, you gotta get a visa.
Nah, they deport your ass.
They will fucking fuck you over when you don't got a visa in Liberia.
Yeah.
I have a diplomat visa. You know, I have a diplomat visa. You know, so so I get mine specially made. You know,
But Carla, where's the silence? I see I see the FBA people, I see the Democrats, I see the Black MAGA all over the internet talking and commenting on everything. So where's the silence?
man, you can't listen, man. You know.
No, but you said there's a silence. I don't see no silence. I actually see you guys giving your opinion.
What are you talking about, Principe? No, who do you see? You see, friggin' the people out there are these people who got ulterior motives, right? Some people, Principe, are Democrats, LGBTQ, social justice before they're black. Ordinary black people don't give a fuck about none of this. Now, the social justice warriors are going to be out there. The Democrat, liberal black people are going to be out there, you know, because their white friends are out there.
No, I'm not trying to say be
don't
out
have
there.
white friends and don't care about fucking sitting around at Starbucks talking about the poor and under the oppressed and whatnot, you know. Dude, we're not out there, bro. The majority.
I'm not saying they're out there. I'm saying they're giving their opinion. You said silence.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
When you say,
you know what they're saying, Principe?
Yeah, I'm
we ain't
listening.
got a goddamn thing to do with this, you know. I'll play you some videos. I'll play you some.
Yeah, but that's my point. They're not silent about it. They're saying that we don't give a shit about it.
Oh, that's
That's
it. Yeah,
ABC 123.
my point about silence is we're not getting out there running our damn mouth or whatnot about the politics of today. We're not saying shit about Trump. We're not saying shit about ICE, whatever like that. We're knowing to keep our fucking mouth shut. You know, this
That's
stuff.
not true. Dude, your people on the internet, some of them are celebrating ICE, some of them are talking against ICE, right? There's some people that's pro-Trump, some people's against Trump. You guys are very opinionated.
You know, me personally, I'm seeing more people. I'm saying, look, the bottom line, majority of black people. I've seen some people out there, and if you see that on TikTok, whatever like that, yeah, those are people. Like I got TikTok. I had it for 4 years now. Have I posted one time? No. You know, I don't post on TikTok, right? So I keep my opinions to myself. And it's like, look, there's literally millions of people on TikTok, right? And there's only a few hundred people that ever post, you know?
Kara, this is the dimension of the black American now. Just let me tell you why the diminution of the black American. The end of black America said, oh, we stood for you. Donald Trump, of course, and TikTok and all kind of said, all this, you can say, oh, I brought you here because right now the white men are the one died for Somalians. Somalians now will take the white man very high now. 2 white people have died for Somalia right now.
We don't really care what the Somalis.
So will you be seeing now when Donald Trump is finally gone, or when they want him and maybe when Democrat come to power they will impeach him or something like that, the Somali will say, we fought our way. They were beating us. They were doing all kinds of things to us. The white people stood with us. They killed 2 white people for us. That's what you be hearing that time. You see, the white man, actually, they're the one that actually stood up for Somali right now. You feel me? So anytime Black America come this internet and said, "Oh, because of us you were here," said, "Fuck you! What are you talking about? What the fuck are you?" This is the diminution of Black power, or what? This is the diminution of anything, the bulk of anything that Black people come to internet and say, "Oh, we fought for you when Donald Trump was doing." You know, we were out with the white people in that hole.
So Ola, they losing points. They losing points, Ola.
Who?
I said the Black Americans are losing points because the white man is doing most of the protesting and speaking out.
Yes,
we don't
because
care.
you know what?
Hold on. What about the fact?
Oh my crazy, bro.
Principal, the Somali were out in Minnesota when that Black American guy was killed. The Somali was out when that Black guy was killed in that place. You understand me? The Somali people, they were out. I'm not saying this is the diminution of say, oh, this internet Black people come and say, oh, if not for us, you'll not be here. Get the fuck out of my side, though. When Donald Trump, that Nazi man were dealing with us, you were not there. We stood our ground. You know, this thing Donald Trump is doing. This thing Donald Trump is doing will surely end one day very soon.
No,
two white people that died in these things.
Actually, they're having reinforcement and shit like that. You think Donald Trump's gonna back down? You don't know Donald Trump.
They're not like reinforcement. Carla, Black America don't have power anymore. They're not like reinforcement. It's gone.
No, our power is our silence. You know.
The Somalians, the Somalians have taken the beating. The abuse.
Black America got everything at once. They don't need to do all that shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying now.
We're trying to get to the next level.
America, you see right now, is going to be total type of America. The slave trade era of America is gone.
We're still Kidola, we're still here. Nobody's getting rid of us.
The Latinos, the Latinos and the Cubans, they will throw.
But hold up, if the Latinos are so strong, then how come they're always begging us to fight for them? They're weak.
They're not begging. They're not. I don't think they're begging. You can see the voting right now.
Hold on. Donald Trump won't leave us alone?
Donald Trump is losing. Donald Trump is losing Florida. Donald Trump is losing Texas.
The bottom line, this is new election laws they're coming out with, whatnot. You know, millions of people are gonna be purged from the voter rolls. You know,
you hold on, because Donald Trump lied to them. He told them that he's going to throw away the criminal ones.
He didn't lie to them.
He lied to them.
He led with criminal immigrants. Now he's going in jobs and snatching people.
If you're here illegally, you're committed a crime.
No, but he's stripping people of their legal status as well.
It's not going after
CPS, all this other stuff.
It's not going after those that even serve their time, that have green card. It's not going after those that serve their time, that have green card. It started going after, this is what we call Nazi regime. You see, in 2.0. This is just what you see right now.
Yeah, Kidola. Enforcing immigration laws is not Nazi regime. Come on, man.
This what you see right now. They're shooting people, they're killing people.
No, that guy had a gun. That guy showed up with a gun, No.
They took that gun away from that guy and they shot him.
No, that guy, that guy showed up a week before that and kicked the taillights out of a thing. He was wrestled to the ground and he broke a rib,
They took that with a gun. They took that shit away from him. Look, the moment you disable a human being, right, in any danger, you are arrested. But what I see in America, they just shot him.
I don't know what happened. Did you see the video?
I saw the video.
And what happened?
They took the thing away from him. They took the thing away from him, and they gave some distance. They just execute him. They just start, just start lying.
Yeah, well,
These
you
people don't
basically
care.
I said
But
I don't
hold on.
try to justify it, but you show up to law enforcement with a gun, you asking for it,
This people don't just care who they're killing, as long if you their way to go after the Somali, be you white, be you anything, they will take care of you. Things like this, you never actually succeeded in doing things like this. You're not. But this is a modern world. Now he's confused. Now even his own people are not even with him anymore.
Let me ask you a question, Kidola. Does America have a right to enforce its borders and
yes,
all right?
Yes, you would do it. You would do it. You would do it like the way that Obama was doing it.
Well, Trump is doing exactly what, but the thing is, the media didn't
report
it.
He's chasing people from the streets. He's just like,
No, people are challenging law enforcement, and they're basically like they're trying to evade law enforcement. They're
I'm not saying that none of them is good anyway. I'm not saying none of them is good. None of them is, because all of them, they all keep people that is far away from them. People that does actually look. There are a lot of people that Obama kill with drones that doesn't even know where United States is. You understand? There's a lot of people that die that don't even know. They don't even know your culture. They don't know what you're doing. They don't know what you're eating. They just sit there. Or you can say, they're that remote territories. Yes, but they don't know. They out of the blue, they're being smoked. Just being smoked by things. No matter who you put in power, United States, they are coming to kill people. For what?
Well, bottom line is this: back when I said Black America, we have nothing to do with this. While we're not out there, it's not our business.
Yeah, just for everybody just gotta fall back, man. I think people should fall back too.
If people are living their life, if people are living their life, you come into interfere into their life. You want them to be like.
Can I ask you a question, Ola?
You want them to wear jeans. You want them to wear t-shirts. Is that what you want them to do?
Question? Can I ask you a question, Ola? Do these Somalis getting deported, does it make an impact on the Nigerian community in America? No, they don't make an impact. Just sit back and watch.
Look. What Donald Trump is doing. Let me tell you what Donald Trump is doing.
Yeah.
Yes, I know some European countries will copy it. They're going to execute it because they have the similar type of mind. You understand? But if you deport them, but let them be in peace in their territory. Don't be coming to tell them you have to be democratic, you have to be this, you have to be that. They don't know you. The world is beautiful when people are different. They don't need to follow your government system. You don't come and intimidate them. Then you think, will you destroy their country? You think they will not come to the United States? When they're on their own, rearing their goats, eating their food, going to their farm.
But that's been 35 years, man.
But that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing. They will come into your country and interfere to your country. Let people not all can be like you. People have to look different. People have to live different. That is the beauty of this world.
Well, they came over here talking about they're not us. We're not black. We're brown and whatnot. They're saying we're not black. We look black. We're not brown. There's all this shit.
Kala, you people already. There's no way you Black America will know by your accent you are not part of them, and they will diss you.
No, but they were saying
a lot of them said they diss you.
They said they're Arabs, they're not black and whatnot. This, that, thing, and I'm like, what the hell? They're darker than we are.
Kala, that's what they are, because Kala, they can never belong to you or be part of you, because
we know that. I know that.
You have different type of people have different type of culture. Even before they start saying.
Kidola, let me say something. In America, right, when you're black, whether you light skin, brown skin, and dark skin, right, it does not matter. Once you hit these shores of America, right, your name is N-word. Doesn't matter what you think you are, whatever like that. That's Africa. Y'all have this tribal death thing. That don't mean shit in this country. You know, that's there was a couple of years ago. Hold on, like 6 years, 7 years ago, there was a Somali guy, and we came out for this guy. Remember, Dave? He was a police officer, right? And he got panicked. This woman was flipped out, white lady. And he shot
yeah. I remember that situation.
They were black. We this guy was a freaking Somali, and basically I felt kind of uneasy about defending this guy. But black people were like, "Oh man, that's messed up because he's black, whatnot, blah blah blah." We blanket him with the black state. Then he tried to play the black card too, when it was convenient for him, you know. And he got jail time. The family sued the city of Minneapolis. Remember that, Dave?
Yeah, I remember that situation.
Yeah, like,
I think he shot a white lady or something.
A white lady, yeah.
They shot a white lady or something by mistake. Yeah.
And she was flipping out on drugs, something like that. When he just got panicked and shot through the police car door, you know?
Yeah, because, Kala, look, what I'm saying right now, the strongest minority is the Latinos right now.
Oh, you really?
The other foreigners, in a way, I said that was a definition of everything.
Kidola, Latinos in America are very weak. You know why? Because about a good half of them are trying to be white. They're trying to be white adjacent. They don't try like this.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they may say they're Latinos, the people who actually Latinos, the darker one that don't pass for white, they're very small and they're very weak. You know, the Latinos basically who are white, they don't join in all this shit like that. You know, so you think they're strong? They're not.
Yeah, like you'll never see like a Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz jump into this madness. You'll see the
people like Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz. You know, these white Latinos out there, pretty Ganola.
Kala, you will not say Kala. What I mean is, you're not going to see
numbers,
people.
But it doesn't mean nothing. They're not coordinated together, you know.
Kala, you're not going to see people anymore, right? You know, it'll be very difficult for the Latinos to trust, even when they want to be white, but now they will be extremely careful.
No, they want to be white
right now.
They want to be white.
You know, they'll be extremely careful because.
Look, you're kind of wrong. Like the Latino group is a little different. Like the black group, in my opinion, is more united. The Latino group is divided. Like, have you seen the guy that was with Tucker Carlson calling the other black guy a slave?
He's a white Latino.
Yeah, his father, his family's Colombian. They're from Colombia, right? So he viewed himself as a white. Back in this country, they viewed themselves as a white. So you're looking at it like they view themselves as one thing. The Latino group they have black Latinos, they have indigenous kind of Latino, and they got the mestizo, then they got the white. And the white one,
they got the indigenous too.
You know why I'm saying
they got the indigenous Latinos.
You know why I'm saying it? You know why it's calling that guy? You know why it's calling that guy a slave?
Why?
Because that guy I've already found out that he's trying to play into the divide and conquer into the black race in the United States. He found out there's a group of people in the internet who said, no, he's not part of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you start playing, when he's playing to those people's hands, right? And when you start dividing Black America like that, let me just tell you the truth. The myth of about 43 million Black Americans is just all myth. Inside that 43 million, if you take away the biracials out, right? You take away the ones that have Jamaica ancestors, right? Out, right? Those that call themselves FBA, I'm trying to tell you right now, the real Black Americans you'll be seeing will not be up to about 10 million.
No, Kidola. No, Kidola.
No, I'm just telling you, bro. I'm just telling you the truth. A lot of them have.
Kidola, you're not here. We know what's up.
Too low, man.
Real Black Americans.
No, principal.
Like 45 million people, almost 50 million people.
Principal.
Yeah.
That guy called Asher Smith, right? That dude that just went to Africa, right?
His name is Principal, not Principal.
Okay, Principal. Is that guy that just went to Africa, that streamer, right? He said he have a Jamaican in his family, right? one of his grandfather or something like that, right?
Yes, he said
But
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his mom
NBA
family,
said,
they're from, you know, got some Jamaican.
So it's
It's the father. It's the father. It's the father.
Look,
The mother has
Kidola,
Ghanaian.
Kidola, look, I don't go by the FBA, not purists. I don't
Hey,
define myself
those
by
are
the
the-
America.
that's what I'm just trying to tell you,
If you're in
Carla.
America and you grew up in Black American culture and lineage, I don't care how many Jamaican parents you got. If you're Black American, you're Black American. Simple as that.
No, that's what I'm just telling to tell you, Carla, that if FBA want to play this game, right? So it's no.
Come
We don't
on,
have
bro.
we don't have Bantam and Dick on here, right? We're not FBA here, man. Come on.
So you be like, you take
man.
it back. You take it back to like South Africa, where you have colored, you have
We
this,
don't
you have
have
that.
Oh,
colors here.
no,
We
no,
have
no,
black people
no,
and black people
no,
here, man. We're united, you know.
If FBA want to play this game, FBA will be maybe 5 million
no.
or
Yeah, but
10 million.
you
That would
can't
be
divide.
saying.
You can't divide us. Your definition of race, is not our definition of race.
I'm just telling the truth.
Hola, you trying to be slick. Hola, you trying to be slick.
Nah, but some of those FBAs do say that, and then some of those FBAs are the
Yeah,
ones that
they
are not
do,
signed. They're not signed online, and they're the ones who
Those
talking about
FBAs
they
right
calling
there. You
ICE.
know what gets
They
me
talking about
is
they calling ICE.
hold on. Let me say this: those FBAs are so fake. You know why I catch them on lie? Is because on one hand, if you say somebody else half white, well, they'll accept them, right? But you say they're half Jamaican, they won't accept them. They're hypocrites, you know. That's why I say don't even look at that movement. It's just a loud movement that gets people like Kidola mad. It don't exist in Black America.
A lot of your ancestors came from Bahamas. You know what I mean?
My ancestors
A lot of your ancestors came from Bahamas.
Come on.
You know? Then Haitians mixed with Haitians. A lot of people have a lot of Haitian ancestors.
Oh, they trying to be slick.
What he's saying,
our ancestors didn't come from Bahamas.
there was intercontinental.
They were in slave dungeons and slave camps waiting to be transported to the Carolinas. You know, they never planted any roots in the Bahamas before they got here. You know, so to say we're from the Bahamas is not true. It's just like saying
a lot. I'm not saying that
if you travel to America, right, and you have a layover in Netherlands for 5 days, right? You saying that you came from the Netherlands? No, you just had a layover there. You said, you say you're a citizen of the Netherlands because you spent time there. You know, all the black people who came to America from Bahamas was just a simple layover. You know, till they got transported here.
Caller, you do know there was regional and intercolonial trade.
Yeah, all these people
know that, right? There was rebellious African Americans to the Caribbean.
Let me tell you something. Hold on. That was true in Jamaica, but this is how it was in America, principally, right? Once you landed in these shores, the white man, until he started doing things like free people for the will and send them to Liberia, outside Liberia, they would not. Now the Portuguese used to export troublemaker slaves to back the days, so like that. But in America, they had a way of breaking any slave. You know what I'm saying? That's how cruel this was in America. They had a way of breaking. So you know what they'll send you? They'll send you, if you're from Virginia, they'll send you to Mississippi, Louisiana, places like that. That's the places where they really break slaves, you know, in the deep South.
You talking pre-1776?
I know, no. I'm talking about up until 1850, 1865.
No, but pre-1776, America was under the English, and they were sent to other colonies.
Hold on. You say the English like that, but the bottom line, once those planters in South Carolina got a hold of black flesh, they did not let it go. Trust me.
Carla, the black people have to unite. But instead you started dividing them, that was going to be a problem because most of them have the Caribbeans that the FBI after, most of them got the blood. Majority of them got that blood.
We ain't got no
but just that then they were fighting under the flag of whatever they oppressed them with and everything. When FBI just want to start kicking right now, oh yeah, they don't like us. You have to be here 1776. No, man. No, how about 18 something? How about 1900? How about 1915? How about 1920? You know, immigration with these black people, with these black people coming here, with this black.
In America, let me give you an example. The first example I'm talking about. I asked a question about Delroy Lindo. Now, Delroy Lindo is a Jamaican Brit, right? But all the time, nobody knew he was from England. They thought he was a Black American, right? You know, everybody. He played in all these roles. He played in Romeo Must Die with Aaliyah, you know. He played Crooklyn with Spike Lee. You know, he played in a lot of movies, right? Malcolm X's movie, played West Indian Archie. The bottom line, he came to America, right? And he completely assimilated into Black American society and culture. He became one of us. He's not like these other people like you. Let me see. Who got to give an example? Your Nigerian woman, Cynthia Erivo, Ikilo, which you guys got to take back. Please take her back, you know?
Yeah, because look, Tyler, there are a lot of few people, like you people say Bakumes have Caribbean root, right? Okay, if then you see this FBA started attacking Bakumes. I had that Matuluteki have Caribbean root, right?
You're arguing with idiots, Ola, you know.
So that was said, if they want to follow the playbook of the so-called FBA and ADOS, right? Then okay. The white people said, okay, do you have who have Caribbean roots here? You see the stuff coming out, right? All the way to far deep south, even to everyone. So okay,
all that stuff is stupid. You know,
if you have Caribbean root, if you have Caribbean root this side, you just say those are the called themselves FBA. You start counting them. Oh, FBA is we're just 2 million. No, 1 million. Okay, who's FBA?
Man, they're not even that.
The FBA has no end game.
FBA, not even. It ain't no more than 200,000.
The mulattoes will just separate us immediately. FBA said, no, you're FBA. No, I'm not FBA. Go eat your FBA down there.
Kinola, you're only a mulatto when you have one parent of black, one parent is white.
So we just have to be united, and just like what the white part doing, like what Donald Trump is doing right now.
The FBA is garbage movement. Stop getting yourself worked up over that shit. It's not.
Yeah, you guys are hola, man. That shit is over, man. You don't see what's last 3 weeks, man.
Yeah. These guys speed, man. This whole thing just destroyed that whole thing.
Do you know that FBA are threatening Speed's life right now for saying he's 100% African? They don't like that.
Because Ghana
don't like
Ghana
that
just
he's claiming African.
Ghana just throw him a passport. You know, Ghana just
so,
give him a passport.
It's good, man. Hope he uses it.
You know,
he went everywhere. He went everywhere. It was being called Negro or nigger in Algeria, Morocco, East European. But when he came to Africa, he was being received as almost like a god. They were very happy to see him. You know why? Because he looked like them. He's part of them. There's no racial. Look, this FBA shit they're talking about. Then, if Africa go down, if Sub-Saharan Africa go down, FBA will not exist. Forget it. It will not exist. The backbone of FBA, what they call themselves FBA, is because Sub-Saharan Africans are existed. You know,
I think when you guys
where is Bantu, man? Bantu need to hear this lecture tonight from Condola, man.
Where are you at, man? Bantu. I know you're out there, Bantu. I know you're out there. You know, you ain't fooling.
Because
we need some FBAs to come talk.
Check this out. I tell you, I had a dream the other night. At Bantu Mandinka, 80 years old in a nursing home, right? And he's sitting around like, Bantu, what do you have for lunch, man? You know, here's your pudding. I don't want no damn pudding. I want my cut the check. FBA all day. Yeah. He's sitting in a corner, at a nursing facility, 80 years old, and that cut the check.
Because cut the check, and we're not like them. We're not Africans. But guess what? This streamer was getting in Nigeria. They were throwing banana. Get what we went to Lithuania and Estonia, they were calling him nigger. You know, they were re-insulting him. You understand? Heavily. But when they came to Africa, it's like when they came to Africa, it was like their God. There's nobody throwing him banana. There's nobody saying, you're this, you're that. They said, no, brother, we love you. We love you. He was happy. He was running around. That is something. Don't see yourself, I'm FBA. You're not special. They just see you as a piece of shit like the way they see the African folks.
It's a whole FBA argument going on.
But Ola, you see, he destroyed FBA. FBA threw him out of FBA. You know, come on, you know.
No, that's what I'm saying. That the so-called people whose internet, that's what they eat from, they goofy from. Tariq Rashid is trying to find out to escape what the hatred that he created. He tried to sneak into.
Okay, Ola. Remember, Tariq just went to Senegal, right? Tariq Rashid, the leader, right? He just he went to Senegal, right?
He's the center of this hate group.
Listen. Listen. You know why he went to Senegal, right? You know why he went to Senegal. He went to Senegal to test FBA. He want to test FBA temperature. He wants to test them to see, okay, FBA right now is in confusion. Ola, they break it down. They in confusion.
You know why he went there? Let me just tell you the truth. He went there because he tried to escape. He's trying to escape societies about his channel. He knows sooner or later they will come after him, right? And he's trying to pretend like he said, look, Tariq Rashid can't even come to no European countries anymore. He can't come to London. He can't go to Australia.
He can't come to London. Yeah.
He cannot go to New Zealand. It's in the way it's banned the European Union. You know, he just banned the European Union. He cannot go to anywhere European Union. So that's why he's taking the flight now. He's tired of going to Maldives. I think if he thinks he's going to Jamaica, his life will be at risk. In one way or the other, he must survive 5 days there. Somebody will finally find him out. You know, that's why, I just messed up. Let me go to Africa. When you mess up everywhere, you can't go to nowhere. You know, be on your street or be in California. You know, the African people don't know who is him right now. They don't even know him. So that's why they think so the guy Jollof Rice.
Carla, drop the link, Carla. I think Steve wants to come up.
You know, so we should appreciate ourselves. Not just because you wear baseball cap, the other one is wearing flip-flop, you think you're better than him. No, you're not better than him. The weather sometimes creates all these things. Why Africans wear flip-flop? Because it's very hot. It's warm. You know? And so we just have to, either we unite or you be destroyed. That's just the truth. And Donald Trump is already showing that signal. Look at who says this thing. Belarus, Russians, Norwegians, you know, Swedes. They're just what the Finnish people. But they're united on that one race. If you're not, chop your FBA. I'm not surprised because they're already eating macaroni and cheese already. You know? That's why
Kidola, the Black Caucus here spoke against the mistreatment of the Somalians.
They're even going after the Black Caucus that they're Caribbeans. Right?
Yeah,
they're going after that.
FBA is not a sensible group. They contradict like 100 times over. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's what that Colombian man is using now. They're using the terms of so-called. Yeah, you know, there's a group of people who call themselves FBA. They're not like us. Even this guy, even what's called that guy that sing this music. That's the dude that really started this shit through that music. They're not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us. That tennis star started dancing on this shit. You think those things will not cause problem? by attacking Drake, who the father is even a black American. Oh, they're not like us. It's not like us. God damn. Go and check your background, man. You might be from Jamaica. You might be from Barbados. You might be from Trinidad. Man, because you all speak the same type of slang, you think, oh, okay, I'm black American, my people here. No. Take all these people out, man. Just 1 million. Take them out. Just 1 million.
No, I think it's way more. It's at least 30, 40 million of them. That's like a majority African American heritage. But I do believe that the
well, hold on. How many blacks did they brought to the United States? For those kind of there's a lot of immigrants that came in later that boost that population. But they were fighting under one flag.
No, hold on.
They were fighting under one flag.
Some of the people that they claim in FBA today was not even part of the foundation of America, because America was only 13 colonies. So pre-1776, Texas, Louisiana, California, these places were under the French and the Spanish, right? So these territories was never even under, like, if you know real global history, these places were not under a quote-unquote America, right? So some people say, oh, my ancestors come from Texas. That's FBA. That's not really FBA. These places were not under America pre-1800s. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of stuff they're saying doesn't really make sense. You know what I mean? But they say it, and they say it boldly, and they'll say, oh, we have no connection, even though there's clearly connections from Haitians coming into the America. There's a whole statue in Savannah, Georgia, of Haitians who were basically fighting in the French army, whereas the island was under French, that served and helped America during the revolution against the English, right? Because the French was an ally. Yeah. Right, so some of the stuff they're saying doesn't really make sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, that you have to check where the background. We just have to be united. You know, you just have to be united. You know, you
don't think the black race is one of the most united races in the world, man?
We're not united, man. We can easily sell at each other. It paid my heart when I see Haiti,
Chinese and English in European.
When I see Haiti, I understand. It paid my heart when I see Haiti kind of like be destabilized like that. You know, it paid my heart a lot. You know, because I love the Haitians a lot. What they passed through, what they fought for. These are warriors. But it paid my heart that they just, you know, people would look. If Nigeria went to Haiti, they respect them a lot. That's love. I've seen a lot of Nigerians that went there. We said, man, these people love us a lot, bro. They married each other there.
Your scholar went to Haiti during Jovenel post inauguration. I think his name was Wule Soyinka. You know that guy?
Yeah.
The guy with the afro, the white afro, the scholar guy.
Yeah.
He went to Haiti. Haiti have a lot of respect for Africa. You know what I mean? But
Burna Boy went there. Check the love, man. Check the love. Davido went there. Check the love, bro. You know,
even Tariq Nasheed went there. They received love. Haitians, you know, deep inside, we are very
destabilize the place. Yeah, they just destabilize the place because they don't want the place to grow like normal, because they know this for their self-centered. They do their things themselves. They create their own food. They speak their own language. You know, just came. They just using some kind of behind the scene power, using Dominican to destabilize the place. You know, that's what I want Africa. If Africa could do business, if Africa could do business with them, I'll be very, very happy.
That's true. I believe in that wholeheartedly, man. That's what I believe in since the youth. You know what I mean? Even a lot of our presidents, they believe in that. Africa is the main business partner that can actually help Haiti. The other countries in the region don't really.
With Donald Trump, sorry, bro, if I call you that name.
No, you
what Donald Trump is doing, it really opened my eyes to like, wow. Man, who is this guy? You know.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing, Ola? Because he's opening the eyes of a lot of black people, and he's united.
I think yes. I think what he's doing is a good thing to the black race.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing to the black race. I swear to God, it's a good thing to the black race.
Yeah,
because we've been seeing ourselves like, oh, it's a very good thing to the black race. Now they have to buckle up themselves and think why before they start voting or whoever. No trust like that. Because some of them, I know there's never no trust for them. These people call Hillary Clinton and his husband. That useless one that went to Haiti. Is it Sean Perry? That's good. I forget his name. You know, that they have for this kind of
Ola, I want to ask you a question. The emergence of Donald Trump, what effect do you think it will have on African relations? Like, you know, relations between one another, social relationships between Africans. Like, will it improve it? Will it improve
yes. I think
social relationships
no, I think
so
this
where
one
we
will
could
prove.
talk more and get more understanding?
Yes.
Or, you know,
I think they will talk more. I think what Donald Trump what he's doing now will make them talk more. Even the Somalis themselves will fall into the black race right now. You understand me? Because they have to be with the majority that be themselves alone. You understand me? This one will let them understand that, bro, you can't be dancing to these white people. If they want to sell you, they will sell you. You understand me?
Ola, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You sound kind of B1 right now.
No.
No, usually say you're not B1 or B2.
Yeah, my B1 in this. Yes, you can say I'm dancing to B1 right now because when you see this guy what he's doing, right? You must have to wear your nationalist hat, right? And protect your people. You understand me? This guy is not good. What they have in their mind is not good. You understand? It's not just good at all. Yes. I'm a sound like B1 or be like B1. I'm B1 right now.
Okay. All right. I remember you used to come out and be like B1 or B2.
He's not B1, B2, B3. He's none of that.
Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question. Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you, Steve.
Oh, okay. So like, how do Nigerians in Nigeria feel about Trump? Because I know there's a lot of love for him in Nigeria as well, from what I've seen on the internet. So, I mean, I'm not there.
Those are tiny mad ones, you understand? Just tiny mad ones. None of them like this. Majority of Nigerians don't like this dude.
Okay.
That's just the truth. Look, you start banding them, putting 50,000 visa on their head. You know, even the richest people in Nigeria will not able. Some of them they cancel their visa without nothing. You know, so they you think Africa is not getting the taste of this honey? They're getting it also. You know, it's banning them, telling them not to come. Or those that even have multiple visas, it's even canceling it. So everybody's eating what this guy is cooking, man.
Ola, do you can I ask you a question? Are you familiar with Trump's Board of Peace? You know the board that he made up, Board of Peace. Board of Peace. No, the Board of Peace. Like he's getting a bunch of nations together for world peace, right?
Yeah,
you know what he wants to do. You know what he wants to do. He wants to recolonize Africa with corporations.
Yes,
so we don't have like presidents and stuff like that.
We are the target. Because we got the resources. We are the target. All these things, we are the big target. They come to flog our head.
I asked you the other day, what can you do about it?
Ola was making sense. He was going to a point and you just cut him off.
You know, let me just tell you the truth. Let me just tell you the truth. All these things you're seeing right now, right? All these things you're seeing right now. We're going to be in the pot soon. You understand? We're going to be in the pot soon. You know, we're the big ones at this time. They all try to target us in one way or the other. You know, but this guy is coming really with the big stick, with the big spoon, with a very huge pot, like what they cook jollof rice. That guy jump into, you know, huge one. You know, we're going to be in that pot. They're going to destabilize us. They're going to cause all kind of confusion among us.
Ghanaian dude jumping in that jollof rice pot? What the hell happened?
Yeah. You know, we tolerate that because it's a black kid. You know, but let the white man jump into such jollof rice, you see every will lose. You know, the Senegalese will be pissed.
I was pissed watching that shit when he did the backflip into the rice. I was like, what the fuck is? I thought you were gonna feed the whole community with the rest of the rice. Did they get him a little
Yeah,
small
he just jump
example?
into it. You know, we forgive him because
I think
it's part of this. It's part of the son. You know, we can forgive the son. No, I'm not saying naturally black be one right now because I'm pissed, really. You know.
So, hold on. You make me proud that I voted for Trump. Man. The fact that you a B1 today, I think I did a good. I was mad a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was mad a little bit. But when I hear Ola say he's B1 now, I did a good job.
Yeah.
I think somebody in the group chat said. I think it was
Nah,
Flex,
nigga, you guys are just fucking corns, and now you realizing your mistake. Ain't proud of shit.
Oh Lord. Listen, Trump 2028 too. It's gonna keep black people like this.
We might need Trump for another 4 more years, man.
No, well, yeah. Look. When you think your race is under attack, we don't know. Somali just like a testing ground right now, as
Yeah,
experiment.
Somali, man. That's what we have no use for them, Ola. We have no use for Somali.
No.
What do we use it for? I mean, you know, I mean,
They will fall into line right now because they have already tested the
But it's too late. It's too late. They
They
spent the
already
last couple
tested the
decades
whole shit right now.
talking shit to Black America. Now we're like, yo, fuck
The
y'all.
jam,
You know?
Hey, we
the
can't
jam,
throw everybody away, Carla. Can't throw everybody
the
away.
jam. You know, Kala, the jam is not bitter.
I'm ready to throw y'all niggas away, man. What the fuck are you talking
The
about?
jam is not bitter. The jam, the Somali jam, the jam, the Somali taste right is getting bitter right now. You know,
Man,
jam can be
Somali
very
don't make
different. You know,
does anybody
there's
know
a
what
jam that
Somali
are very sweet, there's a jam that are very bitter.
does
Well, the
anybody
jam now
know
they eat is bitter
Somali
right
food
now.
or dish? No. I never heard of
You
Somali
know,
food
the
or dish.
Somali now
They got nothing to
understand
offer.
this
Now, hold on, let's
the
watch
guy.
this
I
video.
never seen a Somali
This is a
restaurant. I never seen a Somali restaurant.
Hold up. This is the guy I was talking about. This guy's harassing a Liberian sister, you know.
Good question. How do you get to this country and have this much money to start a store and buy houses for $500,000?
$500,000?
Yeah. The house on Crossridge that you were trying to buy for $500,000.
On Quest?
Crossridge. That you put an offering for $500,000.
Oh, well then we'll finance you.
I'm trying to ask.
Hey.
I'm
Be
trying to ask.
nice.
No.
What's going on?
I'm trying to ask. How are
You
you?
thought he was just trying to be on
and
camera.
doing whatever the fuck you want.
Who? Stop.
White people can't fill a shopping cart, but these come in our country.
Can somebody call me and secure the place?
And they come in this country. These ones too. What are you guys doing? You gonna fill up a whole shopping cart?
Oh, hold on, Carla. This is what I was talking about yesterday. Remember I said that yesterday?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is
out here in PA, some of them got money, and then some of them they look like they got money, but they be paying for shit in the EBT, dude. I tell you that.
Let me ask a question.
How
do you get to this country? And
the point I'm trying to make his video is see how she's all smiling, she's trusting.
No, she's a known figure. She's a known figure over there. She has a business over there. She's very wealthy.
Yeah, well, I'm saying he went up to the camera. Doesn't even like me. I could have sensed this guy a mile away. I could sense his body language, his vibe. Most Africans don't.
Yeah, the way he looked, the way he talking, the way he creeping. Oh yeah, he's trying to he's up to malicious activity. The way he's looking.
Most Africans that come here, they have no idea when they're basically next to a racist. That's why they say, "Oh, I don't see no racism. I don't see no racism." Until now, the focus has always been on Black America. Now, white people are turning their attention to Black immigrants. You know, because they see like them as an easy target, especially like when we withdrew from the fight. You know, so now they're looking for anybody. They're looking for a soft target, which is Black immigrants. You know.
No, but she's a known figure. She's a known figure. They're somewhere outside of Philadelphia, but it's in PA.
Oh, okay.
She got a big business over there. She's known, and she bought a new house. He researched the lady. That's why he said, "How can you afford this house?" This, and the third.
That makes sense.
She got money.
I mean, you can't.
And
You got.
there's white people.
Right.
Hold on. There's white people. There's white people that look like that. That because out here they got this kind of different kind of white. Some of them are on some hip hop yo-yo kind of shit, right? So he fit into that look. So she probably thought he was just a supporter because she's a known figure.
No, she
Go
got
ahead,
her
Dave.
thing.
I mean,
Monkey, nigga. You know, how the hell did that happen, man? Principally, man. That's why we can't get
Kala, that African woman, I don't know where she from. That
She from
African, where's she
Liberia.
from? Liberia, that's good. The African woman,
that
it's
good?
just because Africa doesn't see African people, you know, African people are very happy for you to even to come and talk
They're
to them because
stupid. That's why. They're dumb.
that woman is a business. That woman is a
They're stupid.
businesswoman,
Oh,
you
they're
know.
stupid. That's why.
That woman is a
Carla.
businesswoman, right? She kind of like having her business face. She was very happy. I think she thought the guy
I got
wanted to
my
talk
business
about
face too, but I'm
her
always
business
alert. I
and
always got
everything.
it in my
She wanted to
mind.
talk about her business and everything, you know.
Don't
Then the
stop
guy
me, you
turned the
know.
camera at her and flip
Some
on her,
people
and started
just
calling
happy
her.
people, man. They walk around with a smile on their face. Come
You
on.
know, you know, she's doing well for herself. Asking her, where do you get money to get all these things? She work out for it. You know, she borrow money.
The
She
point
might
I'm
even borrow money from the
the point
bank
I'm
for
trying
it.
to make is the fact that he took agency over her life. That he said he could ask her that they called nigga monkey and he got away with it. You know.
Yeah.
He
This
didn't
happened
get
to
away
anybody,
with it because he
though.
recorded
It could
himself
be
doing it.
anybody.
You think he recorded himself doing it? He didn't get away with it.
Yeah, but
Kala,
what's gonna happen to him?
Kala, you
When he
push should be going
if
to
he
that
tries to get a
black
job, this video, the internet
Yeah,
never
the guy
forget.
he works for himself.
Oh well.
Black America should be
Never
going to
know.
that shop to be
Oh,
buying some
hold
of
on.
this food.
Why is Black America guy do this? That's what I'm talking about. What the hell has this got to do with us?
Kala, if you don't shop where you belong to, they will also deal with you also. You understand? But the
This
Jewish
guy's
people
not
have
gonna come up
hold
with
on. Do you know what the Jewish people are kind of like in a way united in a way 80%?
Look, but we
Because
got look, what do we got in common with these people, Ola?
underground,
See, you
the Jewish people are doing
you
their thing.
cannot basically have it both ways. On one hand, they don't want nothing to do with us. We're immigrants and blah blah blah.
Yo, Carla,
You people are the one pushing them out. Will you embrace them? Will you embrace them? Don't call them African body scratcher.
No.
Just embrace them, even when they have accent, they dress different.
I ain't never
You know,
called nobody no African
embrace
booty
them.
scratcher, Ola.
Kala,
I have never called nobody no damn African
So
booty
what's the
scratcher.
Kala, let me tell you this, Kala. Kala, let me tell you this, Kala. When you embrace people, the people want to know you more. But when you push them out, they look at you from a distance. That's what the white people are doing. The white people will embrace you. The white people will embrace you. The white people will embrace you and welcome you. That's what Africans are. That's what the Africans are yearning towards the white people.
I got some more people online. I want to say, Jonathan Miller, go ahead if you're ready.
I'm not ready. I'm just joining it, so
All right,
I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Fall back. All right, Black Manosphere, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Black American, been living in America. I feel pushed out by America. You know, I don't feel accepted by America and things like that. So I just deal with my people.
Preach, brother.
Yeah, I just deal with my people and keep love and within that. You know what I mean? That's the best I can do. But as far as America or feeling connected or anything like that, no, I don't. I'm Black American.
Let me ask you a question. Are you out there? Are you out there protesting for against ICE for illegals and Somalis and everything like that, or you were sitting back silent, worrying about your damn self?
Yeah, I'm definitely sitting back silent, just watching. We already fought. Black people already fought for. We had civil rights. We fought for what we were going through and what we felt, and we're past that now.
Actually, we fought for everybody.
Yeah, we fought for everybody, but on the front of ourselves and what we were actually experiencing in our households and communities and environment, we fought for that.
Right.
So if other ethnicities and coaches and things have to fight for theirs, that's up to them. But no, we don't have nothing to do with ICE and all of that. ICE is not looking for Black Americans. Ain't nobody in. I ain't met nobody in ICE. Ain't nobody ICE looking for me.
It's good, man. All right, Princess P, what's going on?
Yeah, man. I was trying to tell you about in Philadelphia, Southwest. You go to like certain restaurants, certain parties. You'll see African Americans. You see Jamaicans. You see Liberians. You see Nigerian. You'll see black Mauritanian people. I met them all down there in Southwest.
That's
right?
beautiful.
So this idea that we don't associate that's some people.
Well, we
some
do
people don't.
associate, but hold up. I don't expect you guys to take on our problems, and we shouldn't take on your problems.
No. My thing is, you don't have to go out there and protest. You don't got to say nothing, right? But when I see FBA hop online talking about they called ICE and do all this goofy shit,
Well, that's
and
stupid shit,
so
I don't agree
these
with
people
that,
are not silent. You're trying to paint this fake
Yeah,
image
there
like,
was
they're
one
silent. We're all
lady-
silent.
There's one lady last week said she went to a Jamaican restaurant. I don't know if she was trolling, but she said the food was nasty and whatever like that, and the woman had an attitude with her. So she called ICE, and that ICE showed up to the restaurant. Everybody, they shut down for the day. Went out, because they called ICE. She called a black lady. So she called ICE on them because her food was fucked up,
So is that silence, or they're picking a side and doing whatever?
I think she was just doing for that TikTok, but I don't think she did that. I don't think that happened. That was something that's rage bait,
No, there's people literally online saying that they call ICE on the Haitian or the Nigerian or the
That's
Jamaican or the
actually
this.
Liberians in Liberia calling ICE on Liberians in America. Also, what person be like, you got a lot of Nigerian girlfriends and fiancés calling their ICE on their deadbeat boyfriends and husbands and whatnot.
The
No, but
Kenyans as well.
We're talking about the title though.
What?
The title though. The title says Black Americans are silent, right? That's what it says.
Yeah.
Silent and has everyone alarmed. I see Black MAGA online. I see Black Democrats online. I see colonization people online,
Yeah, but
right?
the bottom
I
line
see
is,
FBA online.
We're saying,
Black Democrats.
in the political discourse of America, I don't even think anybody's even talking about voting. You got the midterms coming up in 7-8 months, right? No one's talking about who they're going to vote for. And they said the Democrats are down. Everybody thinks it's going to be a tsunami. The Democrats are poised to lose even more districts and whatnot, and stuff like that. Plus a low enthusiasm for the Democratic cause. Jasmine Crockett, she got a wake-up call. Her polling numbers are tanking in Texas, And I like Jasmine Crockett, as you know, but
Well, I hope she wins though. I like her.
Serious trouble, man,
Yeah, but that's for early voting. Some of the voting in general is usually low.
When they do polls, right? They could gauge polls like this time out, in the other midterms and whatnot. They'll tell you where usually it's trending towards the opposition.
Party. Yeah.
This time it's not doing it. So
yeah, but a lot of people are complaining about the economy and prices of electricity and those kinds of
stuff. The bottom line is they don't hold Trump. They blame the previous administration for that.
No, that's probably true. Like I said, he a lot of the stuff that he's doing, it looks like they're quote unquote going to kick into effect long term. They're not going to he's building plants and all this kind of stuff. It's not going to. I think it's going to be more towards the end of his.
$22 trillion for investment. Black folks are going to get some of that money, man. That's going to trickle
So you
down.
don't think DEI is not going to be affected by some of those contracts?
Most black people, principally, right?
Yeah.
99% of black people get hired without DEI.
We're not talking about high. We're talking about the bosses, like people like you.
Most black people who are professionals get by without DEI.
You're so gullible. It's not even funny, man.
Carla, you own
DEI are mostly gays, white women, white lesbian women, right? White feminist women, white weirdo women, white weirdo guys, handicaps, Asians, all these other freaking people, whatnot, illegals, somebody coming from Guatemala who can't speak English, whatnot, diversity, right? The last in people who get DEI, who's meant for, is the African American male. And then when it comes out to black people, they start with immigrants, they start with people off the boat, the Caribbean, Africa, whatever like that. That's all the diversity. The people who don't benefit from that are black people from America. We don't benefit from none of this shit. Everybody else, we put out there and fight, and everybody else just comes like parasites and eat off the friggin' carcass,
Again, still the bosses with the small black business grants, loans and scholarships, all that type of stuff. They benefit from.
You can still get you can still get that without DEI. You know, you got.
I think a lot of that has to do with our government. Our government doesn't specifically say, "Oh, if you Black American, oh, you like one of our children, you one of the," you know what I'm saying? You get this specifically, or we making sure you get that. So I think our government uses people. It don't matter who, you know what I'm saying? And if other coaches, can present as Black, then they could put them people in those positions.
That's exactly what they do, because they'd rather have those
and
people
use
than
them.
us.
Right, because Black Americans are the most forward. We're the most smartest. We are the most aware of what's going on everywhere. Like so,
I got to push back a little bit on that one, man.
Troublemakers, you know.
There's no scholarship that a foreign Black get that a Black American can't.
It's not about scholarship. It's not about scholarship. Aware is not. It's not on the papers.
All this foreign Blacks get all the friggin' when they have a spot for an African or Black person, whatever, it usually goes to a Nigerian. That's why you got so many Nigerians. Oh, look, we're in higher education because they get spots that.
Tyler, did you ever apply for a college grant? Did you even go through that process?
Look, I'm saying like this. I did my thing, my college years, whatnot. I'm saying like this. I'm talking about those Black people who do that, right? Now, I'm saying, Elvis, I have no problem with the person doing it, right? If the Nigerian gets it, a Liberian gets it, I got no problem with that, right? What I do have a problem with is when somebody come and say they want to come and pick a fight with Black America, saying you guys got affirmative action, diversity, and whatnot, and we're saying, okay, we know it's there, but our group of people didn't benefit from it, and they act like they don't know how to distinguish between a Nigerian and a Black American, and they know deliberately they put they basically give it to Nigerians and Caribbeans, right? Then they blame us for it. We got to pay the price. We got to pay the bill. You know?
Collar. That don't even make sense, dude.
That does make sense. We pay the bill. Hold on, because the bottom line, when's the last time you ever seen a Nigerian or Caribbean out there fighting for DEI? It's always us. They're the ones who benefit from it.
So you telling me no Caribbeans in New York and the stronghold where they are fighting for DEI?
A lot of Caribbeans are always online bragging about how they got education, how they're in the school. How the fuck do you think they got there? You know,
hard work, education is a focal point in a lot of immigrant communities.
The bottom line is there's always a certain amount of spots for diversity.
Like I said, Tyler don't know what he's talking about. Most of those grants you got to be qualified for. Sometimes it's based on GPA.
I'm not saying.
So what are you talking about, Tyler?
But I'm saying, but they omit there's other people that are white that are way more qualified for that could not get in, you know, because they want to keep that spot open for a few Black folks. And the Black people they do put in are Black people coming from
Collar. Even your own people, hold on, Collar. Even your own people, some of the scholarly people complain that some of the degrees that your own people go after are not the degrees in which some of these like Nigerians and all these other people.
What degrees Nigerians got?
Some of them have like engineering. Like if you go to engineering stuff,
engineering, sciences. Most people tend to go for social degrees like social worker,
that's another
silly shit like that.
If they got so many degrees on there, why does Nigeria has no engineers?
That's a beautiful. A lot of it is the government does a poor job in linking them back into the infrastructure of Nigeria.
And why is it that Nigeria basically is so underdeveloped?
I just told you that the government does a poor job of linking them back in and utilizing them and their knowledge in Nigeria.
That's what I need the government song. I wish Tariq would put that back up. The government.
Like I said, you're a closeted FBA fan, man. Because
but every time you say, I asked you a question, you say the government, so I can't think of a better thing.
You say the government too. I hear a lot of African people, the government did this, the man blocked that, the government.
I don't never say
we separate, you know what I'm saying? What we feel in our hearts and our spirits and how we express that is one way, and what the government actually does and how we actually live and what the protocols are, for how we live is another way.
So let me ask you a question, brother. What's your name again?
Black Manosphere.
Black Manosphere. So who did the Black Caribbeans take the GI Bill back in the 1940s, or was it white immigrants?
Right,
it was white. Yeah, I mean that's way back, but I would say white immigrants.
I think
hold on. I got a question for you, Carl. Now, hold on. Can I ask you a question?
The biggest
college education.
Hold up, the biggest.
Carla, can I ask you a question though?
We can't get to the white males, right? Because you know why? When we get ready to mount a fight against the white males for anything like that, the first people that come out defending them are always Uncle Toms like Jesse Lee Peterson, Candace Owens, and black immigrants. Ain't nothing wrong with America. This is a land of the free, land of opportunity. You just gotta work harder. All that. Then we say, you know something? All right, fuck it.
What about you, Carla? Carla, you yourself, right? When we was talking about New Jersey, you were saying that you admit the fact that some of these houses were bought with the assistance of the government for the whites.
You want to be clear? Want me to be clear about what I said? I'm saying that Jersey is a Democratic stronghold state, right?
Yeah.
The only reason why they are that way is because of black people, black Americans in New Jersey. That's it, right? And I'm saying that, you know something? What we need to do is either flip our vote to Republicans to get them out of office, right? And have the Democrats come back to us on their knees saying, what can we do? Then we can negotiate.
Carla. Black people only make up like 14% of New Jersey.
That's enough. That's usually the deciding vote because white votes split down the middle.
60% of
But
New
then
Jersey
how much
white,
of that? How much is that? How much of them are black Americans? Like he was specific. He said black Americans uphold. You know what I'm saying? The Democratic Party.
Black people in New Jersey.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm just doing a general number.
Most black people in New Jersey vote Democrat when not they vote whatever like that. So we're the ones that put the Democratic machine. You go to Newark, Cory Booker. Where's he? Black American.
Black American. Yeah.
So the whole political Newark, New Jersey, that district right there.
Barack, the mayor of New Jersey is Black American.
Newark district, the district of Newark, right, in Elizabeth is Black American. Like they put Patterson, all that's Black American. They put Cory Booker in power. That's not immigrants. That's Black American, right? So
Carla. So what did Cory Booker do for the people then? Because you always excuse the black elites in your own community while you go over to Africa and you shit on the African leaders.
We don't have no black elite. You know what an elite does? Elite has power. You know.
So Cory Booker didn't have no power.
Look, show me anytime, anywhere a black elite can sign. So you know what a black elite is? Remember when Donald Trump got elected on the inaugural day? He sat there with all those executive orders, and everybody remember all the things I promised. He had all those executive, like 200 of them. He signed right there, and blah blah blah. He said, "This is what I campaigned on. This is what I delivered." Show me anything where black people, or somebody campaigned on something that we believed in, and somebody was able to get in power and carry it out. Never. Not in my lifetime.
Carla, I always big up Trump, for, whether you like him or not, for one reason, because he tried to do actually what he tried to do, right? What he said he's going to try to do, right? Even if sometimes he lies, he tries to do some stuff, right?
Immigration policy, you know.
No, but watch this. Your black leaders, they don't. Even some of them were telling you to shut up and vote. They came to your face and said they ain't going to do nothing that you asking for.
I think you got a mental issue, right? Stop calling these clowns our leaders. We never elected anybody, right?
Yeah, I don't got no leader.
But they're making decisions on your behalf.
Principally keeps imposing these people on us.
Lead ourselves. I don't got no leader.
On
Black American is totally different. Like,
bro, these people are making decisions in your name. I don't get it.
They can say it. I mean, that's what I said. We always have people talking in our name, you know.
So that's your leader, dude. Why don't you hold them accountable, right? You got more smoke. You got more smoke for the immigrants.
I am not FBA. You know, I am not FBA.
No, but you're Black American, right? You're Black American. African American.
Well, whatever. You know,
my whole life, right? My whole life walking down the street, if somebody looks at me, nobody's gonna say, "There goes a white man." My whole life.
That's my point. These people are speaking on your behalf. These
right, nobody can speak for me but me. You know what I'm saying? And my people.
Bro, are you in a? Do you live like in your own house, or do you go outside your house, bro?
Yeah, and when I go out, I don't see many Black Americans.
Oh, that's a you thing, man. You probably live in a place that you know.
I'm in New York City.
What part of New York, man?
I'm right by the Bronx.
Or the Bronx, but there's still parts of the Bronx that's still very much African American.
Bro, I'll be all over. I mean, you know, all black American community or city and things like that, we don't see like that no more. You know what I'm saying? We're all displaced. We're all over the place. We're interracial. We're all over the place, spread out. So I've seen a change in that. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the few straight up Black Americans left. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't see my peoples like that.
But that
so I know the representation is down. And what's up is the foreigners, foreign Black. I'm not foreign Black. I'm African American. I'm straight up. I've been here. My family's been here. My family's been here.
Yeah, but there's still strongholds where the Black Americans are. You know, why don't you try to live around them if you feel that you want to be more close to them?
Come into
our Harlem.
And we don't discriminate. We just let everybody in. And what happens is our culture and everything got so destroyed and whatnot by this Pan-African nonsense or whatnot, you know. And stuff
bro, New York is displacing people based on the housing thing. They're building houses where there were no houses. I'm from New York. You go to East New York, right? Hold on. You go to East New York.
Outside of Queens and Long Island, New York is a joke, you know.
Okay, all right, that's how you see it. But I'm trying to say they're building up areas that were abandoned as former warehousing areas, right? Parking lots, and they're making buildings out of them. Barclay area, some of that place was like just an open lot for the MTA, and then part of it was housings, right? So they combined it all to make that Barclay area, right? So New York is taking up areas where there were no apartments, no homes, and making buildings, right?
And who they gonna put in them buildings? Who gonna be?
That's what's causing the displacement because they're pricing certain people out. It's not just the Caribbeans just living over there or whatever. They're putting like a low income area. They putting a high rise area right next to it where there's more wealthy people or mixed housing. That's what they're calling it. And it starts with more so like middle class kind of individuals. So they're pricing people out.
Mm-hmm.
And the money that you're paying in New York, you could buy a house somewhere else. That's why a lot of Black Americans leave and even a lot of Caribbeans they leave because they if you could own something, you could just take that money, go to the South, go somewhere else, and actually own something versus staying in New York. Well, you can't afford to buy a house there.
Here's the thing: my peoples did a great migration. We left out of the South at a certain point in time. You know what I'm saying? To pursue the businesses and to come up in the world. That didn't work out so well. You know what I'm saying? So we were still here now.
All my family. My cousin Jerome is 49, and in fact, I can't make it, but he's retiring on his 50th birthday in a week, right? He's retiring from the sanitation department 30 years, right, with $1 million pension. He's already a millionaire because he owns several buildings, apartment buildings, stuff like that. 49 years old, 50. And with my cousin Debbie's, basically, she's friends with Letitia James. She's a sorority with Letitia James. She's a millionaire, right? My family came from the South, right, in the Great Migration, and they made it. We got education, we made it in New York, you know. So some people weren't looking on side. My grandfather retired from Con. Most of my family came in New York City, paid us. Again, so either sanitation, the bus department, or Con Edison. My grandfather worked at Con Edison and retired with a fat ass pension, you know, $200,000 in 1987, you know.
Right. I don't think many Black Americans can brag that story. So that's why I said it didn't work out as, you know, because for it to work out of 100% of those people who did the Great Migration, at least 50% of them would have had to become, you know what I'm saying, in those high fields and make it in their families, move into the upper classes.
The thing is, though, that was like entry level shit, you know? Getting a civil service job, a city job was like the easiest way into the middle class. That was the easiest way.
Right. We know the way. I'm just saying the outcomes. After years and years, I'm just saying the outcomes. It didn't all work out for everybody like that. And it didn't. Our numbers ain't like that. We don't have a business class family. We have a one collar to 10 working class family. You know what I'm saying? Or better.
Most of the working class people work for the city. There was school teachers, janitors, superintendents, and whatnot. You know, people.
Even those people getting priced out, Colin.
And we didn't want to rely on no damn city. Let me tell you something, right? There's two types of Black people, right? And I noticed the people who talk about reparations. Not offending anybody right now, right? I noticed something, a pattern. I've been looking at this pattern, right? The people who talk reparations are usually the Black people who grew up relying on a system. I didn't say it like that because they really do believe that there's a check coming from the white man in a month, right? So they believe the same thing about reparations. The check's eventually going to come, right? In our family, right, If your father didn't go out there and work, you did not eat. Your father not work, there ain't gonna be no Christmas present on that Christmas tree. You know, that's the type of culture I grew up in Black America, working class culture. You know, yeah, I grew up in working class. I want to get to the asset Black culture. We gotta get to that next level, asset culture, asset investment class culture. Black people, we're trying to move to that next level. Let the immigrants have the working class and whatnot. You know, we Black America should be far advanced right now. You know,
Absolutely, yeah, no, there's no question about that. Absolutely,
we should be more advanced than that. That's why I don't want to be FBA arguing over nickels and dimes with fucking immigrants. When I let them have the fucking.
Nah, I'm just, whatever these terms, FBA and all this, I'm a human being, right? No matter what the term, definition, or other slang, you know what I'm saying? Now, we've been Negro, we've been African, we've been all these things. Whatever you term Black is, or whatever, I'm actually really that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, it's like it needs to be a distinction a little bit too. You know what I mean?
Well,
So I never, and to speak to your point, Carla, I never talk about reparations. I don't know nothing about no money or getting no check from nowhere, nothing like that. I have nothing like that on my mind. So when it comes to FBA and all this, I don't know about all of that. I don't know who terms me what or looks at me like what, but I am a Black man. I am a human Black man in this country, in this world. Case closed.
Yeah, you're right.
Can I ask you a question? Because both you guys, in my opinion, is right. The problem is just, like I always tell you, is lack of organization, man. And that's it. I think that if the Black community had an actual agenda, if you guys stopped talking about we don't have leaders, we don't need leaders.
I agree.
The whole like I don't really believe there's a lot of poverty.
What you're talking about should have been done back in the 1930s, right? Right
it
now,
was done back in the 1930s. What are you talking about, Colin?
With individuals, Black people, like let me give you an example. 1 minute you could be in New York City, right? And next thing you know, you got an offer in Tucson, Arizona, right? You can't be in one place long enough to build something, right? Black people, our community is so dispersed, right? And next thing you know, I used to know a family when that went to California. Oh yeah, I gotta take this job in California. Raise a family completely away from the people. You might see them once every 7 years. That's the reality of Black America, right? You would act like we're just people huddled in 5 square blocks and we gotta start building one ourselves. That's not our story, Principe. You know,
Carla. Your people used to own their own.
Yeah, but we don't do that no more. We don't live in those communities anymore. You know.
So you telling me you don't need that in 2026?
No, we don't need that. But we're moving into bigger and better neighborhoods, man. We're moving across the country. We're in better neighborhoods, finding new ideas, new jobs, new people, new experiences. A lot of Black people moving outside of America. A lot of Black Americans living in Europe, Asia, and whatnot, around the world. We're not sitting there in the organization that you think we are sitting in Brooklyn and whatnot. You know, we tried that. Been there, done that, man.
No. Besides Brooklyn, I'm saying that when you have a set agenda, whether it's in Africa, Europe, or in America,
long enough to have an agenda, right? Well, another thing, Principally, here's the thing what we're talking about here, like a good brother on the Black Man Spirit, right? Before we had in order for you to build a community, you need 2 things. You need a male and female, and you both have to be investors. The Black woman is not vested in the Black community.
That's not true, man. What are you talking about? You always saying this
about the average Black woman, all she cares about is her looks, herself, they're not even having children, you know?
But they following behind y'all. That's what I know. I'm outside. I'm looking in. They're following y'all.
Women are doing their own damn thing, right? Which is chasing doing city girl life. Look at the freaking culture that we have in Black America, right?
There's different type of African American women, and some of them are mirroring
the Beyoncés, the boss bitches, the 304s, also like that. The Real Housewives, hip hop house, whatever the hell they follow. That's Black America right now, you know.
Some goofy dudes love that though, Colin.
You're trying to make it seem like we're the community of Claire Huxtable and the Cosby Show. That's not the Black America of today, bro.
Colin. There's different subsects of Black.
Man, that's
American.
an overall subsect of Black America, bro. That's an overall subsect.
No, y'all allow them to be your face. That's why you mad at the immigrants when they point out.
Hold up, what you need to do, Principe, is go to different female site. Go to Cynthia G site and talk that. You know,
that's not the type. Like that's not the like. There's different types of women, though.
The police is laughing at you. You know, Yeah, black women following up. Simp Police, you know.
Simp know what I'm talking about though. He knows that he could pull a chick easy. He know he got a flock of chicks that fuck with him.
He's laughing at you, you know.
Oh man, I like I said,
following no black men, bro. What are you talking about? You know.
So there's not a subset of black men that's talking about the bad bitches and the baddies and the Barbies and all that bullshit.
Shits about what goes on in the community. They get with the dudes that's fucking up the community right now. You know.
That's young hip hop America, though. I mean, that's young hip hop.
That's intellectual black woman.
That's what you see out front. That's what you see out front. That's what's popular. You know what I'm saying?
Colin, there's different types. Like me, if I was to try to go get an African American woman, I'll be going after the more African centered, the earthy type ones. I ain't gonna go after no good rat.
Good luck finding them, bro.
Bro, all you gotta do is go to them African centered circles. When you have these African centered events and festivals, you go there. That's where you go.
Bottom line, the African centered, they hang around long enough. Next thing you know, they put that city girl ratchet shit on. Yeah, I see it, man. You know, they flip on you or not. You know. Fuck out of here, man! Please. You know?
Like I said, there's like goofy type chicks in every community. Like me in my own community.
That's what you have in Black America. That's why, until you have black men and black women coming together on a large scale, it ain't gonna happen, bro.
You gotta promote that, man. You gotta promote. You're not using your media.
Principe, you're not gonna build a movement on a sausage fest. I can tell you've been through a lot of sausage fests in your life, you know.
Oh hell nah, bro! I'm from Brooklyn, man. That's nah. I'm telling you the truth, man.
You sound like one of them dudes that be going to sausage festivals. Oh yeah,
bro. If I go to a party, I'm gonna seek out what I like. I'm not gonna go after no goofy chick or hood rat. I don't like that.
With the bottom of whatever you start talking conscious stuff, they call you nerd. You know, they call you lame.
Cause you going with a hood rat be looking for Queen Sheba.
Anytime you start talking deep, they start calling you weird. Deep or not, they don't want to hear none of this shit. All they want to hear about what you got to say about Beyonce and Jay-Z and blah 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 blah. That's all the fuck they want to talk about. You know, that's the majority of black women, and they ignore black men. If black men want to be around the women, they don't want to talk with college. You can't be talking what College Genesis says around these women because they don't want to hear it. You won't get a second date. You go on a date and talk about, yeah, listen to this guy named Kala, blah, 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 blah. And you will never have another date. Who's this guy? This guy called me an incel, man. I'm not an incel, man. Get your white talking points out of here. Ain't no such thing as a black incel, nigga.
You're not an incel. You're just generalizing, man. You just generalizing because you watch a lot of media.
This guy hangs up too much white social media. There's no fucking black incels in the fucking in the world, bro. You ain't getting nothing. Not fucking married, nigga. You know.
Like I said, you watch a lot of media, man. Simp Police know what I'm talking about. If Simp wanted to pull a chick, he know what type of chick he looking for. He know what she need to go get her. That's where he gonna go. The thing is that when you watch these medias, the media's gonna promote the hood rat, the goofy nigga. He's the cool in y'all culture. That's why y'all got problems with the foreign black, because we see that. We see that the cool in your culture is the hood rat, the criminal.
There's no such thing as a black incel, you know.
No, but Colin, is that true or false, man? Y'all cool in y'all culture is the negative.
Yeah, black men are too cool to be fucking incels, you know. There's no such thing as a damn black incel, you know. That's why I said when you start talking about shit like problems of the community and all stuff like that, man, women don't think you're cool no more. They think you're too serious, you know. So
you gotta find your type of woman, man. You can't just be frolicking with any kind of chick.
I already got mine. I ain't trying to look for one.
No, I'm just saying in general. You like
and whatnot. The young dudes out here, the women. Like I said, I could build a movement if I could attract the black women to what I'm talking about, right? But they're not coming. Their priority is their makeup, the clubs, their weave, and all of those shit like that, you know. And so that's what it is, bro. That's the community you got. The community ain't serious about shit, principally. That's just the reality.
No, you trying to make all of them. You got to praise the good one. Like the Haitian community, they got lesbos, they got weirdos, they got goofy.
Black America, our culture is every man for himself. You know, every woman. For
himself. I'm just telling you one thing. I'm just saying that you have to go after the type that's fitting to your characteristic, the churchy, a traditional type one, or the one that's practicing the African traditional stuff.
You go to church and do that.
These are the type of chicks that's more likely more marriageable in my community.
You got a bunch of churches. You got a friggin' probably gay pastor and they got a pastor like Jamal Bryant that let them do what the hell they want to do. Oh, you got single women in church, no husband, no nothing. Well, that's a mess, you know.
So you tell it. So all right, right there. Is that not an opportunity for you to grow your ministry, utilizing the church where there's a lot of single women, and your quote unquote movement is a sausage fest? When it would be smart to partner up.
Oh
with,
no, I'm saying
church.
the fact that you keep talking about what we need to do and whatnot. You know, we've been trying that. The biggest thing in the black community, every last single black movement undermined when they create the black feminist movement, right? Women want to see themselves. People like Alice Walker and all these other people, black feminists, they destroyed the black community, man. You know,
So who's platforming these type of people, Colin? Who's platforming these people?
I have no idea, white people, you know, and they're gonna
Exactly.
keep,
So what?
you know.
Yeah. So what? Like, the thing is, black people in the past.
They're gonna keep doing it. You know, that's what we are, man. You know,
They platform for their talent. They talented, so they got a platform.
No, but look, bro. Back in the days, even when y'all read y'all history, y'all culture, y'all ancestors, they created their own media, newspapers, radio stations to counter the narrative. Some of you guys are going along with the narrative, utilizing your own social media. Y'all have the social media, the TikToks, the YouTube, y'all parroting the same shit they talking about.
That's more grassroots type stuff. Now we getting into the money, we getting into the industries, you know what I'm saying? Which is gonna, create more selling out or more going to do your own thing, which is American culture.
That's all you want. As soon as black people, when you talk about money, who's holding the money, that's what happened with Jay Morrison, you know? It's easy to talk all that stuff like that, but when it comes down to the money aspect, who's holding the money and shit like that, that's when Negro, I know my people, bro.
Absolutely. We out.
Until you start talking about
peace.
money.
I'll see you later. Yeah, peace. I'm out doing
here,
my own thing.
We don't understand that. You can have all the organization you want. You can have all
Carla, if people do have,
so you start talking about money, man. Yeah, that's a whole
Carla, if people do have Ebony and some of these magazines, do you think hip hop would have been very popular? No. What you see now with the so-called contemporary black people you see now in America, they don't have anything like the old school ones used to have. You understand me? Pop, most of this hip hop music get popular in some of these black magazines and everything. And now, none of those exist. Even basketball players become popular in Ebony magazine. You understand? Africans, if you have money, you go buy. We know much about Black America through Ebony magazine. They talk about real estate. They talk about health. They talk about different type of things that improve family. Family to be united.
Who's African in the NBA, and what do they do? Do they ingrain themselves into the American culture, or do they stay African and build up Africa?
Akeem Olajuwon is the first African to play the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Dikembe Mutombo, a lot, there's been African guys like that, Manute Bol, and so I think they have been working back in their communities and things like that. But more than likely, they got little hoes running around, right? They got their affairs and little things going on. Yes. Dikembe, one of Dikembe's, when Dikembe Mutombo just passed away, and his hoes came out and was talking about.
Yeah, Mutombo built some, I think, hospital in his country, Congo. You understand me? I think Akeem Olajuwon didn't do too much in Nigeria. Not at all. So that will run after the Arabs also. He's marrying Arab women from one Arab to other Arab. So most black players.
We come in and you're gonna get ingrained in the culture and start to do your own thing. You're gonna take on American and capitalistic, individualistic culture.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Even Giannis is also doing the same thing too. Just about you see.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Black people, they own as rich as these black players in this NBA. Some of them would have even been buying NBA, be making make money out of it. But if you check those that owns NBA, they are the billionaires from the other side of the community. Yeah.
Right.
What I mean to say is those old men what they call those old school guys, inside 60s. They were more focused. I don't know, they were more focused about their journalists. Some of the who could, become journalists or start writing paper. Ebony magazine was one of the best magazines. I think we all, look upon to read in Africa, just to see our fellow Black people on it to even make us happy. We that just, you see, oh, whoa, okay, this Black person look cool. We just want to see Black people on those magazines. The way they dress.
And it inspires you,
They got workshops in both. They do like community give backs in America. A lot of the Black players, period, including the African ones. And then in Africa, they have workshops for the young youth back there, as well as a lot of them invested in the BAL, which is I think the African NBA kind of league. So they do things.
Okay, my guy. That's what sort of what I think this NBA doesn't know much about Africa. Is like we that live in Africa, we want to see. Look, Ebony magazine. We go everywhere to go and look for it, right? We just want to look at it. We just want to see Black, because it's a Black magazine. We just want to see Black people inside. We open it, we look at it. Sometimes we read these things more than 5 times, even 10 times, just to see the Black people on those teams. We're very happy to see them.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You get inspired. We already been through those frames of minds and things like that as a culture, as a people, and raising up. But now the bigger question is who put them in that magazine, who getting paid off of that magazine. You know what I'm saying? These are the bigger questions. You know what I'm saying? How did they even get to your face? Who getting paid? And that's when you're getting behind the screen, and the white world is controlling everything.
We talking about Ebony? Ebony used to be a Black-owned magazine, man.
Everybody is sold out. BT, Ebony, I don't care who you talk about, what you think it is. Everybody is sold it out.
They used to do outreach even back in the 1970s, man.
You believe what you want to believe, man.
Oh, look, a white man got into the BLS, was Black Liberation Station. White man went home and they bought up. You know what they did? They bought up all the Black radio stations and then hired all the disc jockeys like Wendy Williams, what's the name? Kid Capri, Funkmaster Plex, and have all these people work for iHeart and fucking Clear Channel and all these mega things. Charlemagne the God just signing a $300 million contract. $300 million contract. That garbage show he has called The Breakfast Club.
But Colin,
you think he's gonna be talking about any grassroots Black people organizations and things? You think he's gonna be talking about that stuff?
Let me say this real quick. Love Trump
because they want to get Black people to the polls and everything. It's all about power. It's a little price to pay,
Can I say something? Hold on. Let me tell you this. Go ahead.
Let me tell you this, Carla. You see, I don't know how old some you guys are here. When Soul Train came out, it's our late 70s to early 80s.
On the early 70s, bro.
Okay, I'm talking about when we saw it in Nigeria, Soul Train, right? When they start bringing those to us, when the Black Americans started bringing Soul Train to us. Do you know who really liked that guy with the deep voice called? Is it Don Carlos or something like that? Soul Train was popular in Nigeria, man. Being brought by some of these Black Americans. Every Sunday or Saturday, we sit on TV to watch Soul Train. It's like early 80s.
Yes, because you're just excited to see Black people. You're inspired and you're excited to see it. And we understand that. We know what you're saying. We know what we see.
You know why? You know why? Because that's when we start discovering that there are other Black people in the United States that speak different. And for you to get to these people, look, I understand. For you to, when they start seeing that, these Africans and this other want to get united, they start destroying it by giving us fake movie like the two-part type of movie. Something like Minnesota Society and all this aggressive gangster rap. But during the way back, we were liking like what we call Good Time. You know what I mean? That guy called JJ and all this. people at that time.
Man, you ought to have
You
your own
know?
comedy show, man. I can listen to you all day.
You know, so what I mean is we were liking these people. But guess what? When they start, whoa, these guys are dancing on Soul Train. They watching this. Okay. Let's bring these gangster boys and these, people that would destroy, made them get scared now. I'm gonna start bringing gangster, and this.
Well, time has went on. All that's part of our culture.
Nigeria was one of the biggest market for Ebony magazine. I think that outside of America, I think Nigeria had the biggest circulation.
Interesting.
That's my thing, Carla. Can I make this real quick point? Whether you like Trump or hate Trump, he utilizes his platform, he utilizes money to unite a block of Europeans and different coalitions of
grassroots money
people.
like that, Cadola. I mean, personally, I do the same thing, but we don't.
So there's black people just as rich as him with the same amount of money.
Right? Yeah, they want to stay that way, but stay away from people like me.
Right. Yeah. Our position is without the money. Theirs is with the money and ingrained in the infrastructure systems and trying to go higher.
There's an old saying. Hold on, let me say this. There's an old saying. There's people with ideas with no money, and people with money with no ideas. There's always that conundrum. Those with ideas have no money. Those with money have no ideas.
And nobody's gonna fund my idea to be, competition for them or anything.
Nobody's gonna fund my vision and whatnot. You ever see people? They finally make it.
It has to work for them.
And they look down at everybody. Well, nobody believed in them, but they finally made it. Whatnot. And they're like, "I knew you would." But no, the fuck you didn't. You didn't believe. But let me tell you the principle. When you have an idea, you're alone with it all. Like this whole idea of an Afghanistan, I'm alone with it all. I'm lonely. Because I know at the bottom line, the only person pushing this is me, and I want to make it happen. I don't know how, but I know how.
Carla, there's individuals in your own community. Like I seen the governor of Georgia.
Naive, right? No one's gonna come and fund my vision, my idea. It's not gonna happen. The best thing I can do is get this platform monetized and form my own monetization system and raise my money myself. And whatnot. Ain't nobody gonna come to me, and I'm not gonna go to no community because basically, when you talk about black people, you have an idea. Everybody, and plus because of money, everybody got their hand out. Everybody like this, and it always comes down to the same phrase. I've been in part of my organization. The last organization I was with the BAO, we split up over that same reason, misunderstanding, right? Well, why is Carla holding all the money? When I'm doing it responsibly. And people just make up rumors and lies about you because you got all the money, they make up rumors and lies about. I ain't going through that shit again, bro. I've done fucking building organizational people. I've done it. I've been there, done that. All people do is just, especially black people, all they do is bicker, lie, and shit like that. No matter how many times.
Carla, that comes with leadership, man. There's going to be some kind of whisper and rumor.
How about this? Why don't you do it?
No, I'm talking about you and Liberia.
No, don't tell me what to do. You do it. I'm done.
Okay.
I am not done. I'm not doing anything else. I built organizations and whatnot. They all fell apart, right? Why? Not because of ideas, because of Negroes.
Yeah, people,
Negroes.
Some of them negative, man.
Negroes. There's fucking different species on the fucking universe,
Why you always take it further than they gotta go, man?
No, I'm dead serious, right? No, I'm saying I'm being nice by saying Negroes. I could say something else, but I'm being nice.
I didn't do it. I'm a Negro. I didn't do it though, Carla. I'm innocent. I didn't do it. I'm a Negro, but I'm innocent.
Yeah. So the bottom line is this: when you talk about black folks, and they all talk, everything sounds good until money comes involved, right? Everything changed.
Definitely. I think we want to be partners in business. We like you said earlier, like we beyond just the workers, lead the workers to the other coaches in Spanish and all of that type of stuff. We ready to partner up and be
a Black American investment portfolio where people basically have assets. We have like literally billions of dollars in this portfolio, and we're earning interest and whatnot. We can pass the wealth down to our children and whatnot. We got stocks and trust funds. Like until we become those trust fund companies, things like that, and we could use that money to expand in Africa by buying land, gold mines, expanding, getting super uber rich and whatnot, buying all stuff like this. You know, I got this looks like $1 million way. Take that bullion and precious metal and store it in Swiss banks or not. We could be fucking pull ourselves into the up like on, but we don't want to do that because it takes discipline. Jay Morris had people's attention, but he bumbled, you know.
Carla, what role did you play in that organization breaking apart?
I didn't play no role in breaking that part, you know. It was just an ego thing. It was a fucking. It was all it was. It was ego. Like I said, one thing about black people, man, and no matter what I tried to do, I tried to reach these brothers. I tried to be like, yo, man, let's like this. They didn't want to hear nothing because they all started 7 years ago. We broke up. It was actually 8 years ago. No, it was 7 years ago. Now, what year was the movie Black Panther came out? 2018, right? 2018, yeah. Okay. We was all right then. That's when it started, right? When I got on Dynasty show, right? Dynasty discovered me. There was this guy named Professor Davis who said, Dynasty, man, you got to have this guy named College Genesis on your show, right? And then
that's the first time I saw you, Carla.
What?
I saw you first on Dinah's show.
Yeah. So Dinah says, you know, he inboxed me on Facebook, say, you know, I heard that you know a lot about Liberia. You got a book. I said, yeah, you know, I'm a Liberian historian. And like that, he said, Professor Davis told me about you and whatnot. Can you be on my show? And I went on Diane's show, right? And then I said, I'm part of the Black African Infrastructure Organization. Out of there, the BAO blew up. Now we got so many BAO chapters. I seen this one guy the other day on TikTok. He has a BAO emblem on now. I don't even know this guy, you know. Yeah, many BAO people, thousands of people all over the world now, you know. And we started this, right? I said we started this thing called the BAIO, whatever like that. I'm the head, you know, me, Holub, and Daoud, we're all heads of this, and we got to bring other people in. It was just an organization, a chat group. We was talking. We've created a social network, the Ning Social Network. Then when I got on Dynasty's show, right, I said to Dynasty, I said, look, you have to bring my brothers Holub and Daoud on. I told Holub, he's like, nah, I don't know who this Dynasty Samir is. Well, I said, yeah, we're blowing up. So anyway, Holub got on. He was a hit, man. He's really witty, smart. It's a shame we had to break up like that. That dude was brilliant. Holub was brilliant. To this day, I'll tell you. I ain't gonna lie to you. He's fucking brilliant, right? Him and Daoud. We made a good team, you know? Anyway, what happened was over a year later, they started to sour. They thought I was getting too much airtime and I was getting full of myself. People were like, oh, Kala. It's like, it's all about Kala, man, you know? I said, well, you know, you do shows with Dynasty, but yeah, but you come up there, everybody thinks you're like the leader and blah, blah, blah. I said, well, you know, I don't say it like that, but you know, people like there's like our big homie Ronald. He was like, you know, Kyle, I've been listening to both of you guys for years. He goes, I said, no, me and Holub Party. He said, nah, I think you got him. You're the leader, you know, this, you know. And I said, he said, you're the strongest person in this group, you know. And so and that's how it started. Then they started looking nitpicking on stuff like because I was controlling the money. I had a PayPal and I was controlling money, and then we got to a couple thousand in there. Where's the money at? Well, I said they had these secret meetings behind my back. They go, well, we think the money should be. I was like, where did those come from? Well, you're holding on. I said, well, I got receipts for everything, you know. They start with this. Well, you know, he's probably taking the money, spending it, and doing, you know how college is. When I'm like, what the fuck you mean? How you know how the fuck it is, you know? I said every last single dime I saw in there. I said I didn't spend one single cent on myself. Everything is in there. So I basically gave it over to Thomas, right? And they fucking fucked the money up, you know? And then they fucking okay, whatever, right? And then it kept going on. Then we had these when we got on Diet Show, we had these young guys came in, a whole bunch of these young guys came in. I want to be a BAO or whatnot, right? They come in, and next thing you know, what they found out was we weren't incorporated yet, whatever like that. And so they start doing shit like incorporating our name, soliciting money without approval. I said no. And Holub, right? Instead of him backing me up, he was like, "Oh, I don't think it's a big." I said, "It is a fucking big deal. These motherfuckers, you don't know these guys." And so Holub was like, instead of taking siding with me, he sided with them. And so I said, you know something, so I'm gonna split, go my own way. You know, how about this? I said, well, whatever, Colin, when and I did. and I kicked them all out. I kicked everybody out of the Ning site. Just mental everybody in the Ning site, kicked them all out. Cleansed the Ning site, all the Holtz people, like 30 people, I kicked out. All the New York people I kicked out, whatever like that. I completely disbanded the New York chapter because that's all they were. They would meet up together in the Bronx and places like that, talking shit. My group was Jonathan Hill, Bomani, and other people. We had a meetup. I didn't go to it in Narette. We had a meetup in Atlanta. That was our first meetup. I'll show you videos of that, And that was a real Dynasty was there, Dynasty there was our first meetup. It was a BAO and Africa for Africans, Bomani's group, right? It was like 2 generations of Black nationalists. The young people had the BAO shirts on, and the older people had the old school Pan-African shirts on and whatnot. So the BAOs represented as people who were engineers, like Jonathan Hill was an engineer, whatnot. The rest, she was in some space science. So all the people I recruited in BAO had high education and shit like that, And so we had people that were in the banking, finance, everything. That's all. I had really, really top people, And so these people basically got with Bomani. Then Bomani had a falling out with Holop. I sided with Holop over Bomani, right? And I tried to patch things up. Bomani cursed my ass out. So I said, fuck it. So I went with Holop. That was 2018, right? 2019, right? Something happened, right? And Holop was going down to Atlanta. He said, if I see Bomani, I'm going to smack the shit out of him. Something happened. Oh, yeah. They got into argument over the phone, right? And Holop, Bomani says something about Holop's mother, whatever like that, with the phone. And then Holop was like, I see him down in Atlanta. I said, dude, you do that, man, you're going to start a war. Bomani got too many people, That's what I sort of backed off of him, man. So I'm not getting involved with that. You want to talk about war with Bomani, man, you fucking suicide, And so I said, fuck it. I backed out of the whole fucking thing, I said, you go your way, I go my way, fuck it, And then that was it. And then I called Bomani up, and Bomani and I have been talking, since then, since 2019, And, I started in 2020, I started doing shows with Bomani on YouTube, and building my brand up and whatnot. He helped me really, really recover, and grew the Ning site really well. And then 2019, they made the trip to Rwanda, and they come back and said, Kala hasn't been to Africa yet, man. We've been to Africa, blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay. So I just waited, right? And I had planned to go to Angola in 2020, but COVID happened. So we couldn't make it to Angola, right? And then 2021, I was going to go to Angola, but I said, you know something? I'm going to make Liberia my first trip to Africa, right? And I went to Liberia, success, whatnot, and after that, and I started coming from my enemies, everybody, Also, I made my trip to Africa. I started coming back in America, and I came back from my enemies and crushed everybody, online and whatnot. So it is what it is. That's the story, but it is what it is. So, but they got their own BAL group out there. They all they do is follow me because they were not interested in Liberia until I went there. Now he recruited this gay boy, Darius Jabari Lamb, and they go to Liberia and whatnot. And they made a trip to Liberia. They copied me. They did a tour to Liberia last year. All they do is copy what I do. But I'm way ahead of them. I already got a chapter formed in Liberia. I got an organization there and whatnot. So they can do all they want. Like I said, I'm at the point where I'm flattered by people. All they do is imitate me. They want to know Liberia. Oh, Liberia. So you guys were not talking about Liberia until nobody was talking about Liberia until I came along, So
we all want to do these things, Carla. We all gonna inspire each other. I always say, man, we all headed to the same places. You know what I'm saying? We're all headed to the same places.
I don't get angry at nobody and stuff like that. They gonna do what they want to do. They want to be with me. They want to be me. But they got the hatred in their heart for me. All these guys that hate my guts and whatnot, think I'm the devil, whatnot. All they do is sit around and talk about Kyle's the devil and whatnot. I did nothing to these people. Just be myself.
Yeah, that's a little extreme here.
You know, college broke up the BAIO one night. He's somebody says, no, I'm not gonna fucking look. We had an agreement. Me, Hole Up, and Daoud, we're the leadership, right? Everybody else like this. They didn't abide by that. You know, they let these clowns, Bradley and Patrick. Patrick was a fucking 23-year-old virgin from the Bronx. You know, I said, how this little nigga is not on my level. I'm not gonna have a conversation with him. You know. I'm not going to have a conversation with people that basically you're student. These are students, you know. So Bradley and all of these. Bradley went to Namibia, you know. I don't know these guys. I said these guys got time to waste in Africa. Deontay went to Tanzania, you know. They did nothing there. All they do is just work odd jobs, living hand to mouth, you know, on the ground, and they didn't do nothing, you know. I stood fast at what I was trying to do. You know, I said we got a mission about an Afghanistan, you know, and I'm dead serious about that, you know. These guys are all over the place, you know, with their philosophies and everything. And then Hope he's like a fucking leftist, you know, social justice warrior type. I said, I don't want to get involved in that, you know. He's pro LGBTQ. I said, look, I'm not being no organization. He said, well, we're not homophobic. I said, I'm not either. That don't mean I want them in my fucking group. I said, when I'm sitting there talking to people, when I'm having an intimate conversation, I don't want to have an intimate conversation with someone's in that lifestyle. Man, that's good. Now, if I see a homosexual in person, hey, how you doing? You know, we're going to work together on a job. Hey, you could do good numbers. I'll bring you in my agency. We can make money together, right? But if I'm sitting here talking about this thing of mine, right? The BAIO, the Black Nationalist Life, right? That's a little different, you know?
I think I always noticed that with black people. Ego, pride, who's running it, who's getting the money, Indians.
I'm done. I'm tired of it, you know. I'm tired of dealing with Negroes, you know.
I think we should be aware of those things before we do. Let me just say this. Before we do organizations and things, I think we should be more aware of those things going in.
I am
So, you know,
aware. That's why basically when people come to me telling me, Carl, we can do this, I'm like, no. I'm already aware of what this fucking be. I'm sick of, I don't like fighting with people. I like arguing with people. And I have the vision, right? I have the vision. All I ask for is people join me that give me ideas. I have the vision. All I need is a support system of ideas. I haven't gotten that yet, except for my brother Dave up here. You know, Dave is.
Carla. I gave you ideas of how to scale up your people, man.
Hold up, Principal. You give me suggestions.
All right, suggestions. All right.
You know.
Yeah, but how you gonna grow? Because you're still indirectly still a leader.
What I'm trying to do.
So how you gonna scale your numbers?
Hold up. In order for you to understand what I'm talking about, you got to take my vision. You don't even know my vision. You know, you have your own vision and you give me suggestions of what I should do. I already have my own vision, right? You got to, in order for you to add to that, you got to add ideas to my vision.
What's the vision, Kyla?
The vision is this, right? Black people in America, right, do not have any sort of infrastructure, Black African infrastructure, aka logistics, hard infrastructure anywhere where they can operate freely in the world. We don't have no banks, we have no construction companies, we have no anything, security, anything. That's what Black African infrastructure is all about. Now, the place you got to do that is you got to have a place, and the place you got to build in a location is called base camp. Base camp will have everything you need. Paramedics, right? Even fucking one day with equipment, you know, military equipment, medical equipment, ambulance, helicopter, whatever. That's what's base camp. That means a camp. Literally a camp, right? That we operate out of, you know? That's a base camp, you know? People come there. You can host delegations, stuff like that. This is where we are. Like the ANC had a base camps all over Africa. You know, so that's what I'm saying. We do not have that in Black America. That's why we're completely powerless. The white man got us like his little bitch. You know, every other group of people. If you really feel that you're an opposition group in America, we should have a base camp somewhere. The base camp will have your military wing, all that shit. That's my vision, and I set the BA up just the way that is. We need our science laboratories. We need our own land development agencies, studying land development, civil engineering, and stuff like that. We need one place to have all this housing. What you see on the NINC site, all the groups and everything, will eventually be institutions and institutes. That's what I mean by base camp. You got a social network, and the social network is supposed to last for 10 years. And then we should, after 10 years, with this 2016 make 10 years, right? This is the year we're supposed to be starting breaking ground in base camp. You know, raising money. It's going to take millions of dollars to build base camp. We need one country to build base camp. I thought it was going to be Angola, but it's just too far away, right? But base camp will allow us to build infrastructure, cities, towns, bridges, engineering, and stuff like that. All the shit like that, you know?
Let me ask you, Colin, do you have that like diagrammed out so that people could read that?
It's on our website. You go to the Land Development Agency. They will tell you. They will tell
I
you.
I just wanted to know if because to get millions of people, yeah, that's great. Because to get people involved, you know what I'm saying, they gotta see the diagram, they gotta see the vision too, like what I'm saying, before they could just put their money and time and energy.
All I got is a social network, right? I know it's gonna take more. I need way more websites. I need more AI with the AI technology. I need a lot of stuff I need to do, right? So like I said, once I get this platform monetized, I'll have extra cash to friggin', there's no sweat on my back. If this channel starts generating cash, man, I'm gonna use every bit of this cash to do everything we need to do to get this thing rolling. I will get this base camp started. So I already got freaking land set up by Liberia. Bray African says, Colin, I got like 15 square miles of land in northern Liberia, right? We can use whatnot. So I'm thinking about that up there. I got plenty of places in Liberia. People offer me land where I could build like a base camp. A base camp, right? Like I said, I'm starting to recruit when I get over there. I'll start recruiting. I'm asking my guy Flo, who's a military guy, to basically start recruiting military age kids, 15 and up, to join our military cadets. We want an army. We're gonna build an army.
Carla, you said your movement is a majority AA, African American.
Yeah, well, the bottom line is this. Yeah, majority, but the bottom line, I cannot wait on that. So the bottom line, anybody wants to join the Afghanistan movement, the base camp, whatnot, they're more than likely to join. Now, Black Americans will probably be the most, I was hoping, the most thing. But if you want to stay here and be an ADOS, FBA, and all shit like that, you don't want to be part of this, hey, fine. I'm going to go on without you,
Colin, you probably got to go to the universities. So that's what a lot of young Black people.
How about this? When people figure out who I am and I get known, I guarantee you, I want people to come to me. I'm not going to nobody.
You got to dominate the DMV.
It don't work like that. I'm like this. You got to show me that you don't want no other desire but then to be with me and build with me. I'm not chasing no one.
You ain't see Trump go out there and do 100 rallies and
I don't care.
all over the states.
Trump is running for office. I'm asking people to put their life on the line for me.
Dr. Umar going to all these universities and schools.
How you gonna compare me with fucking Dr. Umar?
I'm talking about recruitment. You need how you going to recruit people?
I'm not trying to recruit anybody. What makes you think I'm trying to recruit anybody?
You're looking for a niche kind of individual with knowledge.
When this happens, right? Do you think Hell's Angels go out there and recruit people? No. People come around and whatnot.
Yeah, they do.
We need I need initiates. Pledges. You don't
think they recruit from bars and family members?
No, don't work like that. Don't work like that, Prince B. I know what I'm
doing.
They
run around the city, man. They run around the nation. Now you don't think that?
I appreciate.
But Carla, why do you compare yourself with a criminal organization?
Oh no, I don't want to compare with criminal. Hold up. What about the alphas and omegas and whatnot? Are they criminal?
They recruit though.
But the bottom line, what they do is they don't recruit. They ask for recruits, and the people volunteer. They don't go out and say you can be. They say, would you like to recruit? There's an opportunity to join us, but you got to go through an initiation process.
Yeah, that's a given. I understand you. Even if you have your own initiation process,
there's got to be an initiation process.
That's fine. We're talking about how you scale up your
difficult one to prove who's worthy. That's the way I see it. You know.
You gotta scale up your recognition in your own, DMV area. Man.
No, look.
You got a lot of colleges, a lot of black organizations.
That's. I don't care about no black organizations. You know, I believe in secret societies. I don't believe in organizations anymore. You know, this is a secret society. You know, and this secret society grows, you're gonna share in the abundance and the wealth and the power of this fucking society that we're building. You know. And so that's how it works. The organization where everybody's running in, everybody just come in and whatnot, you part-time, no. The bottom line, this thing comes before anything, you know? What I'm asking people to do is literally put your life on the line, you know? How bad do you believe in this? You know? I do. Anybody can tell by the tone of my voice, I really mean what I'm saying. You know? Until I find people that's serious like me, that ready for this, hey, I'll stand alone.
But Carla, did you read the guy number I sent you? The guy named Chief Alfred.
I don't know about him. I don't care about these people, Principe. You keep bringing these people. Have you ever figured out, Principe? I don't give a shit about nobody.
No. But I'm saying these things. Some of these stories I'm sending you is for you to learn from them and then adapt and create your model.
Point of learning. I already got in my mind what I want to do. I'm past the point of learning. Now, if you had ideas, whatever like that can add value to what I'm doing, then say it. And you know, but I'm not listening to nobody telling me fucking this like this. I know Jonathan take a shot. Secret Society on YouTube. I didn't say a secret society, but you know, I do got networks of people in Africa. You know, they're part of the society. You know. So it is what it is. You know, I don't do nothing on YouTube. You know, this is nothing. You know, the people I got on the ground, Liberia, whatnot. You know, they're part of the secret society. You know, they're part of this. You know, they've been initiated. My guy Ross has been initiated. Right, Jonathan's working on his initiate. Dave is working on his initiation. He's going to be made soon. You know, he's going to be one of us in the brotherhood. Whatnot. You know. So the bottom line is he's touched ground in Liberia. I asked Nakneezy, I said, until you've touched ground in Liberia, I don't want to know you. You know? You haven't touched ground in Liberia, I don't want to know you, right? And if you can't take 3 years and save $4,000 to make a trip over there, I don't want to know you. You know? This thing is real to me, you know? Jonathan says YouTube. I don't give a fuck about nobody on YouTube.
So, Carla, do you are you abandoning the concept of the African American majority concept? I'm not understanding.
What do you mean?
You used to say that it was going to be an African American majority state.
Hold on, this has to be built, right? If black people in America never leave America, stay in America, it's still going to be built, right? You have to have a black African infrastructure, right? You cannot have a race of 40 million people completely depending on another race of people. Somewhere along the line, we need our own military, our own logistics, our own like Halliburton, our own banks, our own vaults, everything like that, can hoard our wealth and power and that. That's how nations are formed and built. Now, certain African countries, because they got soil, can host these territories, which I call Africstans. You know, these base camps I call Africstans. You know, that's all. And then if people want to come, they want to be part of this, whatnot, they could do it. If they want to stay right here in America, they can do it. They want to move to Thailand, they can do it. But the bottom line is this: just like the Jews have the state of Israel, Jews are all over the planet. But they know they got that one state that's a base of their global operation, political, social, and economic and cultural base that they guide by. That's what we need. I don't know how that's so hard to fucking understand, you know?
No, but 1 minute you were saying it was what it sounds like now. You could simply try to incorporate with already established entities.
Long enough. You look at my original writing, I'm saying the exact same thing, but you guys in your mind, you think I just talk about going to Africa, building a new nation and whatnot. I never said that. I said out of which what we're doing, probably in the future, a nation, probably long after, I always say this, long after I'm gone off this earth, it will probably happen. And they say, but in the meantime, we need to build base camp. We need to build municipalities. We need to
So
build.
why not try to do that in conjunction with the American Liberians and the
Because they got
natives?
their own thing. They got their own thing. They're not gonna look. We're in opposition. Our main thing is you don't seem to get principle. I don't understand this. God, I swear to God, right? Who we are at a war or opposition to the white American. That's what we are like this, right? Liberia, right, is a country, a sovereign country that has a good relationship with America and white America. I don't want to disrupt that. That's them. The more average American Liberian and whatnot don't want to be a part of our war, our trauma. And I respect that,
What about your average African American? Do you think they want to be a part of this quote unquote?
Well, I don't
war?
know. They don't want to be part of it. That's fine. But
I thought you was building a land.
I'm finding a lot of young people who inbox me when I say they're ready. That's what keeps me going.
Yeah, but I thought you was building a land of refuge for African Americans.
I got a lot of people that inbox me, especially on WhatsApp and Messenger and whatnot, and call, what's going on? What are you doing? A lot of people, right? That's what keeps me going. I wouldn't have this confidence if I didn't. Not everybody's on fucking this channel and search for who. There's a lot of people out there who don't say nothing because they gotta work or not. They don't want to see their coworkers seeing what they're posting and stuff like that, But there's a lot of people out there who support and believe what I'm saying.
Are they pro your refuge, a land of refuge and peace and paradise, or they pro war?
I don't know. They know what I'm doing is right, and they don't want me to see me stop. That's all.
Yeah, but you market it differently every time. One time you market it as a land of refuge.
Well, what are you mean marketing? What the hell are you talking? Do I like a fucking Pan-African salesman to you? I'm not marketing.
Well, your idea itself is you have to sell your idea.
Nobody. I said, look, if I do this show and people come across it and they want to be part of it, hey, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. But I am not looking. Let me tell you something, folks. Anybody listen to the show, I don't give a fuck about anybody what you think. If you support me, I think it's lovely and beautiful. If you don't, that's beautiful too. I'm not looking for anybody's support. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing because I know it's the right thing to do. And the bottom line is that people can't see my vision, see what I'm trying to do, and whatnot. Okay, they put some other vision. And then when I ask people their vision, they don't have one. They don't have one. I put the other vision. I said we need to change the trajectory. Obviously, with I Show Speed, there's a huge interest in Africa, right? There's a large number of black people going to Africa, but we're not organized. We're really not organized. We have no way of protecting ourselves, our property, or anything like that. We don't have anything. So when we go there, instead of basically having the United States government, right, we'll have our African base camp Congress, right, speaking on our behalf, no matter where we set up shop. Even if we want to live in each African country without building a community, right, you have a place to go to. If something happens, you have a place to go to where we could take care of you. We got a hospital. We got to give you medical care. We could build all stuff like that. You don't have to come back to the United States. We have a commissary. If you need food, we'll help you out. God damn, I didn't think this was so fucking hard to freaking get across. We need a base camp. Like, let me give you an example. The whites in Southern Africa got dozens of these things, base camps, They're prepared for a conflict, a war, whatever like that. If you start a war, South Africa, they got places where they can retreat to, so that where they got guns, ammunition, shelter, and stuff like that, They all kinds of camps around Southern Africa, right? We have nothing. We have no place on this earth where we are safe, from these people. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell anybody, man. I try to tell this message and whatnot. It just don't seem like my message is getting through, I really thought black people were more intelligent than I come across or whatnot, You know, so I don't know. You know. Yeah, we want to be the asset class. You know, we want to move for the. That's the only way it's going to work, Guru, is that we have become an asset class. Like we give an example. There's a woman that was on Mark Blanton show, South Africa. She sold her house in Chicago for $750,000. She bought a bigger house in South Africa, a very bigger house, twice the size, for $150,000. She has like $600,000 that she has invested in South Africa in cash, stocks, bonds, assets, and whatnot, you know, earning money. She's now part of the investment class. In Africa, you can go from America to Africa. You can go from a working class to investment class overnight. But no one's talking about this easily. You know, sell your property in America, buy property in Africa, and live off the money proceeds you sold or not. That's the easiest way. You know, become part of the asset class. Invest in mutual funds, stocks, Roth IRAs, all stuff like that. Build your get a financial planner. Everybody should get themselves a financial planner. You know, if you got like at least $80,000 equity in your house, whatnot, you could do it, you know. You could go take that equity out of the house, whatnot, you know, sell the house altogether, buy a new house in Africa for like $50,000, right? The other $80,000 you got in your equity in your house, whatnot, you could $50,000. You could invest that money into a Roth IRA or whatever venture fund or whatnot, you know, plus the cash, whatever like that, residual income. There's all kinds of ways you could basically live good overseas, you know. Best way to do is if you got a house for that you could sell, and like in Chicago, areas like that, and like New York, where houses are going for like $1 million sell. If I had $1 million property in New York that I could sell, I sell that thing and boom, take that $1 million, man, go to South Africa or any African country, build a house, bind it. Your view is one of many. Not everybody. Yeah, I got one. I got many views. You know, I'm not saying my thing, right? Look, if you got the average property in New York is going for like $700,000 to $1 million, right? Some of these properties, right, the payoff is only like $80,000, and that's marked up. You can sell that house for New York, right? And you can be on the next plane to South Africa, and you go to South Africa, take $100K, build yourself a mansion, right? A big giant mansion, right? And you got like $700,000 left in the bank. That's living off assets. We could do that. Transport. I want to see the biggest wealth transfer, and the base camp is going to help that happen, you know, because we're going to basically build settlements and real estate all over the fucking continent in the world, you know. That's what base camp is all about. Us, you know, having the engineering, science, and everything, you know. They won't do it, Colin. They want Chipotle. Yeah, I know. You know, the bottom line is this: you got to get the mind right. That's what I try to tell Principe. They got to get the mind right of black people. You know, black people are stuck here in slavery.
Like I said, the idea is good. You just gotta market it, you know, clear cut, man. I don't think you thinking I'm attacking your idea. I'm just saying you refine your idea, and then you go to your intended targets or just a general targeted market, and you can shop it, and then now they can receive and understand the key principles of what you're trying to do versus being taking the smaller, more warlike standing points. You know, you talk finances, talk investment, talk home away from home, talk all that kind of stuff like that. That will increase interest, right? Or even the idea that you can still live here in America and still go to Liberia back and forth, you know. You shop the idea to the masses. That way, they are more inclined to join you. It's a good idea. I always tell you, it's a good idea. You're trying to make it seem like I'm attacking your idea. I'm just saying you got to be more straightforward and more direct in what you're trying to accomplish. The key points, the key ideals. And I always tell you, kind of just lead with reconciliation. That way, people are not going into a situation of chaos. They go into a situation of sensibility and coordination and peace. And you're the leader of that. You know what I mean? That will lead in leverage. If you wouldn't back there and organize a reconciliation events in Liberia, I think you will be not only more popular, in Liberia, you will also be more inclined to engage local leaders and then come back to America and say, I spoke to the XYZ and they agree with my plan. I'm just giving you little ideas, even if you don't like it or whatever. Just, just refine your idea because it's a good idea.
Bro,
I think it's admirable.
You don't seem to understand something.
I'm listening.
I'm constantly getting people that like my ideas.
It's a good idea. I'm telling you it's a good idea.
Line, that don't mean shit to me. If motherfuckers ain't got no goddamn money.
There's people with money, man. There's people with money to blow.
You got people that got ideas, right? Like your ideas, but they ain't got no goddamn money.
No, like I said, there's people with
the only people I want to talk to going forward are people with fucking real money.
Okay.
I'm sick and tired of hearing about people. Look, principally, I've been at this for decades now, right? I've heard every last single sob story and dream of Negroes and whatnot, and Africans and whatnot, And the bottom line is this: I've never seen one major thing come to fruition. Because everybody that always got these visions, they got good ideas, but they ain't got no goddamn money,
Well, there's people with money, Kyle. There's people investing in Ghana and all that.
That got money and they can say, Kyler, I see where you're going with this and whatnot. I want to be a partner, and I got money to put up or not. Until that day happens, I don't want to hear nothing from nobody.
So now you want to take the ideas
and whatnot, but the motherfuckers ain't got shit in the bank.
I hear you.
And so the bottom line is all this talk. Oh, I sit down with this person, Colin, man. The motherfucker ain't got no money, man. So I ain't got nothing to say to him.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not talking about me. Like I have money for myself and my kids.
No,
I'm
saying
talking about individuals who got money in the community.
Collab with somebody and whatnot. Or look, man. The bottom line is nobody ain't got no damn money, right?
So you telling me you're the only one with money? There's individuals driving around.
I'm saying the stuff I want to do. The stuff on the level I want to do, I do not have money, but I do see people always talk about how much money Africa has, and billions of dollars here, billions of dollars there. I never see no fucking real money, right? When you get to Africa, and all these people whatnot, they always broke whatnot. It's like, what the fuck, man? So much for Africa.
You said you rub shoulders with elites there as well, so they don't have money.
Even elites in Liberia, they don't have no fucking real money.
Oh man. Kali, I sent you an article where South Africans and Nigerians are investing in Liberia.
A lot of people got money, right? They got money. They may have, may have like $1,000 in the bank. Well, they ain't trying to give that shit up, man. For me, that's just.
But no, some people will invest in your idea, even if it's $50, $100 a month when they see tangibles.
But you don't understand something, right? When people talk about investment, right? One thing I never hear black people talk about. This is what the return I got. I know a lot of people that invested in Africa and lost everything. They never got a return. Before I talk about investing, I want to see give me the figures where I can get a return on what I'm doing. So the bottom line, people want a return on their investment, right? And a lot of times Africa is simply not organized in that level. That's why Africa is considered a high risk investment place. That's what it is. Because there's no.
But people are investing through like a neutral individual.
Why we want to build Basecamp, right? We want to have a league of investors. We want to have a league of civil engineers, stuff like that. We want to have a league of financiers. We want to have a league of political connection and whatnot. We want to have a league of planners and civil engineers and whatnot. In one place, whatnot. Then you could basically say, look. To this probability, this is how we can carry this out. We got the team, we got the manpower, we got everything. That's what I mean by base camp, And so therefore, the part of the base camp is going to be, maybe you might have some Korean companies that want to come and give logistics or construction, whatever like that. Whatever it is, might have a Chinese company that would say, look, we build port terminals, right? We want to be part of your base camp, Main thing is getting the job done.
Yeah, but you don't want to build something and then it's not in tune with what the government is doing, and they break down your property.
Well, the bottom line is that's why we gotta do things in silence. I know what we could do within the law, Liberia. I know what we could do.
All right, you know better than me. Like I'm just saying, I've seen them break properties, man.
Liberians don't care what we do as long as you're not interfering with them, and as long as you're paying taxes. long as you're contributing to the tax base, you're paying property taxes, shit like that, they don't give a fuck what you do. That's why Liberia is a perfect place to build a base camp.
So move sensibly. That's all I say, man. Well, I'm heading to sleep, man. God bless you, man. Be well,
Right,
bro.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
America will never go back where it was in the 90s. Nope, it ain't happening. Anyway, any final thoughts, folks? I'm going to end the show. All right. Well, y'all take care. Y'all have a good night.